Predator-type magical girl. Volume 2. By Bashoka Bashizoku. Translated by Headcanon TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Dear Hunt, no army, no matter how strong, can overcome hunger and thirst, and it was often said that wars cannot be fought on empty stomachs. My familia were no exception. When they ran out of Ina, and without Incubi to feed on, they would disappear. 2 weeks had passed since the extermination at the subway station. The number of incursions has decreased significantly since then, leading to an Ina shortage. This put me at a disadvantage against the Incubi, since they could resupply by taking from the mainland. At the moment, I had much of my familia in hibernation to minimize their upkeep, but that also greatly reduced their responsiveness. That's not an incubus we've seen before. It seems to be a Kate Sith. I don't think we've seen any in Japan before. I had come out to this residential area of little activity to make sure the absence of my familia did not inadvertently result in something terrible. There I found the catch for the night, an upright standing cat preparing to grab a girl huddled under a streetlight. It wasn't a type of incubus I recognized, but as long as it held Ina, that unfamiliarity didn't matter. Is it a lycanthrope variant? They're similar, but the main difference is that Kate Sith incubi can use magic. That would be annoying, but that did not mean I could overlook this incubus. I exchanged glances with my partner on my left shoulder before confirming again. There are no other witches around, right? That is correct. Good. To save this witch, protect this vulnerable, cornered girl, and to harvest precious Ina for my familia. We're taking them out. I would hunt this incubus. I stepped out from the shadow of the utility pole I had hidden behind, unsheathing my kukri. It scraped against the asphalt, sounding like a signal to begin. The cat-like ears perked up at the sound. At the same time, I dashed forward, toward the streetlight. The incubus stopped its reaching hand and turned around. Who is the ingrate interrupting my fun? Its cat-like face, not even the tiniest bit cute, twisted in irritation. Those yellow eyes did not stay on me, but instead turned toward the car-sized shadow that rushed past my side. Whoa, careful. Navy blue mandibles closed around the space, where the Kate Sith's neck once was. The intended target had dodged the attack, gracefully flipping through the air. While this familia was not as fast as the tiger beetle or the roaches, it should have been fast enough that normal incubi would not react in time. The light of the street lamp revealed the familia in question, a spider wasp fidgeting its 6 long legs and snapping its mandibles. Seeing it, the girl that had fallen over turned even paler. It was not an unexpected reaction. Still, it was not something I currently had the leeway to mind. Right now, my priority was that Kate Sith, currently somersaulting through the air. Wait, an insect? It can't be. Following up on the spider wasp, I dashed forward under the streetlight. The incubus's reaction to seeing my familia was also not unexpected. The navy blue shadow dove at the incubus's intended landing point, making impact with the sound of metal scraping metal. It seemed the Kate Sith had narrowly blocked the attack by putting its claws against the incoming mandibles. As it landed, it tumbled away with the momentum of its fall, stopping a short distance away by digging into the asphalt with its claws. Neither my familia nor I relented our assault. It attacked from the left, while I swung from the right. All the while, the cat-like incubus's eyes darted back and forth. You think you're so clever, back off. The Kate Sith snarled in rage, raising both paws above its head. Surrounding Ina began to shift, becoming so dense that even I, as insensitive as I was, could feel it. It likely intended to invoke magic to deal with the threats coming from both sides. What a laugh. I had already accounted for that possibility. As suddenly as it had gathered, the collective Ina over the incubus dissipated like a bubble bursting. What the? It had been a while since I used my weapon. Since I was frail, I needed to leverage centrifugal force and throw my entire body into my swing. I directed my great swing at the Kate Sith, whose face showed unrestrained agitation. Tusk! It jumped back to avoid my clumsy attack. Yellow eyes widened as it caught sight of the navy blue shadow swooping in for an attack. The incubus was in no position to defend itself. Before it could swing its sharp claws, vicious mandibles caught the Kate Sith, holding the incubus by the neck. Grog. There was enough force to restrain the incubus, but not enough to break its neck. Despite that, the captured prey struggled desperately to escape the mandible cage. "Come on, settle down already. Arg, aga, stop, let me." My familia understood what I wanted with just a glance, and began slamming its prize against the nearby utility pole. Then it began sweeping the asphalt with its newfound rag, emotionlessly knocking the incubus about. Of course, this was not enough to kill it either. This makes 8. Once it weakened, a poison would be applied to render the incubus unconscious, and then it would be taken away. My original intent was to use captured incubi as seedbeds, but at the moment, I needed them more as preserved food. For reference, the original preserved food, the meatballs would lose Ina in the process of preparation. It was not a lot, but even that started feeling like a waste. I'm starting to this is more dangerous than I initially thought. As my partner watched over the familia busying itself with work, it hesitantly voiced its worry. Specifically, it was worried about me engaging in close quarters combat, since my capabilities as a witch were quite limited. It was not wrong to worry, but there was nothing I could do about it, not with the cards I could currently play. And with how few I had at the moment, I had no other choice. If only you could use even one more spell. I can't give what I don't have. I'm sorry for being so bad at this. There was nothing my partner needed to apologize for. After all, some of my familia had even grown strong enough to defeat incubi in single combat. And that was a world of difference from the time when they could only win by overwhelming an incubus with sheer numbers. We're making progress. And all I'm doing is acting as bait. I slipped the kukri I had not used in some time back into its sheath. Then I gently poked my partner's tiny head from where it rested on my shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless." "If you say so." Defeat would mean dying after all. Acting recklessly and without a plan would result in no good outcomes. I understood well enough, maybe. As the sound of dull thumping filled the background, I turned back to the streetlight, meeting the eyes of a fear-filled face. Those eyes were looking not at me but past me, into the dark. Their exact direction was likely toward the source of the sound. I slowly, carefully approached the trembling girl. She doesn't seem to be a witch, so what was she doing out here at this time of night? My partner's logic was quite reasonable. It was possible she just hadn't transformed yet, but if that were the case, it would not explain why she fled on foot. Judging by her casual blue jeans and white shirt, she looked like a completely ordinary civilian. If she were a resident, she would have known about the curfew, but she's a refugee. This girl was a foreigner. It was obvious from her Caucasian features, her naturally blonde hair, and her large blue eyes. The only people who did not follow the curfew were either witches or foreigners new to the country. Now that you mention it, didn't the news talk mention Japan was taking in refugees from America? With the advent of the incubi, there was no shortage of nations falling or being subverted and replaced with puppet governments. Among those nations, few of their citizens successfully escaped to find refuge in neighboring countries. This was because most of these refugees would fall victim to the incubi as they tried to escape. With that in mind, that country, in particular America, was able to send many of its citizens to safety overseas. I noticed the girl twitch with each step I took toward her. I suppressed a sigh as I came to a stop. I was careful not to step into the circular light, shining a bright circle over the asphalt. "Do you understand Japanese?" Toward the voice coming from the dark, the girl returned a nod. I had been bracing myself for inconsolable panic, but the girl seemingly endured the fear and wrapped her torn shirt closer around herself. The smoldering irritation in my chest finally came out of me as a low sigh. That thing has been taken care of. Despite my out-of-place Lolita-ish voice, I spoke as slowly and clearly as I could. At the same time, I removed my hood and took off the overcoat I wore. Quickly now, I stepped into the light and tossed my mouse-gray overcoat over to the girl. Her widening blue eyes appeared to reflect a plain-looking witch in white. "Get away from here." I glanced at her, urging her to take the overcoat before turning away on my heel fast enough to cause my long skirt to flutter about. As I did, my ears picked up the sound of flesh being dragged along asphalt. Thankfully, with the cloudy sky obscuring the moonlight, that did not cause any new issues. After all, an ordinary person would become too panicked to even communicate if they were to see the massive spider wasps around us. Thank you. A voice trembling with fear called out from behind me, so she was able to answer. Despite the darkness around us, I felt my partner twitch. There aren't any incubi in the area, but will she be all right? I'm neither a protector nor a police officer. I answered dismissively, as though to shirk responsibility. If an incubus was involved, I would mobilize my familia to handle it, without exception. But anything happening after that was not my responsibility. I suppose you aren't. Yep, exactly. I wasn't some sort of do-good witch who would sacrifice herself for another. My duty was simply the extermination of the incubi. To that end, my priority was now the allocation of Ina to my familia, which functioned as both my spear and my shield. Of course, I had already planned around this eventuality as well. The only question was when I would move on to the next phase of my plan. Every preparation was complete. The only unknown factor was its impact. After all, once the plan began, there would be no going back. On a different note, it seems the 73rd nest has fallen. My partner reacted to the sudden arrival of a new telepathic message. Specifically, the message detailed the complete annihilation of a nest housing about 2,000 goblins. The way my partner presented the news, though calmly, but in meticulous detail, was similar to how a child proudly presented their test scores. That being said, I realized then I had been hearing these reports less frequently lately. That would make 6 assaults. That is correct. Throughout those 6 offensives, about 200 braconids had fallen. The alternative plan of exterminating the incubi by enacting a counter-invasion into their world was looking rather bleak. They're getting better at defending themselves with each passing day. They have countermeasures. I expected as much. The incubi weren't completely stupid after all. Just as we devised countermeasures against them, they too developed another counter in return. And there was one particular path they were sure to take. Magic, I suppose. Curiously enough, the familia I summoned all resembled different kinds of arthropods. And that meant they were at a disadvantage when it came to defending against projectiles. And that disadvantage was most prominent when facing long-ranged, high-powered spells. I suspect they started deploying spellcaster types. A simple solution, but a powerful one, As the commander of the forces, it thus fell to me to figure out how to close the distance and bring the fighting back to close quarters distance. Unfortunately, I was not there with the familia on that side. I know you've given general directives to each unit, but those don't seem to be working very well. Because of that, I left a degree of discretion to those familia. I did so primarily to avoid confusion due to my lack of knowledge about the area. As a result, they were able to develop quite a few countermeasures of their own, based on what I taught them. On the other hand, no small number of groups had been annihilated along the way. And as much as I understood that inevitability, a part of me could not come to terms with it. I often found myself wondering if I could have handled it better. What's wrong? The spider wasp handling the unconscious incubus suddenly stopped and turned its head my way. It looked like a cat showing off its catch. No, wait, that wasn't it. When I looked closer, into its large compound eyes, I could see my face staring back and wearing a grim expression. It seemed my thoughts were surfacing on my face. I'm fine. Even if we could not speak the same language, I understood my familia's thoughts. I returned a small smile into those compound eyes, dark as the abyss, but full of warmth. How about we think of some countermeasures later and share them with everyone? Once the spider wasp began to leave, my partner began to speak. Yeah. If we could arrange an effective countermeasure against magic, that would raise the entire group's survival rates. Instead of wasting time feeling sad, I should be using it to think and plan further. That's what I should be doing. I relied on my strong, sturdy familia to survive, after all. But honestly, that did make me a failure as their mother. I began making my way through the tranquil residential area, listening in on the countless incoming telepathic messages. There's one group that stands out in particular, One group, the one that's had the highest number of engagements. My partner identified the group I was focused on and immediately picked out what made it different from the others. It was a particularly aggressive group, one that launched an assault almost daily. They had been continuously improving upon the tactics I initially taught them, but it seemed their recent progress was beginning to plateau. Of course, it had not taken them long to find the right answer. I see. Organisms would evolve to hunt their prey more efficiently, after all, and to evolve required stress. That group had forcibly introduced more stress by engaging in more fights. While they lost numbers along the way, the survivors would evolve that much faster. And by now, that swarm, those brachynids likely retained none of their original form. An eye for an eye, is it? Section. After wrapping the mouse gray overcoat around her, the girl under the bright streetlight continued staring into the darkness. It was not fear, but a shining determination that colored her eyes. "Lieutenant, you okay?" Shadowy figures appeared just outside the light and called out to the girl in fluent English. Their footsteps had been so controlled that it would be impossible to count them unless they revealed themselves. It belonged to this group of cyborg-looking soldiers, each clad in gray equipment and carrying intimidating rifles. "Yeah, I'm fine." The girl's second lieutenant, Morgan Rivas, answered the soldier who had stopped before her. Gone was the vulnerable teenager cowering before the incubus and the familia. That had all been an act. She brushed aside the proffered hand and helped herself up before turning to face the rest of the soldiers with the practiced gravitas of a veteran. "You really had us there for a moment, Lieutenant." "Yeah, seriously. I was seconds away from sending a javelin up that cat's ass myself." The goggles-clad face turned toward an apartment complex overlooking the area. They had stashed heavy ordnance capable of cracking an incubus's sturdy flesh up on that building's rooftop. "My acting was that good, huh?" "Yeah, you deserve an Oscar for Best Actress." The soldier could only return a wry smile as their far younger superior officer winked. It wasn't the usual nihilistic smile forged on the battlefield, but rather a very relieved acceptance from a fellow human. After all, they had been able to avoid the outcome they had seen happen far too often in their home country. "I'm still not sure we needed to take that risk, though." They all knew it was part of their plan, but at the same time, not one of them couldn't feel uneasy about using a young girl as bait. And it was because everything went well that one of the soldiers let his criticism slip. "As we went over in the briefing, I'm the only one capable of detecting her." Morgan responded to the concern, shifting from her casual voice to a sterner tone. Modern technology could not detect Ina after all, so all they had to depend on was Morgan's eyes following the faint glow. "Besides, we had plenty of support and overwatch, and given my abilities, I could escape any bad turns easily enough. The risks were minimal. Needless to say, Morgan, who spoke with complete confidence, is a witch. As one of her nation's greatest soldiers, she had volunteered to act as bait, drawing out an incubus so she could make contact with their true target. Of course, headquarters would never have authorized an operation that would put such a valuable asset at risk. And besides," Morgan continued, pressing the soldiers who, while not dissatisfied, were not entirely convinced. "You guys know failure isn't an option. We need to do everything we can to improve our chances of success." None of the soldiers could rebuke the logic coming from the girl before them, a girl still young enough to need adult supervision. A girl who had no choice but to mature fast and become the witch the adults desperately needed her to be. They knew what had been forced upon her, so they could say nothing in return. "Well, you know, we couldn't have caught her ourselves, so yeah, we owe you one, Lieutenant Morgan." Another voice called out in a joking tone on behalf of the soldiers, the leader of this squad. He pulled up his night vision goggles and looked with pale eyes between the soldier and the girl. "Captain, how is the operation progressing? We've got Delta Team tracking Package 13 now." In response to Morgan's straightforward question, the middle-aged captain gave a thumbs up. "So things are moving forward." Morgan pressed a hand against the gray overcoat draped over her chest. Seeing that, the captain clapped a hand on the shoulder of the sullen-faced soldier standing before Morgan, who nodded silently in return. "Right, mission complete. Let's pull out before the Japs figure us out, yeah." "Sir." The multicam-clad soldiers dispersed in orderly form into the night, through the silent residential area. They passed through narrow alleys, weaved themselves between streetlights, and made their way to their next destination without so much as a pause. There was nobody around, on this island nation, to witness such an extraordinary sight. Then, in the shadows of another alley, the captain signaled with his hands to wait. Like a well-oiled machine, the team came to an immediate stop. "This is Alpha 6 over." The captain immediately responded to a message from headquarters. And though the captain was busy, the rest of the unit kept their firearms at the ready, scanning their surroundings and listening for even the slightest out-of-place sound. A drone was shot down, which was why they could not have misheard their captain's words. With that one sentence, the atmosphere grew unpleasantly burdensome. It was easy enough for the average witch to capture or shoot down a drone, but few of them bothered to do so. Furthermore, this island nation, in particular, did nothing to interfere with them, permitting even civilian drones without restriction. For a drone to be shot down here meant there was someone out there who saw them as a threat and hunted them down. Was it Package 13? But then why? Was it a witch, or was it something else? Lieutenant Morgan tensed up, ready to respond to the threat, only for the captain to stop her with a hand. Roger that. After calmly receiving the message, he let out a heavy sigh. It was only a momentary breath. Immediately, he grew solemn and relayed the orders he received from headquarters. We are aborting the operation. The squad had expected something ominous, but each of them still stiffened up upon hearing the unexpected order. Having finished the announcement, the captain fell silent and appeared to be trying to find something else to add. But there was no time to waste waiting. Morgan, the first to recover from the shock, kept her emotions in check as she spoke. What do you mean, we're aborting the operation? An unknown party shot down one of our drones, so we, the retrieval unit, are to prepare for combat. Although he appeared calm, there was no stopping urgency from coloring his explanation and spreading it to the rest of the squad. Damn it! You've gotta be kidding me. None of the soldiers in the squad could hold back their frustration. After all, shifting to combat-ready status could only mean one thing. The insect familia, capable of effortlessly annihilating battalions of Incubi, was now a potentially hostile force, and to become their target was to die. From the darkness where no streetlights reached, the unit's eyes remained trained on their surroundings. We need to avoid combat with Package 13 at all costs. Our unit is to withdraw before we make an inadvertent encounter. The captain tried to remain calm as he thought back on the briefing. If they were to engage, the unit would be annihilated without question. But there was another, more important reason why they could not afford to engage in hostilities to begin with. Package 13, that is, Silver Lotus, was the silver bullet remedy that would allow them to break their home out of the situation they had become trapped in. At that moment, the overcoat Morgan held close to her person began to crumble and dissolve into the air. Its lingering Ina carried with it the faint fragrance of hope. We're changing course, switch from Route A to Route C for withdrawal. Hurry it up. Roger that. Quickly but quietly, the soldiers began to move once again, rushing through the near-empty residential area. And sewn on the right arms of their uniforms was the American flag. Chapter 2, Transformation. As the night drew to a close, so too did the rampage of the lowlives that haunted the old capital area. With them gone, and the guardians of humanity fast asleep, silence again reigned supreme across the cemetery of a past civilization. But the fighting was not yet over, and what might you be doing? A voice like a clear bell echoed through the darkness. Within the concrete jungle devoid of artificial light, where thick darkness hid everything away, blue phosphorescence bloomed within a certain, dusty back alley. Someone was emitting Ina in such concentration that the invisible matter had taken physical shape. Isn't it obvious? And the one being questioned found herself at a loss for an answer. She was a young girl in dirty black clothes, carrying a halberd disproportionate to her size. Perhaps she was a witch, but she displayed none of the splendor associated with one. Her eyes swept desperately through the air in search of an answer, only to stop at the wall of a multi-tenant building visible from the alley. That incubus over there, I have to destroy it. What a strange thing to say. A crushing pressure interrupted the nonsensical claim. Nonsense, indeed, for its speaker had pointed her tarnished silver halberd at a certain milky white-colored cicada. It was no ordinary brown cicada, but familia belonging to Silver Lotus. Her familia looks like an incubus. The silhouette of a sword, one as long as a person was tall, appeared within the gloom, radiating shining blue that illuminated the dark concrete jungle. A girl in a luxurious ball gown emerged from the inky murk, her heels clicking elegantly against the hard ground. Tell me, is your vision that bad because they switched to your eyes after filling your womb? Despite the playful cock of her head, The voice that came out of her mouth was terrifyingly detached. Her pupils were narrowed, she veiled none of her murderous intent. The witch before her, facing such clear malice. "You're too slow," could not raise her halberd before an azure flash bisected the space. All she could raise was a pitiful, dying squeal. An orb of blue flame suddenly illuminated the alley, revealing the shadow of a forlorn head rolling off the body it had been freed from. She who cut down the witch without hesitation needed not to look back. "Have a good night." The words she recited were as hollow as her tone was mechanical. This was nothing she needed to give any second thought to, not for the enemies she hunted, whose lives she reaped. After all, any whose intentions would harm her beloved savior were no more than nuisances to be culled. Phew, how troublesome. She looked up and wryly smiled at the milky white-colored brown cicada that had silently observed the unfolding violence. "They really do seem to really hate you." Naturally, there was no response. The only time they did react was when they detected the Incubi. While these guardians of humanity were overwhelmingly powerful, they were designed with an overly optimistic expectation of morality and goodwill. That was fine until recently, at least. It was when they had to deal with non-incubus enemies that this weakness appeared. However, she certainly would not be unaware of such a glaring flaw. She was the one who faced the Incubi head-on and crushed them all the same after all. Therefore, there was no need to do something as arrogant as offering to help her. Instead, this girl, an azure nova reignited, would be as a sword. She would be as a sword and wield her blade for the silver lotus that bloomed in this despair-filled swamp that was their world. "A Azure Nova-san." A third voice echoed across the alley lit by pale blue. As Azure Nova reaffirmed the determination she found for herself that day, someone called out to her. Sharp blue eyes narrowed as they caught sight of a figure peering into the alley. "Is something wrong, Red Queen?" When she called out in return, her colleague timidly stepped into the alley. Stepping out of the shadows and into the light of the blue flames was a witch clad in red. Her hair flowing down to her waist, her eyes quivering in fear, and her dress rustling like a rose in the breeze were colored deep burgundy, reminiscent of red wine. But Red Queen, despite her name, was more like a timid animal than a dignified witch. "That witch just now," she began, nervously looking at the blue flames illuminating the alleyway and fearfully clutching a pocket watch hanging over her chest. Azure Nova blinked in response to the trailing question, but said nothing, knowing not how to answer. No, never mind me. It's what might happen to a witch if she's kept alive, after being taken by them," she answered with deliberate vagueness, to the dismay of the wilting witch. And she had done so intentionally, so her colleague would have that frame of reference in mind. After all, if she didn't know exactly what might await her, she may very well fail to struggle to her utmost when the time came. "Let's take this somewhere else." "Okay." Completely obedient, Red Queen straightened up as she gripped the unadorned pocket watch hanging from her neck. The second, minute, and hour hands began to spin, telling different, unrelated times with each turn. A moment later, the colors of the world around them inverted, and the scenery around them changed from the dusty back alley to the roof of a high-rise hotel. Beneath the two witches' feet were the faded markings denoting the edge of an old helipad. The hems of their dresses fluttered in the night breeze as their eyes gazed down upon the old capital area. They either become brainwashed through magic, or they willingly choose to become slaves and fight on the side of the Incubi. Red Queen stiffened up at the sound of Azure Nova's sudden explanation. So becoming a seedbed isn't the only thing that can happen to a captured witch. She spoke of their terrible fate with the casualness of one picking out ingredients to cook for dinner. It was a horrifying reality nobody acknowledged. The witch just now, she chose to become a slave. Cold, blue eyes cast an icy gaze toward a certain apartment complex in the dark. Incubi were powerful, not only because they were physically strong, but also because they could toy with people's hearts and minds with ease. Just as they easily made seedbeds out of witches their seedbeds, so too did they turn witches into enemies of humanity. Her familia could not alert her of the danger they were in and were helpless against this enemy, at least until a certain witch stepped in. On the other hand, it was possible she was purposely sacrificing her weaker pieces to conserve her strength, or that she was aware of this particular weak point. What about the witch before her? Was she the same? From their position on this rooftop, the pair had noticed a witch surveying the old capital area from a certain red and white radio tower. With the power of Red Queen's magic, Azure Nova had performed an instantaneous and unavoidable decapitation. That one wasn't working for the Incubi, but for another country. Another country. Hearing that an entity on a national scale intended her harm, the Crimson Cooperator, not that she had a choice to refuse, grew pale. She had never expected, to say the least, their opponents to be not an individual but an entire nation. Yep, from all the way across the ocean. The Blue Witch took a calculated step away from her seemingly ready-to-vomit colleague. They're an organization that keeps tabs on the more powerful witches and looks for ways to control them. She deliberately avoided mentioning how they did not just cajole witches into cooperation, but also kidnap and strongarm them into service. The corners of Azure Nova's lips curled up in a smirk as she recalled a recent string of failed attempts. They keep tabs? Why, you mean like the drone that time? A certain incident from a recent, peaceful night came to Red Queen's mind. To the average witch, drones were merely expensive gadgets owned by enthusiastic but harmless fans. However, that particular drone, Azure Nova had destroyed it the moment they spotted it. In other words, that was another organization, but a similar one. Her timid colleague swallowed nervously at the casual explanation. It had been a civilian drone, but Azure Nova knew its multicam-clad operator belonged to a certain military. And last night, a group of those people had been operating in a residential area. It could have been the National Defense Force, right? The words, another organization, had Red Queen squeaking out her wishful thoughts. All would certainly have been well and good had that been the popular National Defense Force. You know, the National Defense Force does not involve our witches, right? Unlike the military forces of other nations, the National Defense Force of Japan did nothing to incorporate witches into their ranks. There were many, both domestically and internationally, that questioned their policy of non-interference. But those protests fell silent as skilled witches emerged from the civilian populace. Since then, the National Defense Force has not changed their policy. Then, what organization is it? Azure eyes stared disinterestedly at Anxious, trembling crimson. Her unspoken answer was clear: knowing changed nothing. As far as Azure Nova was concerned, the identity of these organizations operating in the country, illegally or otherwise, and to whom they belonged was a trivial concern. Does it matter? What matters is if they get in her way. They were not making chance encounters, but planned contact. Their purpose was not to gather information, but rather to make it easier to capture her. If that was truly their intention, then it was clear what Azure Nova had to do. I'll cut down every last one of them. Red Queen trembled as she squeezed her beloved pocket watch, growing terrified of the murderous intent leaking from those azure eyes. The witch that had taken her head once before was deadly serious, after all. Not once had Azure Nova hesitated nor failed to eliminate any she determined to be an enemy. That would not change even if her enemies were a nation's dogs of war. Section: a swarm of incubi were marching through the barren landscape of their home world. Put simply, it was a literal Hayaki Yagyu. A tense atmosphere hung over this group, making their way to their comrades' fallen nest. The 73rd one, to be exact. This was their first counteroffensive against the invaders that had rampaged and plundered freely through Incubus territory. Hey, how much further until we get there? There's still a long way to go, GRR. A small, bowgun-carrying goblin glared out into the wilderness in the distance. If they took too long to reclaim the nest, those loathsome familia would have repurposed it into a stronghold of their own, and the ensuing battle would be that much more deadly. Time did not favor the incubi here. It won't help to rush it. One of the lycanthropes, a sentry protecting the column's flank, spoke out to calm the irritated goblin. We are already moving as fast as we can without overexerting ourselves doing so. Any faster would be reckless. The incubi knew what they needed to do this time, so the group quickly formed and set out in no time at all. After all, since incubi were formed purely of Ina, they did not need any other sustenance. All they had to prepare was themselves, their weapon, and any little thing they liked. Now, that group, akin to a rapid response task force, was advancing as fast as they could. Besides, you wouldn't want to be too tired to smash some bugs, right? The lycanthrope let out a hoarse guffaw that showed off its wicked fangs, while a nearby orc warrior nodded in agreement. But only those who had experienced the front lines could understand that goblin's frustration. It wasn't just the time limit motivating it, but also the desire to avenge its comrades. It's a flying insect that defeated our comrades. Don't make the mistake of thinking it'll be that easy. An imp flying above the shoulders of the marching orcs at the center of the column suddenly called out to them. Knowing that the nest had fallen despite its fellows being present during the defense had deflated the imp's ego. It did not attempt to hide its displeasure, of course, but the other incubi saw no value in heeding the warning of an incubus dragged through the mud. That, in turn, changed the target of the imp's rancor to the brethren that had fallen in the defense of the nest. But for them to have lost to mere bugs. At that moment, a beam of light flashed across the landscape, and the imp's head burst without warning. Taken by complete surprise, the army of incubi collectively stopped. A few seconds later, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. It was magical sniper fire, far more powerful than what even imps were capable of. The first of the incubi to comprehend the situation was an orc warrior. Enemy sniper. All shields up now. Its booming voice was a roar that broke its comrades out of their stupor. Of course, that was not enough. Rearranging their narrow column formation required delegated instruction. That fell on various incubi who began shouting and waving their arms, directing the comrades under their command. In other words, they made themselves obvious targets. You, imp, duck, you're being target. An orc's head popped like a balloon. Next was the imp who missed the call. Its upper body exploded. The incubi giving commands died in quick succession. The chaos they were supposed to quell instead began to expand. Is it a witch? But there were no witches to be found in the incubi homeworld. Another imp screeched at the ridiculous idea coming from its comrade. Impossible, inconceivable. We're returning fire. Then came blinding lightning, roaring thunder. Multiple gray shadows, silhouetted against the red moon, suddenly dropped out of the sky. They were all missing their upper halves. That included the proud imp that tried to rally its fellows for a counterattack. It, too, had been shot dead. In the blink of an eye, the incubi had lost every one of their spellcasters, and the group fell into further panic. Where are they attacking from? How should I know? Grog. The next victims of the deadly bolts were the large ogres that stood out among the group. Their skin melted and their muscles burst. Their magical resistance was not enough to stop the concentrated blasts of magic. Before long, the last of these incubi, despite boasting greater toughness than even orcs, toppled over dead. Enemies incoming. A goblin looked to the sky and cried out, its voice closer to a shriek than a shout now. From above, a formation of jet black descended, having timed their entrance as the incubi lost the last of their melee specialists. The suffocating din of their buzzing wings heralded their arrival, even as the light of the red moon gleamed against their exoskeletons. There was no mistaking them. The calamity that now hardly resembled the braconid it started as. The insectoid familia. Thunder no longer roared through the sky. Rain took its place. The buzzing of wings. Thinking their luck was finally turning, the remaining incubi readied their weapons and repositioned themselves, using a combination of their shields and the corpses of their comrades to form a ramshackle phalanx. Their morale was still as low as it could be, but they would not flee. Hold, draw them in, let them come closer. Hold. As soon as they're close, do not let them get away. Let fly everything you have. Despite having lost their spellcasters, the incubi would not simply roll over and die without a fight. They had countermeasures to deploy, after all, developed at great cost. But of course, the incubi weren't the only ones evolving and adapting with each encounter. They received knowledge from the mother, knowledge she filtered and disseminated for them to learn. From her, they learned to determine priority targets. From her, they learned to develop specialized individuals. From her, they learned to employ new tactics. The familia these incubi faced were a unit unlike any other, optimized for fighting a war of extermination. Hey, what's that? A lycanthrope detected another incoming group, flying so close to the ground that they seemed to be crawling. While smaller than the shadows above, they approached with the same bullet-like speed. Their goal was threefold: support, disrupt, overwhelm. To do so, these taconid flies made their entry. having evolved to become tiny assassins specialized in masking their Ina radiation to silently kill unsuspecting incubi. It's a simultaneous attack. No, the ones in the sky were a distraction. The abnormality of a two-pronged assault by these alien variants left the incubi disturbed. However, neither time nor the familia would not stop for them. Here they come. Shoot, just shoot. Mounting unrest and confusion left no room for disciplined fire. The weak drizzle of arrows fell far short of stopping the incoming inorganic hostility. And before long, the inexorable tide of familia swallowed the paltry resistance before them. That day marked a new apex of evolution for the familia. Chapter 3, Discrepancy. Ni-chan, I'll protect you. What kind of dream was my little sister having as she slept defenselessly away on my lap? I wondered. As I carefully brushed back a lock of hair from her cheek to behind her ear, a happy smile appeared on her face. She sure is sleeping peacefully. Yeah. After finishing dinner and an anime episode, Fuka immediately fell asleep, almost like she was running on batteries that had dried up. I had finished cleaning up anyway, and since today was a day off, it was fine to spoil her like this. Experiencing a casual, ordinary day like this reminded me of what made me who I was. I'm starting to see why your sister can be excited enough to keep from falling asleep until after it's over. From atop the dining table, my jumping spider-like partner posed like it was deep in thought. What had gotten into it? The animation, the direction, and the passion of the voice acting. It was all truly wonderful, wasn't it? It seemed my partner, whose goal was to become a well-read mascot, had become interested in a new subculture. This was, of course, about a recent anime Fuka had been obsessed with, night witches. Or maybe it was supposed to be night witches. In any case, the protagonist of this anime was, of course, a witch. Since I only sometimes watched it with Fuka and missed episodes due to being busy with errands, I had not been able to follow it very well. Some of the lines Aja-Hassan said, her words were actually quite moving. Really now? My partner likely referred to what the protagonist said to free her friends of their enemies' brainwashing. It was a pretty memorable scene, especially since they had an insert song playing too. Azuma-san. Don't you dare say it. I haven't even said anything yet. I know exactly what you want to say. My partner had been impressed by how the protagonist, despite being calm and soft-spoken, clearly and passionately voiced their thoughts. Something I could never do. Breaking character like that had meaning because she did it for her friends. All I had done with my words was pile a mountain of incubi corpses. Nothing I said could move, let alone save anyone. In the first place, words alone couldn't do anything in this world. But I shouldn't be applying the rules of reality to a work of fiction. And it wasn't just a work of fiction, but an anime about a witch who overcame all sorts of problems to find a happy ending. There was nothing wrong with that. If the gloom and oppression of reality wormed their way into creativity, there truly was no saving this world. Are you worried about the drones? My partner, after moving to the top of the backrest of the sofa I sat on, asked in a serious voice. It was, of course, about an issue we were currently facing. That had to be on purpose, easing me into a tougher topic by starting with an unrelated one, right? It wasn't like I was an unstable WH that needed coddling like that. Still, I answered, keeping my voice low enough not to wake Fuka. Of course. The drone we spotted the other day was tracking me. Although it was a model available to the public, it wasn't one that drone enthusiasts would use. It didn't belong to an ordinary person, did it? No. I could bring the marsh mosquitoes out of hibernation and have them explore the surrounding area. I would have them focus on the area where my coat had dematerialized, where I detected multiple people. I find it hard to believe that was just a coincidence. I don't like believing that was all just an act, but not all of it had to be an act. In other words, she could have been an unwitting victim being taken advantage of. That would imply they weren't picky about the means to their goal, to gather information. Ugh, that really makes me sick. Could they be incubi sympathizers who have slipped in among the refugees? Just as there were people who deified witches, so too were there incubi sympathizers. They were once treated as just another counterculture contrarian organization, but have since been relabeled as a terrorist group. I had yet to meet any members for myself, though. They might belong to puppet military. That was certainly more realistic than sympathizers if they were from across the ocean. In other words, from the People's Republic of China, a former superpower reduced to the real-life equivalent of a certain strategy board game about conquest, featuring multiple factions, including military forces controlled by Incubi jostling for control. What if some factions left that stage? That could explain why fewer Incubi have been appearing lately. That would be troublesome if so, Azuma-san. That alone won't be a problem. Since they considered humans fodder, Incubi used them as not just livestock, but also to fight. However, I did have a way to neutralize any humans that fought for them. I had yet to use it though. It was not because I was worried about its actual efficacy in live use, but because of the complexity of this situation. There's that witch. I had noticed a shift in Ina magic just before the drone was destroyed. In this world, the only beings that could use magic were the Incubi and witches. And since the former were immediately hunted upon detection, that left just the latter. Who could they be? They're not an enemy, I hope. It was a wishful thought. Was it even possible to negotiate with a witch who would use magic to strike down a drone? It could also be the same witch from the old capital area, the one stalking me. That would make the situation potentially more dangerous. It made me worry about Azure Nova's safety. I hadn't seen her since I told her about that photo. In case anything happens, if negotiations failed, then I would subdue them by force. It would be the same as always. We'll take them out. Of course. My partner's expression was unreadable, but its voice was unmistakably upset. I was certain mine sounded similar. This is not quite as simple as just eradicating the Incubi, is it? While I did have ways of handling the situation, the lack of information kept us from making a move. After all, we had no way of knowing who was directly involved and who was inadvertently caught up in it. My familia, specialized as they were in exterminating Incubi, were limited in their ability to handle this. Right now, the unstable supply of Ina further restricted their activities as well. Can't always get what we want, I guess. Azuma-san. But if and only if Fuka or anyone close to me were in danger, I would do what I must and make that drastic change. I would change how my familia determined friend and foe. I couldn't predict the full extent of the possible results and ramifications of doing so, but I did know doing so was a double-edged sword that, if I took the wrong step, could threaten all of humanity. At the moment, my familia completely ignored humans, but once I gave the order, they would exterminate with prejudice and without regard to age or gender. Let's. A monotonous ringtone suddenly sounded. I pulled my ringing cell phone from my chest pocket to see a familiar name on the screen. I looked toward my partner, who crossed its forelegs in front of its face, a silent gesture. In other words, we'll continue later. Hello. Dad. The caller was my father of this life. I wasn't sure if I should wake Fuka for this. Renka. The voice that called me by name was as gentle and warm as always. I felt my lips soften into a smile. Sorry for calling, all of a sudden. As always, father started the call with an apology. It wasn't easy for him to get the time, and when he did, it wasn't always a good one. But that was because father was managing another responsibility, national defense. That's okay. You seem busier than usual lately, though. Is everything all right? Yep, everything's all good. You know what kind of tough guy your dad is, don't you? I could imagine him flexing the biceps of his free arm despite being on the other end of the call. My father, a kind of air superiority fighter pilot, apparently called an Eagle driver, was, without a doubt, a tough guy. He was a modern-day Sakamori, defending Kyushu Day and Night from the Incubi and their puppet military forces. And the squadron responsible for saving the most lives among the members of the National Defense Force was the one father was a part of. Renka house Fuka. Fuka, who would usually energetically recount everything from her recent exploits at school to tonight's dinner, was sleeping peacefully on my lap. She's asleep, maybe a little more tired than usual. It'd be better not to wake her up then. I stopped my hand from reaching for her rising and falling shoulders. Now was the only time he got to talk with Fuka, while she was still playing, studying, and growing as a child should. No one wanted to be there to see it all more than our father. And for Fuka, this could be their last conversation together. After all, our father worked in a world where there was no guarantee of seeing the next day, so I wanted to wake her up. Dad. It's fine, I will call again. Father answered, as though he saw right through my feelings. He said similar things before, and never once had he been wrong. There were no absolutes in this world, but I still wanted to believe in those words nonetheless. I couldn't win against him. All right. Good. So instead, tell me your recent exploits. I haven't heard any in a while, you know. What are you expecting to hear? Haha, I'm kidding. How's school going? There was nothing to talk about besides my studies. Until I realized there were so many small things that had happened. There was that beautiful hawkmoth Kaneshiro drew. There was the time Masaki gave me that inarazushi, etc. I was surprised by how many things there were to talk about. It was a world of difference compared to last year. Stuff like that. It sounds to me like you've been enjoying school, huh? If we didn't find a place to end the conversation, it felt as though we might keep talking forever. It helped that Father knew exactly when to respond, and it made me want to keep talking. Say, Renka. Is there anything bothering you lately? He suddenly changed the topic. He sounded serious, completely different from his casual answers to my talking just now. Do I sound that way? I had a feeling. I had thought I kept it tamped down enough to keep from showing, but maybe it came through in another way. Or maybe Father was just that perceptive. At times like these, being vague and diverting the other party's attention would never work. Dad. Maybe I could ask my father for advice. With how much my partner and I had already discussed it, there was only so much we could figure out in the direction we were going in. Getting an outside perspective might give us a clue to resolving our situation. What should I do to overcome an unfavorable situation? Since I hadn't told him I had become a witch, I had to keep the question vague. After a moment of silence, my father began to speak, and I strained my ears to listen. First and foremost, do not give up. Right. The first point was the most obvious one, and the most important, of course. After all, giving up meant defeat was certain, and defeat meant disaster befalling not just me, but also eventually spreading to Fuka. So giving up was not an option. Next, do not relent in your attacks, even when it's unfavorable. It made sense. Continue attacking to keep the enemy from taking the initiative. I completely agreed with the idea, but in an unfavorable situation, it seemed like a reckless choice. In your dear old dad's case, Renka, fighter jets can only fly forward and attack in that same direction, right? So they have to pick a target in front of them. That made sense, given how fighter jets worked. But that probably wasn't the entire point he was trying to make. The thing is, you don't find opportunities by waiting around. You have to take action and force the other party to respond. That was what I had been doing this whole time. But that only worked because I had been fighting Incubi. And no matter who the other party is, you'll be able to see what they're doing and how. No, wait, nothing truly changed, did it? So find every little opportunity you can. Then, when the time comes, strike at everything with the best that you've got. Despite fighting from a completely different angle, my father's advice was exactly what I always did. His words made me realize that, even if the enemies were humans instead of Incubi, nothing had changed. It was like my field of vision, narrowed by my cautiousness, was blown wide open. Well, it's also easier said than done, of course. Just as Father began letting out a self-deprecating laugh, an ear-splitting siren drowned him out. Ah, sorry, Renka. I don't even know if that answers your question. It was a scramble alarm. When I heard my father's tone change to that of a veteran Eagle driver, he seemed like a completely different person. We were out of time, but the call had yet to disconnect, so I would have to keep it short. No, I understood. Thanks, Dad. I'm happy we were able to talk. And so I sent off my father, who had continued to watch over us even after our mother went missing. Take care. I'll be off. Section, as though it had absorbed the darkness of the night, the sea that separated Japan from the rest of the continent was as black as ink. The only light came from the twinkling of stars far, far up in the sky. But the steel wings soaring far above human reach needed no guiding light. They belonged to 4 all-weather air superior fighters, each equipped with electronic eyes capable of seeing through the darkness, flying over the sea that had claimed countless lives that day. Man-Eater 1 to all units, enemy aircraft has breached the interception line. Master arms on, safety's off. The pilot, wearing a helmet with a faceplate resembling an insect's compound array, flipped a switch on a panel on the right of the cockpit. That one action had been done enough times to become a natural habit, and it meant waking the steel-winged supersonic arrow meant for destroying the enemy. After all, the National Defense Force, busy fending off the Incubi, had no leeway to engage in conventional warfare. So what was the Man-Eater Squadron, having determined the foreign entity invading Japanese airspace was a hostile craft? Night Witch to Man-Eater Squadron. 6 targets, heading 270, Angels 10, range distance 200. It was a message from the AEW and C, having tracked the unidentified craft's silhouette. After confirming the incoming flight path, the pilot let out a small sigh from behind their oxygen mask. This is Man-Eater 1, copy that. All units proceed. The flight control system sent input information to the wings, and the fighter's nose, painted to look like a shark's mouth, shifted in response. As the companion craft continued tracking the target, the roar of its turbofan engine sounded hollow as it echoed across the night sky. They demonstrated the superior skills they had developed during a bygone peaceful era, when they were little more than just Sakimori by title, as they flew in formation. Radar contact. Shortly after the aircraft's nose was turned, its electronic eye found its targets. With that, they confirmed the number and identified the aircraft based on their positions and speed. There were 6 in total. The 4 in the lead were likely escorts, while the 2 in the back were the targets. All 4 escorts were already changing the course of their approach. Despite receiving no communication, the radar within the nose had already detected their maneuvering. They were likely pursued by puppet military forces until they arrived at these waters, and despite their dwindling fuel and ammunition, they intended to engage their biggest obstacle to safety, the National Defense Force. Furthermore, they had to fly slower to accommodate the transports they escorted, likely filled with refugees hoping to escape the continent. Copy that. This is Man-Eater 1, engaging the target. The pilot of Man-Eater 1 declared. Their voice was neither sympathetic nor merciful, it was emotionless, inorganic. Seeker open. This is Man-Eater 2, engaging the target. This is Man-Eater 3. They each operated their displays and selected the weapon with the longest range. There would be no dogfighting. The BVR missiles hanging from hard points on the air superiority fighter seemed to glare into the night sky. The outcome had long since been determined. Even so, the escort still confronted the Man-Eater Squadron. All they wanted was to help their families, their loved ones, and their closest friends escape the hellscape the main continent had become. Target locked. The electronic eye caught sight of the enemy craft flying hidden within the darkness of the night. Then, after skimming the information that flew past the heads-up display, human eyes glared off into the uncrossable distance. Fox 3. Down came the merciless death sentence. Fox 3, Fox 3. Anti-aircraft missiles detached themselves from their hard points and began spewing crimson flames that would light up the night. These supersonic arrows accelerated to Mach 4, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Having combusted its solid fuel, it shed its inertia and took flight. The radar captured the enemy aircraft scattering in a panic. But with terminal guidance already active, half-hearted jamming and evasion meant nothing. Good kill. Blips began disappearing from the radar. Meanwhile, outside, under the starry night sky, the lights of 4 lives were extinguished. 2 remaining aircraft, course unchanged. It seemed they knew even if they lost their escort, they could not change course. They understood it all too well. They had no choice but to press on in hopes of reaching Japan. If they turned back, they would face the puppet military's fighter jets. Bring them down, Man-Eater Squadron. But even if innocents were on board, even if there were children, they had to be shot down. And the task of doing so was entrusted to the aerial forces of the National Defense Force. They must show no mercy. Not after the tragedy of Naha, when over half the population was killed or abducted by Incubi that had wormed their way in by hiding among the refugees. That was why the Man-Eater Squadron had been established, to shoot down all foreign aircraft and prevent the fall of Okinawa Prefecture from happening again. This is Man-Eater 1, copy that. The pilot of the squadron responsible for the largest body count among the nation's admired National Defense Force gave a terse response. It was almost mechanical, suppressing every emotion and devoid of any feeling. Man-Eater 2, you're with me. This is Man-Eater 2, copy that. As gray wings sliced the night sky, the sharp-toothed shark mouth at their nose shifted again to face their next target. A square symbol appeared on the pilot's heads-up display. It confirmed their two targets. This is Man-Eater 2, Seeker Open. Seeker Open. The transport that square represented was likely filled with more passengers than it should be carrying. But there was no way to know the exact number, because when they hit the water below, they no longer had any discernible form. Target locked. All it took was the push of a single button. That one button would commit wholesale slaughter. But while most people would avoid having to do so, the pilot unhesitatingly pressed the button. There was no room to hesitate when eliminating the possibility of harm and danger befalling those who must be protected. Fox 3. Fox 3. Crimson flames blazed across the night sky, falling behind steel wings. It was impossible for the large and slow transport plane to evade, but only the electronic eye would see the moment of impact. With that, the final enemy aircraft disappeared from the radar, and the father of two children looked on with indifference. Chapter 4, Disturbance. The sunlight pouring down from the cloudless blue sky was blinding against the ivory white of the flat earth. Though, of course, it wasn't exactly made of earth per se. It was not organic material, after all, but simple, solid concrete. It was a runway, to be exact, spanning over 3,000 meters of material capable of withstanding the intense heat coming from afterburners. Two pairs of eyes were looking out upon the hazy scene of the runway. "You seem kinda depressed, Lieutenant," a middle-aged soldier noted as he crossed his sturdy, muscular arms. Hidden under sunglasses, his pale eyes glanced at the young lieutenant nearby. "Not happy with it, huh?" With their age difference, they might seem like father and daughter, if not for the strange sight of the young girl wearing a multicam uniform. Her gaze was stern as she looked out from under the shade to the hangar connected to the runway. "No, I guess I don't." Second Lieutenant Morgan Revis swallowed back her denial and instead affirmed the question. "I don't like it, but I get it." She honestly expressed the feelings she had repressed during the briefing. After all, the only one listening to her now, out here by the hangar, was this one adult beside her. "I get it, but that doesn't mean we can afford to pull any more of us out of the country." Headquarters had loaded up 3 more witches onto a transport and sent them across the Pacific Ocean. Morgan had an indescribable expression, conflicted about seeing her best friends, her comrades and teammates, soon. The U.S. Army was renowned as the world's strongest military force, but it also boasted the greatest number of witches within its roster. America had used thermonuclear warheads at the start of the Incubi incursion, only to hurt themselves more than they did the invaders. As it was, they barely held the line with their conventional forces, even with witches among them. Since the beginning of the war, most of the major cities along the East Coast had fallen. In total, 14 states were currently under Incubi control. With that in mind, Morgan found it difficult not to worry about the ramifications of taking a skilled unit like the one she belonged to away from the front. "Yeah, but what can you do?" The middle-aged captain who shared the same sentiment agreed with her, sighing as he looked toward the sky. Even though humans teetered on the brink of destruction, the azure sky was as beautiful as ever. Especially with the drone. "You said that was done by a witch, right?" Morgan had overseen the inspection of the destroyed drone, only to discover traces of remnant Ina. In other words, there was a witch hostile to them out there. They had yet to identify the witch or her purpose. This unknown witch had targeted only their drones thus far, but her intention was clear, thoroughly destroying even the backup units. "You know, honestly, this is really hard for me to admit, but..." "I'm listening." Witches were only young girls, inexperienced with handling overwhelming power. They had the power to slay incubi, but from a different perspective, they could just as easily murder their fellow humans. That uncertainty was why they needed to be managed by a proper military force, an organization experienced in managing violence. However, the country they were in now did nothing to bind their witches and instead neglected them. In doing so, their national security became a matter of the witches' ethics. Put another way, the Japanese government had no safeguard in place should an individual witch go rogue. In the worst-case scenario, there would be nothing they could do but pray to the heavens. "The witches here, the truth is, I really wouldn't handle them on my own." She spat the bitter truth, closing her large blue eyes in guilt as she did so. Many of the witches that operated within this strange island nation were among the top of the numbered. The power gap between them and Morgan was not something combat experience alone could bridge. That was why the guys at home were sending another team to join them in Japan to manage any hostile witches. You don't need to feel guilty because of that. Besides, the four of you are the team. The captain made an effort to speak calmly, to reassure the worrying girl. Morgan had arrived before the rest of the retrieval unit, but her original role was serving as the eyes of her witch unit. If the retrieval unit were to encounter an opponent Morgan alone could not handle, it made sense for the suits back home to send over the rest of her team. But, Lieutenant, you know just as well as I do that the situation is always changing, which means the best decisions are, too. The implication was clear. Witch units were valuable military assets, and the U.S. Army would deploy them when necessary to maximize the chances of a successful mission. So it was for the best, minimizing sacrifices and the time needed to accomplish their goals. I guess you're right. In other words, make every move they can. Morgan, settling into her thoughts, quietly nodded. This plan of theirs would determine the fate of their country, and they were already stumbling at the first step. It was all too clear that her thinking was far more inflexible than she had thought. Of course I am. So there's no need to feel guilty about it. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the older captain let out a hearty chuckle. Morgan turned her eyes toward the same azure sky her sunglasses-clad superior was looking at. Thank you, Captain. Didn't say anything I need to be thanked for. The two pairs of eyes watched as a multi-role combat aircraft took flight, leaving contrails across the blue sky. It belonged to their base, of course, and was heading out to secure the flight path for their airlifter. The roar of its turbofan came a moment later, after a short delay. Besides, I'm more worried about the plan itself. The older captain glanced down at the watch, wrapped around his sturdy wrist, before turning a weary smile back toward the sky. Operation Prince on a White Horse, was it? A faraway look came over Morgan's eyes as she recalled the mission briefing from the back of her mind. Stripped of all excess, the plan was simple. Intervene in a battle between Package 13 and the Incubi, then provide support to establish a friendly relationship with her. But who, exactly, named it Operation Prince on a White Horse? I thought for sure we'd taken back the initiative, but here we are now. You're telling me. I thought it was the CIA's job to build friendly relations, but... The pair let out simultaneous sighs, lamenting the state of said relations. It certainly was true that they had removed unrelated personnel and retaken the operation, but at the same time, the path to completing the objective remained unclear. Their escape plan, using witches and borrowing attack helicopters from the Marines to secure an exit path, was taken care of. The main issue was how they were supposed to secure Package 13. It was better than just kidnapping her. But yeah, if she really does know about the drones, it's gonna be hard getting her to trust us. As he calmly talked through the situation, the captain turned his gaze down to the runway bathing in the early summer sunlight. The bitterness in his eyes seemed to mirror the hazy waves of heat he looked upon. What I want to know is, what happened to them saying they'd do whatever they could to help make sure we succeed? Their plan the other night was to covertly gather as much information about Package 13 as they could. They would then pass what they learned to CIA personnel, who had previously assured them they would do their utmost to find a way to make her comply. Believing in their words, Morgan and her team had done everything they could, but all the higher-ups, everyone in the CIA, they all backed down after what happened the other day. We had contingencies in the operation if or when we were discovered, but while they had managed to avoid hostile contact with Package 13's subordinates, there had always been the risk. That risk came to fruition when she, the witch who exterminated an estimated battalion-sized force of Incubi, pointed her forces at Pacific Command at Yokota Air Base and had them annihilated. Thankfully, their contingency accounted for that, and their backups meant the operation continued without interruption. However, having now seen firsthand the utter devastation wrought by Package 13's hand, the upper echelons began to hesitate. Morgan could not be more irritated by their indecision. There was no time for them to be picky about their methods. Well, I have my own thoughts on the matter, but you know how it goes. Orders are orders. The captain glanced over at Morgan, answering the girl's furrowed eyebrows with a wry smile of his own to end his thought. Many in the army joined up out of duty and obligation, but often found themselves dissatisfied with the unexpected bureaucracy. While they could hold back many complaints, too many disagreements could lead to distrust in upper management and worsen the chances of a successful mission. The captain, of course, understood well what it meant to hold back his complaints. Right, orders are orders. Having spotted a certain silhouette along a heading she recalled studying, Morgan carefully repeated the captain's words. She looked like a child repeating the words she was once chided with. Yet, having survived the battles she, too, was a soldier who could bury her complaints under a simple mantra. Captain Bryce. While watching the ground crew scramble into action, a thought came to Morgan's mind, and she called out to the captain beside her. Her voice had shed some of its earlier tension and was audible even over the noise filling the area. The prince on the white horse is actually her, right? Haha, yeah, there's no doubt about that. Captain Bryce's dry laugh seemed to echo across the azure sky. Section, the crashing waves brought to shore various objects. Seaweed, bits of wood, empty plastic bottles, burnt pieces of clothing, charred shoes, and bodies. Searching the beach were the silhouettes of 4 people. Of course, they were not supposed to be out and about at night, and certainly not around a restricted beach. A flashlight occasionally blinked on and off, revealing one of the figures. A young man dressed in casual, mismatched clothes. "Hi Lang, are you all right?" The narrow-eyed young man seemed to light up as he found what he was searching for among the debris. He spoke not in Japanese, but in Mandarin. A pair of black furry ears, half buried under nearby sand, twitched upon hearing the voice. "Yeah, no trouble here." The owner of those ears emerged from the sand, speaking tersely in a voice that still sounded of childish innocence. Her slender body was wrapped in all black, as though her clothes were cut from the night itself. Her long black hair, covered in sand, fell to her waist, ending where a black tail began. Judging from her appearance, she was not entirely human. Likely a witch. "You guys landed safely too." Her golden, wolf-like eyes looked over the gathered figures. After registering each of their presences, her face seemed to relax in relief. The faint swelling at the corners of her eyes said it all. She had been crying until recently. "Yeah, it wasn't a problem for us." As she had averted her gaze, the narrow-eyed young man momentarily paused before answering her. It seemed he was deliberately giving her time to regain her calm. The abnormal witch realized his intention a moment later, and her face hardened once more, taking on a pained expression. "You didn't do anything wrong, Hai Lang." "I can only imagine how hard it must have been." The young man's eyes turned toward a shoe that had washed ashore before turning back to meet the witch's gaze. There was nothing more he could say to the girl, who could only helplessly watch as 401 refugees and 14 soldiers died. It had been a necessary sacrifice to ensure they deceived Japan's National Defense Force into thinking it was just another transport. "Captain, we should get moving before patrols come around." After nodding to acknowledge his subordinate's words, the young man began to move, leading the group toward the retaining wall. At the top was a fence covered in barbed wire, a deterrent to stop illegal immigrants. Using bolt cutters, the men quickly opened a hole large enough for a person to crawl through. There weren't any Lingyu. "It's unbelievable. I never thought there would come a day we see none of the water myself." The abnormal witch spoke up to ease the heavy atmosphere, and her partner, silent until that moment, answered her. They referred to an aquatic incubus, named after a monster fish from the Shanghai Jing, that rampaged unchecked across the ocean due to the lack of witches capable of fighting underwater. However, as the pair noted, they had not encountered any such incubi in these waters. "While we cannot confirm it for ourselves, I believe the familia of the butterfly is responsible for wiping them out." After slipping under the fence, the narrow-eyed young man answered their observation, even as he kept vigilant. The one he called the butterfly, a symbol of good fortune, was of course the queen of the insects that protected this island nation, an extraordinary witch. With all they had sacrificed to get this far, it was still too unclear to say hope awaited them at the end. However, they were confident, even if this was all circumstantial evidence, that their hope of overturning the situation on the mainland might come to fruition. In response, the abnormal witch's partner, a hair accessory, twinkled like a star in the dark. If this is what she is capable of, I'll have to give up my title as the mainland's strongest. Yeah. The voice that answered it was soft, but calm and full of hope. She had no attachment to the title that had been forced on her. Rather, the earnest honesty in that hope brought pained expressions to the wordless faces of the soldiers around her. They knew all too well the weight of the heavy burden resting on those thin, fragile shoulders. Hey, what are you guys doing over there? A loud, angry cry shattered the stillness of the night as a harsh light shone down on the group. The young man's sharp eyes quickly tallied the number of people that had appeared along the sidewalk, along the fence. Meanwhile, the abnormal witch instantly changed her position, deliberately trying to stay hidden from the flashlight. They're earlier than expected. The curfew is in effect right now. You're not allowed to go out at night. Since the National Defense Force lacked the resources to do so, there were volunteer groups who patrolled up and down the coast. Practically vigilantes, these people were tasked with immigration control, eliminating refugees that had snuck over from the mainland. The young man could not help but click his tongue in annoyance. This four-man patrol had appeared earlier than expected. Hey, didn't you hear me? We're moving up the schedule. Understood. The unit was not intimidated in the least, despite the vigilante group before them brandishing firearms. Why would they? They belonged to an organization whose everyday business was violence. The volunteers before them were like babies in comparison. But they're civilians. Their obstacles, terse rejection, cut the Black Wolf's plea for mercy hopelessly short. He respected the witch who, despite having sacrificed so much to save just as many, had yet to lose the goodness in her heart. However, there was no room for that goodness if they hoped to complete their mission. Eliminate them. Understood. The witch turned her face away as the cruel order came down. As the vigilantes carelessly drew closer, the young men of the unit shifted slightly, just enough to hide the position of their dominant hands. It happened so naturally, so seamlessly to not alert these vigilantes. What are you guys sneaking around for, huh? Wait, they spoke Chinese. One among the group recognized the language they spoke. It just so happened that he had once been part of a Yakuza group that had ties to the mainland. And now, it was a language commonly used by illegal immigrants trying to sneak into this country. At the realization, the man immediately aimed his shotgun. They must be refugee. 2 explosive pops stopped him from finishing, and the upper chest and lower stomach area of his white shirt began turning red. These refugees' intent wasn't to flee, but to preemptively attack. The vigilante fell to his knees. The seemingly unarmed refugees had drawn their weapons at some point, and now they pointed their guns at the remaining vigilantes. It took a moment, an all too long moment, for the vigilantes to understand what was happening. Their Og. In that fatal moment, the refugees opened fire. Each vigilante member took 2, maybe 3 bullets, guaranteeing an instant death. As they fell, empty shells hit the ground as well, clinking dryly off the floor. Targets down, permission to confirm status. Permission granted. Confirming their status now. The narrow-eyed young man answered dispassionately, watching as smoke puffed out in a tall column from the gleaming muzzle of his gun. The witch, however, pursed her lips in a pout, watching as the blood from the corpses began to soak into the asphalt under their feet. There was no negotiating, not with vigilante groups like these, who specifically targeted illegal immigrants. In other words, this had been an unavoidable outcome. How laughable that in the face of a common enemy, the Incubi humans were still unable to unconditionally join hands. The narrow-eyed young man considered such an absurdity before retrieving a gun from a nearby corpse and casually pulling the trigger. He needed to make it seem as though these vigilantes hadn't been killed by refugees. A dull gunshot echoed through the night, silencing the buzzing and chirping insects. Move out. Understood. The unit left the vigilantes' corpses behind without a second thought. While the glow of the flashlight was attracting insects, the silhouettes of the unit seemed to sink into the darkness and disappear. Since they had joined up with and secured the mainland's strongest, the time for lying low in wait was coming to an end. This capture operation, one that paid no heed to who or what they had to sacrifice by these former members of the People's Liberation Army of China, was about to begin. Chapter 5, Watchdog. In the outskirts of the old capital area, where witches once clashed against the Incubi that claimed it as their territory. It was no man's land when the invasion began, only to be abandoned as the Incubi shifted to hit-and-run tactics using their portal magic. With the original owners gone, the buildings welcomed new, green tenants even as they quietly decayed. Atop one such structure, a local factory, was a chimney that stretched into the night sky. And at the peak of this tombstone-like marker stood two girls dressed in flashy outfits. Azure Nova-san. What is it? With her blue eyes still scanning the cityscape before her, Azure Nova answered without turning around. She could spot Ina no matter where it flowed, but that meant if she weren't looking at it, she would not see it. Her colleague, having learned of this only recently, timidly spoke up. I don't think any will show up today either. Only Incubi would know that for sure, you know. Incubus sightings seemed to be decreasing, and many witches were celebrating the brief respite of this lull. Of course, the Incubi could not have given up on their invasion. As proof of that, earlier in the evening, Azure Flames had purged another brainwashed witch. Furthermore, that witch might not be the only one fed to the fire tonight. Besides, there's more to be aware of than just the Incubi. While they had yet to encounter the drone's operators, the U.S. Army, again, they had noticed a suspicious individual who appeared to be a homeless person. They had seen said individual snooping around where Silver Lotus's familia had recently engaged in a battle. Circumstantial, but certainly incriminating. What I mean is, the gleam of the blue blade under the moonlight caused the Crimson Witch to hesitate, but still, she tried to continue. She looked down at the nostalgic pocket watch clutched tightly in her hands, struggling to keep her eyelids from closing. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. She still kept drowsiness at bay, but it was obvious her limits were at hand. Day after day, night after night, she had been involved in not just life-threatening situations, but also murder. It was inevitable for her to become so exhausted. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Before she named herself Azure Nova, she had fought battle after battle, and she had always been her standard. She had always worked alone, after all. The Azure Witch let out a small sigh, and her sword, as long as she was tall, let out a phosphorescent glow before dissipating into nothing. I am so sorry. There's no need to be sorry. It's better that you mentioned it before you collapsed. She put her hand to her chin, thinking as she looked at her timid, quavering colleague in red. Despite how elegant and refined the Blue Witch appeared, it was all to hide the fiery passion that pushed her to execute those she deemed her enemy. And Red Queen knew that passion all too well. I'll take care of things on my own tomorrow. Still, she was of sound enough mind to know not to run someone she considered her colleague ragged. At least, so long as it had nothing to do with Silver Lotus. Hearing she had been so unceremoniously let off caused Red Queen to freeze up in shock, much like a hamster that had its food taken away. Azure Nova returned a glance from the corner of her eye as she continued speaking. If you're too tired to focus on using your powers properly, you'll just be a burden if I force you to come along. To Red Queen, the reasoning was harsh and hard to swallow, but it was certainly better than losing her head for it. Thank you for your consideration. Azure Nova, having seemingly lost interest in her colleague's heartfelt gratitude, turned her eyes back to the cityscape before her. No need for thanks, she seemed to say. Seemingly, as long as Red Queen was a useful colleague, Azure Nova would not ask for the unreasonable. So, their conversation, despite coming to an apparent end, continued. Azure eyes, capable of seeing through the darkness, turned back toward the Crimson Witch. Don't you go to school or anything? Red Queen's question was one she had wondered since they started working together. To her, Azure Nova was like a naked blade, honed to a deadly edge, and one she had never seen sheathed. Considering how active the Blue Witch was, it was a wonder that she had time for her private life. Except something like this had happened before. Her nosy snooping had led to her uploading photos of Silver Lotus to the internet. A lack of sleep caused Red Queen to make that unintentional faux pas, and she grew deathly pale as she realized her mistake. As she tried to find the words to smooth over her mistake. Of course I go to school. A nonchalant reply, as though from a completely different person, cut her off. Seeing her colleague cower like prey before natural predator, Azure Nova let out an amused huff. Was it that surprising? And no, but... Red Queen frantically shook her head. Most witches were around the age of still attending school, and it seemed Azure Nova was no different. Admittedly, it was hard to imagine this blue witch in a school uniform and not in a different outfit, pointing her deadly blade at an enemy. It's because I promised to keep going, even with our lives on the line like this. She continued, spinning a yarn of persuasion. As she spoke, Azure Nova's eyes twinkled under the moonlight as she seemed to stare into the distance to see nothing. She was more like an empty husk. The heavy emptiness of the air between them stopped Red Queen from asking further. Come to think of it, an interesting thing at school happened quite recently. What came forward from the back of the Blue Witch's mind was a certain, colorful scene. A sight right out of a butterfly farm. Her lips shifted, forming a natural human smile. Her girlish profile, with that tender expression, was truly perfect. Her usual smile, what she showed her enemies, was a mask for her intense anger. But the smile now was of a purer emotion, not something to hide behind. Red Queen, entranced by the ephemeral sight before her, scrambled to find something to say as azure eyes turned toward her in quizzical suspicion. I'm worried about my grades, lately it's been hard to focus, and I've been falling asleep in class. Would you like for me to help you study? Hi. She had brought up a topic that Azure Nova should not have been interested in, but the Blue Witch was going along with it anyway. Unable to process this turn of events, Red Queen froze up again. Is something wrong? Well, how would you? The question out of her overworked mind was about the feasibility. Of course, what she would be questioning was not the feasibility, but the true intent of this witch who beheaded her previous incarnation. Should she have taken the offer at face value? Was it truly a well-intentioned offer? Various thoughts flooded the highway of her mind, congesting the flow of ideas, and the sleep-deprived Red Queen once again could only respond as a hamster would. We're classmates, after all. We're classmates, we are. Your uniform and grade badge, remember. The way Azure Nova stared at her, with half-lidded eyes, reminded Red Queen of how the Crimson Witch had been dressed that fateful night. In remembering so, she shuddered in terror, knowing the shadow of that guillotine was present in the school life she had believed was peaceful. Just to be clear, I don't plan to intrude on your private life. I'm just offering my help. But Azure Nova, uninterested in her colleagues' inner turmoil, continued to speak. She was by no means doing so out of pure goodwill. The Blue Witch certainly had some ulterior motive in mind, but it seemed she did not intend to force the suggestion either. In other words, it truly was just an offer. But why? You're cooperating with me, just as you promised. Despite holding Red Queen's life in her hands, this irregular witch had, from the moment of her colleague's resurrection, asked for her cooperation. The Crimson Witch had taken the offer, truly believing Azure Nova was monitoring her and would unilaterally dispose of her should she resist in the least. I guess you could say you didn't have a say in the matter, but still, with your help, I've been able to get a lot more done. Red Queen had proven more useful and obedient than expected. Specifically, with her space manipulation magic, Azure Nova had a much easier time hunting and cutting down her targets. It was an extremely powerful strategy, able to launch undetected surprise attacks that otherwise would have been impossible given Azure Nova's constant inner emissions. Well, I guess you could call it a reward. Of course, the relationship between Blue and Red was not a transactional one. It was all at the whim of Azure Nova. Still, it would be a lie to say Azure Nova was not grateful for the help nonetheless. But with no way of knowing Azure Nova's true thoughts, her Crimson colleague carefully picked her answer amid dulled thoughts. Well, it's Silver Lotus-sama. Only to be suddenly and forcefully interrupted. Azure Nova had noticed the presence of the one that took priority above all else. To Red Queen, it was like watching a large dog's ears perk up upon spotting its owner. We're going to see her, Red Queen. Oh, okay. Her voice would tolerate no protest. Red Queen traced the direction of those azure eyes, following their path before turning to her pocket watch. You don't need to use it. But just as she began channeling magic for her spell, slender fingers interrupted her casting. In one smooth motion, Azure Nova slipped her right arm under Red Queen's own and her left arm under the Crimson Witch's knees. Hug. She effortlessly picked up her unmoving colleague, who could hardly keep up with the sudden change in the situation. So there was only one thing to do, a bridal carry. Since using space manipulation magic was sure to make her wary, Azure Nova deliberately chose to reveal herself. If you struggle, I'll drop you. Azure no. Without listening or a warning, Azure Nova leaped into the air. The combination of magic and leg strength allowed the Blue Witch to defy gravity with ease, soaring through the night. In her hands was Red Queen, stiffened in non-resistance like a small animal caught in a raptor's talons. Passing structures, radio towers, utility poles, water tanks were mere platforms to land and continue from. And then, with just as much warning, she surrendered herself to gravity once more, going into freefall, only to land elegantly with a light click of heels against asphalt, scattering phosphorescent motes all about. We're here. Okay. Blue eyes turned away from the unsteady colleague, who was shaking like a newborn fawn, and toward the building before them. They had stopped at an abandoned factory in the suburbs of the old capital area. Greenery had overtaken its exterior walls, while rusty red shutters showed obvious signs of being broken into. There was no light except for scant moonlight peeking through gaps in the ruined ceiling. Darkness ruled the building's interior. She's in here. Yep. Azure Nova glanced at the rusty shutter before moving toward the building. Red Queen followed closely, cautiously behind her, face flinching with each step. Then came the footsteps. The sound of insects should have filled the night, but there was no sign of them now, no matter how hard she tried to listen. Instead, breaking that eerie silence was the echo of countless feet pounding against the concrete floor of the factory, reverberating out of the building to hit their ears. The witch pair stopped at the boundary between inside and outside. At the end of their gazes was a shadowy figure under the moonlight. It was a small, mouse-gray silhouette with a long, shadowy shape circling it. Azure Nova, the bisque doll that the silhouette belonged to, blinked crimson eyes back at the pair. The larger shadow was a massive red millipede, coiled protectively around its master as it greeted the visitors. Chapter 6. Summoning. As it turned out, sending 3 oak silk moths in different directions to throw off our would-be trackers was not worth the ener it cost. At least, I could not say it was effective when a newbie witch, albeit one whose abilities weren't indicative of being one, could find me so easily. I never expected to run into her like this, though. I haven't seen you in forever, Silver Lotus-sama. After bounding in from outside marsh mosquito surveillance, Azure Nova greeted me with such excitement I could almost see a tail, waving animatedly like a fan behind her. It couldn't be a coincidence that she just happened to be passing by. Should I truly be happy about reuniting with my self-proclaimed fan, whose eyes glittered like brilliant sapphires, or, it truly has been a while, MMPH. I skillfully pinched my partner's mandibles closed, stopping its reflexive answer. As I did, I sent a telepathic message to the net-casting spider lurking over the entrance, ordering it into standby. The kukri at my waist seemed heavier than ever, but I forced its presence to the back of my mind. Who's the witch with you? I asked about the unfamiliar figure lurking behind Azure Nova. From her, I did not detect the abnormal in a brainwashed witches usually emitted. Of course, since I knew there were now threats other than Incubi around, I had to remain on guard. Oh, this is. Still smiling, Azure Nova smoothly pulled the witch behind her forward. Her crimson outfit fluttered like rose petals as she moved. It was my first time meeting this witch, and despite the incongruity of her fancy dress in this abandoned factory, she evoked a strange sense of déjà vu in me. Eep. It was obvious to me, as soon as our eyes met, that she was frightened. I knew my expression was naturally unsociable, but was it really that bad? Going by appearance, she could pass as royalty, if not for her restlessness and how her ruby eyes nervously darted about. It's the buddy I'm working with. My name Iyeth Red Queen. She seemed to have bit her tongue. Her cheeks burned red as her clothes, while Azure Nova's lips twitched with confusion beneath their smile. If this were acting, no, I refused to be so cynical as to doubt even this. I knew it wasn't wrong to be suspicious and keep my guard up, but a part of me was no less appalled for doubting this young girl. I sighed as I began stroking the head of the millipede coiled at my feet. Is that right? I sent another telepathic message to the net-casting spider, holding a web over their heads to stand down. Was it naive of me? It was pretty naive. Still, what good was it to blindly suspect someone who already proved themselves to be my ally? If I couldn't trust her, I couldn't trust anyone. I'm Silver Lotus. I still wasn't used to doing so, but I nonetheless introduced myself as such to someone I was meeting for the first time. It was the minimum level of courtesy required to hold a conversation, after all. Besides, it was the incubi I should be hostile against, not other witches. It is very nice to meet you. You don't need to bow. Red Queen seemed about to do so I preempted her by reaching out. While my net-casting spider eased off, a praying mantis still hid among the steel beams, while a Bolus's spider held its namesake tools at the ready from the ceiling. Both were ready for combat. Meanwhile, the millipede that seemed more like a giant snake remained at my side like a physical representation of my lingering suspicion. I pressed my lips closed, trying to keep the self-loathing within from showing on my face. As I was saying, it truly has been a while since we last met, Azure Novasan, and it is nice to meet you, Red Queen. It really has. Thank you, it is nice to meet you too. My partner, having waited for an opportunity to speak, greeted them from my shoulder. It sounded no less lively, a clear continuation of its earlier greeting. Then it stole a fleeting glance at me, as though to pass the baton. I was carefully trying to find the right words since I had been suspicious of them. As an aside, I had told myself I shouldn't be relying so much on my partner during conversations, but in the end, I always did so. My partner's sure made it hard for me to try and improve on something I wasn't good at. I had been worried since the last time we met was back then, but I see you started working with a buddy. Yep. As they entered the darkness of the factory, the praying mantis scurried closer, staying within their shadows. Meanwhile, the millipede at my feet faintly stirred in response to the clicking of their heeled steps. So Red Queen here, she's a fan of yours too, and we hit it off because of it, so we started working together. Whoa, you don't say. We have a second fan. Personally, I was happier to hear Azure Nova was now working with a buddy, more than I was to learn I had, despite my lack of idol-like qualities, gained another fan. After all, that meant a better chance at survival. However, all right. For some reason, Red Queen, who was nodding frantically in agreement with her buddy, had no partner. Maybe she, too, was part of the same new generation of witches. After all, a witch without a partner, a presence providing moral support, was more emotionally vulnerable. So why hadn't Aldwych given these witches partners? So, what were the two of you doing around here? Please allow me to explain, Silver Lotus-sama. I put aside my gloomy thoughts and met Azure Nova's gaze, finding her smile gone. In its place was a clear, determined pair of eyes. There was never good news whenever the main topic began in such a formal manner. Regarding the matter with the photos, the perpetrator was identified. I would check in with Tanaka-kun each day after a night in the old capital area to see if new information on Silver Lotus had reached him. However, nothing new has come up since that one time. By now, I was only following the minimum of precautions, so the sudden harshness in Azure Nova's tone left me on edge. The culprit was a witch, one controlled by an incubus. When I heard her words, for a moment, a part of me was relieved. After all, that gave me a clear enemy to eliminate and a direct path to solving a problem I had been dealing with. But that wasn't the issue I should focus on. I see. Rather, it was the fact that this innocent girl had learned what could happen to a witch defeated by the incubi. Of all the horrific outcomes, being controlled by the incubi was among the worst. Meanwhile, Red Queen lowered her gaze. She had likely been there and seen it as well. So an incubus was behind it. They are such troublesome, loathsome creatures. My partner's angry voice sounded from my left shoulder. Having slaughtered countless incubi that favored such tactics, I had nothing to add. I hated myself for it, for how accustomed to it I was. Are you all right? The words out of my mouth felt hollow and meaningless. Please, there's no need to worry about me. It must have been stressful for her, having to fight another witch. However, no matter where I looked, the shadow of that stress didn't show on Azure Nova's confident, smiling face. I couldn't tell if she truly felt nothing, or if she was just that good at hiding it. We drove them off, but they might have come and hidden somewhere nearby. So you were searching for that witch when you found us? Yep. Despite the unchecked, smoldering emotions in me, her story continued. I had to switch tracks. It also looked like she was targeting your familia, so I wanted to find you and let you know right away. Targeting my familia. They weren't targeting me, but my familia. So long as they did not destroy the source, the familia could be replaced. It shouldn't have been worth the effort. My eyes met with my partner's. It had the same question I did. What's their goal? I cannot imagine they are doing this to reduce your combat forces. The hibernating familia maybe. Then they wouldn't be fielding small numbers to do it. While they were cunning, incubi were anything but patient and would never resort to such roundabout methods. If their target truly was my hibernating familia, they would have directly sent a large group over. In any case, we now know our opponents are the incubi. With that, we can do something about it. We could figure out what they intended later as well. Rather than throw around theories, I should have these two girls, unfortunate enough to have gotten caught up in my mess, to get involved no further, even if it was too late to be saying so. Azure Nova. Here. Red Queen. Hi. I means here. I looked first at the starry blue eyes, then the jeweled ruby eyes. Telling me this was very helpful. I just did what I thought I should. I didn't really do anything. It was unfortunate, but the familia I placed on observation duty were unreliable when it came to identifying abnormal Ina. However, thanks to these two witches, I now had a clear picture of one of my enemies, and that was everything I could ask of them. We will take care of the rest. Hi. Azure Nova's smile stiffened up, while Red Queen looked bewildered. I shoved my growing guilt to the back of my mind as I began explaining. Don't get involved any further. It's none of your business. It was as though I was throwing them away, having no use for them after they brought back useful information. It was the worst way to treat someone, and here I was doing so. Well, that's true, isn't it? Azure Nova's smile seemed to evaporate, leaving her looking fragile and lost. She became like a child, separated from her parents. My self-loathing threatened to overwhelm me, but even so. And it's not like you needed any help in the first place, right? No, that's not what I mean. There was only so much anyone could do on their own. Even I wasn't arrogant enough to believe I could do everything myself. And regardless of whether I could or could not, I nonetheless appreciated her implicit offer of assistance. But this was different, so I couldn't, not this time. I'm going to have to fight another witch. I spoke slowly, solemnly emphasizing the point. I had no doubt the mental strain she would experience from fighting a witch would be incomparable to fighting the incubi. The aftermath would be especially bad, and it would be better for her not to witness it. If you don't mind, see. Can I just add that Azure Novasan truly has the determination to see it through? A nervous, shaky voice suddenly chimed in. The owner wasn't the dejected Azure Nova, but Red Queen, from beside her. She held what looked like a pocket watch close to her chest, and she was watching me with a tense expression. The determination to see it through, you say. I could not, in good faith, say those words applied to me back then. There were times when assistance came too late, and a witch was made a toy of. There were witches who had been kept for use as seedbeds in an abandoned corner of the old capital area. There were witches who, after being freed from brainwashing, took their own lives. I had done nothing, said nothing on those occasions. I grew used to it, acclimatized to it. We've only started working together recently, but you, unlike me, Azure Nova doesn't hesitate, and she would never run away. The words of this buddy, who had watched Azure Nova from a much closer distance, compared to me, carried substance. From the seriousness in her voice, I understood she meant every word she said. So, that's why I think you should let Azure Nova. Red Queen, you. Her voice trailed off, and the color of uneasiness began blending into her crimson eyes. Even so, she showed no signs of taking back what she said. From the surprise on Azure Nova's face, it was clear to me that this was the first time she had seen Red Queen act like this as well. If I asked her to, she would fight. It might have been conceited on my part, but I was confident. But that wasn't the issue. It's not about the fighting spirit, but protecting the emotional spirit. The witch who distinguished the two was the one without a partner. That is, without moral support. This was far more dangerous for them compared to a typical witch. I wanted to, at least, protect her emotional spirit. I understand that it will be tough. Azure Nova's eyes slowly moved up from the floor to meet my gaze. And I get that to you, Silver Lotus-sama, we're people you feel you need to keep safe. Children should grow up safely into adults while under the protection of other adults. This applied no less to witches. Young girls themselves. I knew what I had to say, but I hesitated to say it. But, even so, I still want to help you. While I hesitated, Azure Nova did not. Her blue eyes were determined and focused. No ulterior motive stained their clarity. Those were the kind of eyes I could not refuse. Why would you go that far? Her devotion was beyond what a regular fan would have. I couldn't understand it. So I had to ask. Because you saved me. The Azure Witch replied simply. She pressed her hands against her chest and spoke as though she were praying. It was a joyous thing for even a single girl to be saved. But was it truly so joyous if she was then forced to fight as a witch? Azure Nova's will was truly strong. It would take very specific words to truly dissuade her. I was reminded once again that I was not very good at handling other witches. I inadvertently looked toward my partner, who responded in a matter-of-fact tone. This is something a witch decides. In other words, it would not make the decision. Implicitly, it would offer advice, warning, and counsel. But in the end, it would leave the final decision to me. Something a witch decides, you say. Indeed. Not necessarily me, it was meant. Both Azure Nova and Red Queen were waiting for my answer. If I were to reject their offer, they might accept it without arguing and back down. But even if they did, they might decide to do something else, something I could not predict. And I would not be able to take responsibility for something I could not predict. Then, did that make the alternative better? Phew. I did not have it in me to stop my sigh. At this point, it was beyond my control. There were options, but it was ultimately an illusion of choice. There was only one answer. All right, you win. I take back what I said. I was soft, much too soft. Opposite of me, the Azure Witch's eyes sparkled like a newborn star, while the Crimson Witch let out a relieved sigh of her own. However, you cannot push yourselves too hard, and that goes for both of you. Of course. Also, we should keep in contact. Yes, definitely. Having regained her usual energy, Azure Nova seemed just like a large dog in front of its owner. Since she had no partner, it seemed our only method of communication would be via cell phones. I was hesitant, but it was better than worrying about a lack of communication. Looks like we get something. A telepathic message had come in from one of my oak silk moths. Seems so. A short exchange went on between me and my partner. The oak silk moth at the opposite end of the old capital area had detected unusual Ina radiation. It wasn't Ina from an incubus, though. It was a witch then, one possibly pursuing me. Silver Lotus Sama. We can decide on that later. For now, I have to finish up here. Their unexpected visit had thrown off my schedule, but I should be able to get back on track if I moved quickly. I sent a telepathic message to my nearby familia, ordering them to move. The millipede at my feet uncoiled itself and scurried into the darkness, reflecting the moonlight off its red carapace as it departed. I turned on my heels and began to move as well. So, what are you doing from here? I'm here to welcome a new familia. I made my way through the abandoned factory, devoid of equipment, and the elegant sounds of clicking heels quickly followed behind me. We must have made for a strange sight. A teru bazu with its gray hood pulled low over its eyes, leading two girls in glamorous dresses through the darkness, intermittently broken by beams of moonlight. Welcoming a new familia. There were several areas throughout this abandoned factory where the roof had fallen in. We stopped before one such area, and Azure Nova gaped in shock upon seeing the strange pile bathing under the moonlight. Are those incubus weapons? MHM. Though it was a messy pile, it was, in fact, a messy pile of incubus weapons. The rubbish was not limited to just goblin and orc weapons. There were snapped bowgun bolts, cracked ogre maces, broken merman tridents, etc. Our destination was this tall mountain of garbage. Are you going to recycle all of this trash? That is not quite right, but it is close. My partner responded to Red Queen's muttering. Modern technology could not break down any of this, but still, we kept everything we could in case we ever found a use for it. For the longest time, it was just a mountain of hoarded trash within an abandoned factory. But it would soon become a pile of treasures worth their weight. As I looked up at the black hill bathed in moonlight, a flash of blue appeared, splitting the mountain open. A moment later, the gap widened, revealing shadows that crept out into the open, one after another. 7 sets of legs under a rounded carapace scurried down the mountain. They were, of course, my familia. Eek. Wow. I heard panic and admiration at the same time. The familia that emerged appeared to be large pill bugs with carapace colored a deep, lapis lazuli blue. The entire herd made their way to me, gathering around. Before long, the pitter-patter of their feet filled the room, and I could no longer see the floor. This is the first time I've ever seen a blue pill bug. Pill bugs were crawling around my boots. One tried to climb up, only to fall over and bump into another pill bug, causing it to curl up in surprise. There was no space for me to walk. I crouched down, waving my hands to shoo them away, only for them to try and get even closer, bumping and jostling against each other. Compared to my combat-focused familia, they were very social and friendly. They're beautiful. Azure Nova-san. One pill bug had gone over to Azure Nova's feet, and her eyes seemed to sparkle as she picked it up and looked it over. Despite the pill bug's size, they were about as large as a basketball when curled up. She wasn't creeped out in the least. In fact, she was rubbing her cheek against its shell. You don't scare easily, do you? Nope. She was pretty fearless if you asked me. Rather, the pill bug in her arms, wriggling its legs in a panic, was more scared of her. I don't see a thing, I don't see a thing, I don't see a thing. Meanwhile, Red Queen had a more normal reaction, clutching her pocket watch close and trying to chant away her terror. She looked so devastated that I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. I shooed and brushed away the pill bugs to make my way over to her. Red Queen. Huh, what? She turned her eyes to me, only to leap away, cowering in fear. Despite being taller than me, Red Queen's every action made her seem more like a smaller, timid animal. You don't need to force yourself to stay here. We'll be done soon. I gestured over to the exit. A hole in the wall, likely left by a tank shell. I wouldn't make her stick around, especially not when she couldn't handle it. But does that mean I'll be all alone? Her eyes followed the direction of my finger, only to stop when she noticed the praying mantis and its waving antennae waiting by the exit. When it realized we were looking at it, the mantis began opening and closing its mandibles. Hey, cut it out. Cut that out right now. THTH, that's too much for me to handle. I knew that would happen. My familia were excellent at what they did. Their appearance, however, was not exactly appealing to most people. The pale-faced crimson witch beside me seemed to be part of that demographic. Her reaction was normal, of course. Azure Nova, on the other hand, likely reacted differently because she was simply fearless. You're not causing any trouble, are you, Red Queen? Eep. Red Queen's shoulders twitched as she looked over my head at her buddy standing behind me. The voice from behind me sounded perfectly normal, but for some reason, it carried a pressure that sent a shiver down my spine. She hasn't caused any trouble at all. But when I turned around, I only found Azure Nova quizzically cocking her head. There was nothing strange about it. Was there truly nothing strange about it? Well, if you say so, then it's all good. Saying so, the blue witch smiled ambiguously as she placed the pill bug in her arms at her feet. Azure Nova did not look like herself, but even stranger still. There was no mirth in her eyes as she spoke. Instead, something unfathomably murky lurked. No, wait, there was no need to dig deeper. Everybody has something they cannot handle very well, after all. I'm sorry. I had to make it clear that Red Queen, cowering and shaking the way she did, was not at fault. It should be over soon. You can just keep your eyes closed until then. All right. Still shaking with anxiety, Red Queen hesitantly shut her eyes and pressed her pocket watch closer to her chest. Well, good enough, I suppose. I removed the hood obstructing my vision and sent a telepathic order to the familia around me. I looked over the space, eyeballing the placement of pillars relative to the walls. Summoning a heavyweight familia required a certain amount of space, after all. Are these little ones the new familia you mentioned? No, I'm summoning the new one now. I gave a straightforward answer to Azure Nova's question. As an aside, these pill bugs, though they rarely made an appearance, were actually veterans among my familia. They would not be the focus today either. You're summoning something here, but then the Ina. That was a valid concern. Since I allocated most of my Ina toward feeding my familia, I should not have enough to summon more. It won't be a problem. Circumventing that issue was precisely why I came here. I closed my eyes and tuned out all surface senses, casting myself into the darkness. Do not move, either of you. There was no night breeze, no hesitant footsteps, no breathy gasps. I cleared my mind of what it sensed and simply concentrated. Flames representing my familia appeared sequentially in my mind's eye, forming a pattern before me. It looked like a spiral-patterned web, or perhaps it was a large flower. In truth, it was essentially a circuit for efficiently transferring Ina. A torrent of information flooded my mind, and as I sifted through that wave, an outline of my new familia began to appear. Release. My eyes snapped open, and I uttered a command I hadn't used in a long time. The colors of the world around me became inverted. Faint Ina trickled from me over to the pill bugs that had arranged themselves into a certain pattern. That was all for my part. I hadn't summoned these pill bugs purely for trash disposal. Or, rather, that had been their original purpose, but that was now secondary. See, Incubi weapons were capable of withstanding magical phenomena because the otherworldly materials they were made from interfered with Ina in some way. So what would happen if these decomposers of mine were to ingest that material, alter its natural properties, and make it a part of their bodies? That altered substance, stored within the pill bug's lapis lazuli carapace, was capable of amplifying the Ina it received, accelerating it for instant transmission. The summoning was a success. The output this time was the manifestation of a single familia. An invisible thread tied it to me, connecting us through telepathy. That was the birthcree of my new familia. The ticklish sensation, like a soft nuzzling against my cheek, brought a smile to my face. It has become quite impressive, hasn't it? MHM. I nodded in answer to my partner, who sounded profoundly moved by the sight of the new familia. This familia sported a jet-black exoskeleton that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the moonlight, indicative of its resistance to magic. Its wings had grown immense to compensate for its increased mass when flying, and its legs were longer and sturdier, adapted to ground-based combat. Its mandibles were an aggressive evolution of the giant hornet it was based on, having become powerful enough to crush orc skulls without trouble. Finally, the most defining change was the evolution of its stinger and venom glands, now capable of firing magical projectiles. It was a solution to their lack of range, inspired by the purple lightning used by the imps they had captured to parasitize. However, in exchange for tremendous firepower, this familia was no longer capable of creating seedbeds out of incubi. Maybe it was more appropriate to call this a mutation rather than an evolution. What just happened, Silver Lotus-sama? What did you even do? After looking between me and the jet-black familia before us, Azure Nova finally asked in a confused voice. Her confusion wasn't unwarranted. The concentration of Ina just now had been at a level where even I could perceive it, and now not even a trace of it was left. And this new familia had taken its place. It had been, in more ways than one, a real magic trick. The secret to this trick lay in the pill bugs that gathered at my feet. So these pill bugs, monochromos. My partner did not hesitate to correct me. It wouldn't let the mistake go unchecked, of course. These monochromos have a certain substance in their shells that amplifies the output of Ina they take in. Through this process, we can manifest more potent magical phenomena. Of course, there were wrinkles we still had to iron out, so the entire process was mostly just trial and error at this point. However, the fact that I could summon a heavyweight familia with a minimum amount of Ina made this an extremely powerful and invaluable system. That's amazing. The explanation was enough for Azure Nova to immediately understand the ramifications of this system. In other words, you're able to conserve your Ina and use more magic. No, wait, can't you make all your spells stronger then? She gently picked up a pill bug, or rather a monochromos that had wandered by her feet, looking it over with sparkling eyes. With these little ones? Not quite. I stopped her from voicing the hope she had in mind. That ideal she was seeing might indeed save many witches, but it was not an ideal that would come to fruition. The monochromos, having done their jobs, were now the color of concrete, similar to the factory floor. That was their original color. In other words, they were no longer capable of amplifying Ina. The Ina amplification substance in their carapace is consumed after one use. No more Ina can be amplified until they have recharged their supply, so to speak. It wasn't that they couldn't do it again, but until they could, they were effectively helpless familia. Furthermore, the time it took until they were ready again was not the only issue. We also have very few of them. In this case, using more monochromos to compensate for the recharge time was not an option. After all, there were only so many incubus weapons they could salvage the base material from. There was still everything left from the recent cauldron operation, but that wasn't a card I should play so readily. Oh, so that's how it is. Azure Nova's shoulders drooped as she put down the monochromos in her hands. Still, that did not make the monochromos any less of a breakthrough. After all, amplifying the baseline meant expanding what tactics we could employ. Of course, other witches might have benefited more from this than me, since I could only invoke summoning magic. Is this familia another wasp? The shadow disappeared from the blue witch's face as she turned toward the jet black familia. Was she disappointed? The thought suddenly came to mind. Pretty much. It is not just another wasp. The former braconid before us cocked its head, as though to acknowledge our three gazes, only to begin nonchalantly cleaning its antennae. A group of this mutated variant had slaughtered nearly 5 digits worth of incubi in less than a week. At this point, it was hardly an insect anymore, let alone a braconid. Though to most people, it was more or less still just a giant wasp. Heh, our Night Stalker has become a Death Stalker, or something like that. What do you think? It could be more confident with its naming sense, was what I thought. However, I didn't think it was an appropriate name to give to a witch's familiar, not that I had suggestions to share. If that's what you like. Hey, it's supposed to be the name of our familia, you know. I didn't feel I had the right to name anything when all I wanted was the complete annihilation of every last incubi. More importantly, we still had Red Queen to worry about. The witch in question was unconscious, looking as though she had fallen asleep on the concrete floor. Was seeing a new familia appear enough to do this? Since it's got such a beautiful black color, what about Onyx? Onyx, I see, that is a pretty good name. My partner and Azure Nova then turned to me. If they were looking for my approval, I truly had nothing to say. Don't look at me like that name's fine by me too. I only had a disinterested answer for the gazes looking my way with shining expectation. I began shooing away the pill bugs that were now crawling all over an unconscious Red Queen. Oh, Red Queen-san. Chapter 7, Beacon. Those damn bugs have occupied the North Tower. Didn't you say you'd regain control after returning from the mainland? Damn you, was that all talk? Just hold them off until reinforcements arrive. Impatient footsteps approached the room, and a moment later, the heavy double doors flung open. Golden eyes narrowed in irritation as their owner's ears took in the cacophony of panic around it. There was no chance that this rabble, disorganized and disoriented as they were, would turn their predicament around. The imp leader, detesting the incompetence before it, let out an exasperated sigh. Lord Cyriaco, are you certain we should not send for reinforcements? A jet-black incubus, looking over the situation, asked in a polite tone. It could not afford otherwise, seeing the 6 murky-eyed witches flanking the sides of the imp leader the incubus spoke to. Are you implying I need assistance to deal with mere bugs? Who do you think you're talking to? Know your place, imbecile. Quiet, suffocating anger suffused the dark room. No matter the politeness of its delivery, any question of its capabilities implied insult and humiliation. It was bad enough that the imp's standing had fallen due to the failure of the recent counteroffensive operation and the continued, unmitigated destruction of incubus nests, one after another. But while it would acknowledge the arrogance and incompetence of its fellows, the imp leader would not tolerate its competence being questioned. I misspoke. I do apologize, Lord Cyriaco. The jet-black bogey returns a respectful bow of its head. It was an incubus covered in pitch-black fur that seemed to blend indistinguishably with the darkness around it. This one, in particular, delighted in the domination and training of human females, specifically witches. But while its mentality was similar to an imp's, it did not prefer methods that involved magical brainwashing. As you should. Now, remind me, who exactly is taking my precious girls and bringing nothing back? Surely you will not continue returning with nothing to show for it. Cyriaco did nothing to veil the irritation in its voice as it snapped at the incubus from another faction. For an incubus, a witch held immense value as a durable, reusable breeding receptacle. They were their natural enemies, but also a supremely prized catch nonetheless. Had the shadow not ordered it, the leader of the imps would certainly not have lent his spoils. Ever am I grateful for your generosity, Lord Cyriaco, to overlook and provide even after 3 of them were lost. But despite the imp leader's overbearing hostility, the incubus remained mild-mannered. Of course, as an incubus who has led many a successful witch hunt on the mainland, it knew better than to act out in arrogance. Its controlled deference was likely why it had been chosen for this particular mission. The mission itself would not have been conceived in the first place, had this incubus not realized those hateful familia did not target their seedbeds. Only virgins are that tight-fisted anyway. Goblins and orcs were already excluded from witch hunts, to say nothing of their currently devastated numbers, and the incubi on the mainland were stubbornly uncooperative about lending their prized captures. In short, the number of incubi that could provide captured witches for this mission was greatly limited. The corners of Cyriaco's mouth curled up in mirth as the imp recalled the sullen face of a certain lycanthrope it was often at odds with. That had been a sight for sore eyes, bringing the imp blissful reprieve from the ongoing series of unfortunate events. A heavy, thunderous rumble suddenly shook the room, reverberating into the pits of the occupants' stomachs. It was the death knell of a collapsing structure. The room continued to shake, dropping fragmented bits from the ceiling. No natural disasters occurred on the incubus homeworld, but this was not imps launching magic either. That rumbling was from thunder, spawned from a witch's Ina. The imp leader grimaced as it felt ominous magic in the air, how the changing concentration of ambient Ina shifted in density. Those damnable little bugs, get going already, Curtis. Curtis, having received the replacement which it had come for, needed not to stay any longer. Despite the harsh treatment, the bogey named Curtis bowed its head once more. I shall take my leave then, Lord Cyriaco. May you fare well and good fortune. The jet-black incubus beckoned to the enslaved witches before retrieving a small, female-shaped statuette. Cyriaco turned on its heel, heading toward the heavy doors even as the ominous glow of the newly opened portal brightened the imp's back. HMPH. Hearing such human-like encouragement from its human culture-obsessed brethren, the imp snorted in derision as it passed through the door. Leader. Past the threshold, on either side of the doors was an underling waiting to greet it. It was dressed in purple attire and wearing armor sporting intricate engravings. In its hand was a massive spear tall enough to scrape the ceiling. The rare sight of this fully armored imp elicited a bitter grimace from Cyriaco's face. It looked around, only to find no other incubi in the dimly lit corridor. Calm yourself. You know where it's happening, right? As the imp leader began walking down the corridor, it asked a question of its underling. It, of course, referred to the masterminds who had forced the imp leader into its current, humiliating position. There should have been 8 of them in the rear guard. However, those Kate Sith are likely dead. It did not take much imagination to guess the result. Any incubi that took on that Ina-powered thunder instantly exploded. It was instantaneous. What they saw was a bolt of destructive thunder, while what remained of the manifested phenomenon was a burning corpse. But it was simply a projectile of radiant Ina that flowed through its victim's body, causing a chain reaction that ended with an explosion. What the imp wore now was armor designed to diffuse the incoming Ina and mitigate its destructive potential. So you're sure that they're always aiming for the eyes and ears? Without a doubt, leader. Despite its irritation, Cyriaco objectively evaluated the situation. Over the past few days, they had carefully observed the bug's behavior as the familia destroyed 21 incubi nests. As far as they noted, these bugs had a priority system for targets, namely spellcasting incubi, close combat specialists, information-gathering scouts, and finally, any standout incubi attempting to stabilize the command structure. To thwart their priority targeting, Cyriaco, the imp leader, wore battle attire no different from their fellow imps. We estimate there to be only 500 of those bugs, but they seem experienced in battle. Does that scare you? Thunder roared once more, shaking the stone corridor. It was an imperfect spell invoking this magical phenomenon. Its excessively powerful output saturated the air with ambient, remnant Ina. For imps, dedicated as they were to manipulating Ina, such wasteful actions deserved only their scorn. Such a possibility is inconceivable, leader. Let us show those damned bugs what true magic is. Well said. The underling's spear crackled with power, in the form of violet thorns of electricity, racing up and down its length. Its owner wore a ferocious grin. Seeing this, the imp leader smiled with satisfaction as it stepped through the threshold at the end of the corridor. Leader, you're finally here. The pair entered a great hall that sported a portrait of the god who created the incubi. Inside the room was a group of fully armored imps who let out a cheer as they noticed Siriako crossing the threshold. Unsurprisingly, they were all of like mind. Sadists who derived pleasure in tormenting to weak while uplifting their fellows and superiors. And in consideration of the position, every imp respected Siriako. "We're headed out, you lot." A nearby imp handed over a stone spear, only for Siriako to vigorously thump an end against the ground before making an announcement. Its call split the gathered imps across, opening a clear path to the exit. The sounds of battle came faintly beyond there. Having been commanded by the shadow and entrusted with the territory under attack, the imp leader personally took to the battlefield to drive out that damnable calamity. Up in the sky of the Incubus homeworld, the red moon gleamed as ominously as ever. Underneath its scarlet light, a group of imps was screaming and shouting. "Ah! Incoming! 4 on the left, 5 on the right. Have we not secured the point yet?" In the middle of a square strewn with the remains of dead incubi was a makeshift camp, one from which orcs and goblins were mounting a desperate defense. But the jet-black familia were relentless, slowly but surely overwhelming the towers at each corner of the square and forcing the defending incubi into hand-to-hand combat. It certainly was hard to believe this castle belonged to the imp leader. "Form up together, let them come in closer before you fire." Arg knew. Another attacker dive-bombed from a blind spot, tearing into a hapless goblin's neck and shredding it as it would paper. Its wings buzzed with terrible pressure. A moment later, it charged straight into the makeshift camp, looking for its next victim. These damn bugs can still fly. Violet thunder shot forth from the tip of the spear, striking the unsuspecting familia. The blow caused its wing and carapace to explode, severing its head while the destroyed body toppled to the ground. After a moment, the remains crumbled into dust, becoming Ina as it returned to the atmosphere. They sported heightened magical resistance, but it was not quite at the level of the mutant. Lord Siriako. The orc warrior instantly recognized its rescuer as the lord of the castle. Breathing a sigh of relief in the belief the situation would begin changing for the better. However, another rumbling crackle of thunder across the eastern tower interrupted its hope, bringing a bitter expression back to its face. "Herald, go and support them. Keeping that location under our control is absolutely crucial." At once, it naturally understood it was to handle the type of affairs Siriako should not waste time on. As for the imp leader, it was loath to admit it, but the orc warriors it managed here were truly excellent. Among the incubi, a certain stereotype labeled magic-incapable incubi as inferior. However, the incubi had become trapped in a situation where imps alone would not get them out of. "We will bring down those pesky flyers before long. Until that time comes, protect the castle with your life." The group left the orc behind as it glared at the sky, continuing to give out orders until they came to a stop at the center of the square. It unfurled its wings, disproportionately larger than its diminutive body, while using its tail to keep balance as it raised its spear as though to pierce the sky. The sight inspired instant action from the orc warrior. "Lord Siriako has arrived. Prepare suppressive volleys. Keep those damn bugs from getting close." Understood. They intended to keep the way as clear, to conserve as much of their spellcaster's precious Ina as they could. Orcs and goblins, armed with bowguns, rushed out from the camp to secure the perimeter. Loose. Countless bolts flew at the jet-black bodies diving toward them. Most bounced harmlessly away, but many found purchase, puncturing compound eyes and shattering chitin as familia dropped out of the sky. Their exoskeletons, despite their robustness, were not invincible. As familia bodies began crashing around the group, Siriako took flight. "Follow Lord Siriako." The detachment of imps took flight after their leader. In moments, they flew past the castle's outer walls and into the barren fields devoid of vegetation. The imps, flying at maximum velocity, stayed close to the ground, low enough to brush past rocks. It was a speed they were able to achieve by adjusting the Ina they consumed to power their flight spell. Then, under the blood-red moon, something flickered dazzlingly in the distance. That's. Without warning, the head of the imp-taking point burst. An uneasy shudder rippled through the survivors. The attack had come from a distance comparable to Siriako's range, or perhaps even further, yet instantly turned one of their comrades into an unmoving mass of flesh. It was a grim warning, telling the imps their hasty preparation was no counter at all. Do not falter. Siriaco urged the imps onward, maintaining the same heading. Any that fell behind was not only a sitting target for sniper fire, but also in danger of being overrun by the swarm of familia coming up from behind. How irritating! Despite how quickly the earth below passed by, the endpoint where the Ina converged was still so far away. Then, as Siriaco directed a hateful glare up toward the sky, jet-black shadows, 15 in total with the crimson moon at their back, descended. Bugs dropping from above. Alonso Anicet, I leave this to you both. Understood, Lord Siriaco. They reallocated their Ina, beginning to channel thunder magic. This came at the cost of their mobility, coming to a stop as they could no longer maintain their flight magic. It was tantamount to suicide, but to live up to their leader's trust, the pair nonetheless unhesitatingly took up the role of rear guard. From them came true magic, unlike the imitations they faced, sending dazzling, purple thunderbolts arcing across the sky. The imp group continued onward, leaving behind their rear guard comrades as familia, divested of their wings, crashed to the ground around them. Leader, but only a moment later, from a corner of its eye, Siriaco watched helplessly as the two rear guards met their end under jet-black shadows, engulfing the remnant flashes of purple lightning. Their dying screams did not reach Siriaco's ears. Now at the forefront of the group, the imp leader raised its spear. Violet thorns appeared around it. At the same time, a light flickered in the distance, sending forth a burst of Ina. The group continued undeterred, forming a tight wedge formation as they made contact with the violent Ina and turned it away at a sharp curve. The imitation thunder took no casualties. It was a remarkable feat, deflecting that bundle of Ina without losing flight speed. And despite accomplishing the feat alone, Siriaco began channeling violet thunder once again while maintaining its velocity. I can see them. Not so far away now was another jet-black familia, whose shadow cast an ominous darkness over the small hill it waited upon. It was akin to a living cannon, immensely larger than its fellows. Massive wings kept the familia alight, while an overwhelming amount of Ina had been concentrated in its tail. But there was no mistaking its purpose. It had mutated in such a way for a singular goal, to better hunt the Incubi. To counter this monstrosity, Siriaco had devised a very simple strategy. Lure the familia vanguard into the castle, then send out a small squad to eliminate the now isolated mutant. They could travel the distance on foot and break through their enemy's thick exoskeleton by applying maximum firepower. Ignore its followers. Focus everything on that one. Understood. Nearly 20 familia guarded the mutant, and they fanned out before charging forward to intercept. Siriaco, frowning at the cacophony of clattering mandibles, let out a deliberate huff. The spears behind the imp leader aimed for the mutant, while its own aimed at the mutant's guardians. Get out of my way. Purple thunder erupted from the imp's spear, crossing distance to shatter the jet-black exoskeleton and sear away wings. The imp leader had consumed only a minimum amount of Ina to cripple the mobility of the guardian familia in front of it. But as though they had foreseen the imp's plans, the mutant repositioned, pointing its body at the imps. What the? Lightning flashed, thunder roared. Bolts, one after another, struck down one incubus after another. In moments, 16 imps found their gray wings scorched to cinders and crashed to the ground, meeting a high-speed end. The mutant switched to rapidly firing. It delivered electrical emissions at extreme speeds. The bolts were incomparably weaker than before, but they were no less fatal to these imps. You damn bugs. Die already. The remaining, enraged imps fired another volley of magic at the mutant, setting off explosions on impact. But that jet-black exoskeleton, boasting improved resistance to magic, would not shatter so easily. You're too soft. However, Siriaco's thunder deals a decisive blow, cracking wide the black carapace and destroying the exposed abdomen. The other imps followed its lead, consuming more Ina to empower their attack spells. The mutant's resistance to magic was not almighty. Its segmented legs burst at the joints, while its compound eyes burned. But was it fatal? No, the mutant simply shifted its stance. Inexorable, inorganic hostility drove that giant, jet-black monstrosity to make an immediate counterattack. Arg. Remigio, damn you bug. Once more lightning flashed and thunder roared. Magical bombardment flew between the two sides as dying screams echoed across the desolate wasteland. Bodies continually fell from the madder red sky down to the earth, only to fade away as Ina. My arm. But even as its guardians began to fall, the mutant fought no less fiercely, aiming at imp heads, wings, and spear-holding hands. It seemed to have decided to focus on crippling as many incubi as it could, to weaken the enemy for its fellow familia to finish. Just 3 of these bugs, damn you. Despite its critical abdominal wound, the mutant charged unhesitatingly into the group of imps and succeeded in capturing one between its mandibles. Arg! There was no resistance stopping the vicious jaws from snapping shut, cutting through armored flesh with ease and scattering entrails through the air. The jet-black monstrosity, speckled in red in the blood of its prey, turned and clacked its mandibles in search of new prey. It would eviscerate another 6 incubi before finally succumbing to the onslaught of the imp's thunder magic. The battle, the first in which they allowed the incubi to get so close, resulted in their defeat. The battle data would be shared with every familia and presented to the mother, so that she may better optimize their strategies. That was why, even when dying, individual familia did everything they could to maximize the damage they could inflict. Every action they took, they did to achieve the results the mother desired. Leader, smaller winged bugs approaching from behind. A veritable blanket of black, another wave of insects joined the fray, flying in at low altitude. They joined the fray and, understanding the mutant familia's intent, prioritized any incapacitated imps. Their mandibles clacked as one, echoing like a deafening war cry across the landscape. Hector, Gaspar, Felix fire as one. At once, at Cyriaco's orders, the most skilled underlings assembled side by side. It had a broken spear and little Ina remaining, but the imp leader knew they were at a critical moment. Sensing the underlings gathering Ina, the blanket of black spread out, thinning their concentration. It was a natural reaction to dodge the incoming magical attack. But upon registering their beautifully coordinated repositioning, Cyriaco's lips curled in a malicious grin. Fools! It raised its broken spear to the heavens, unleashing another dazzling flash of light. Violet thorns of electricity surged forth like branches from a growing tree, impaling the familia swarm. Exoskeleton fragments began raining from the sky. Moments later, monsters, bereft of their wings, crashed to the earth. Leader, it seems we have repelled the first wave. As they began finishing off the downed familia, they were no less violent despite their fall from the sky. An imp spoke up. Cyriaco, after nodding in acknowledgement, narrowed its golden eyes as it looked over its fallen comrades. It was a gruesome sight to behold, countless imps strewn across the land. Many writhed from the pain of scorched limbs, and many more were motionless corpses. We've taken heavy losses, how very vexing. Nearly half of their number had been rendered incapable of fighting. Cyriaco let out a long breath, as though releasing its pent-up irritation and fatigue. Judging by the devastation around the imp leader, perhaps an instant death had been a blessing compared to the wounds crippling the injured. After all, the fight wasn't yet over. They still needed to return to the castle with the wounded, and the castle, at the moment, was still vulnerable to attack. The drone of buzzing wings filled the air, blanketing the small hill and covering the incubi below. It was like an announcement, telling the incubi that the mutant they fought so hard to eliminate was just one among the swarms they faced. And the 8 imps that remained were hardly enough to stop a legion of 500. Having realized more familia awaited them, familia that had stayed out of sight while the incubi defeated a single group, the imps' faces stiffened in despair. The imps besides their leader, that is. So you were still holding back, you damn bugs. Cyriaco pointed its broken spear at the incoming wave of jet-black monsters, ready to confront them. So rose the curtains of another fierce battle. Chapter 8. Formation. I was not very good at handling multiple tasks at the same time. At the moment, I was having trouble with one task in particular, though my partner claimed my struggle was due to being overworked. It was now lunch break, and I allowed myself a deep, internal sigh before leaving my seat and exiting the classroom. The hustle and bustle of the hallway left me nostalgic for the quiet of the rarely used 3rd floor. Still, this was the kind of noisiness typical of a normal school, so. Hey, look over there. Huh, what? Over there, her. That second year, that's Azuma-senpai. I felt the gazes of other female students, aimed at my back. This was the first-year section of the school building, but I seemed to be no less famous here. Famous in a bad way, of course. Oh, I heard of her. They called her something like Bug Princess, right? I don't get it. Well, obviously, you had to have been there and seen it. It was amazing. My destination today was the second floor of another building, and it was inevitable that I encountered other students on my way there. Unfortunately, ever since that incident with the butterflies the other day, I was at the center of constant attention, having become something of a celebrity because of it. It wasn't like I was trying to put on a show or anything, you guys. You know, she doesn't look like much of a princess though, does she? Wow, I can't believe you'd say that. I glanced sideways at the window to find the stoic, neutral expression of a girl whose only notable characteristic was her long black hair staring back at me. She was a lotus, but she was not a flower, and she was me. I just wished they wouldn't expect so much out of me. They're so rude. A soft but no less indignant voice fell over me. I had already told my partner it was a waste of effort to care, but I suppose it still could not stand hearing those girls talk down to me. It was getting more upset than usual lately, too, likely because people were saying more bad things than good about me lately. But that much was expected. In the small, closed community called school, anyone standing out tended to be ostracized. This was especially true for people like me, people with few friends, who did not blend perfectly into the community at large. If only they knew you even received a love letter, Azuma-san. Okay, stop right there. I was finally starting to forget that it happened. Why did you have to remind me? You're quiet and mysterious, but I know deep down you're kind and motherly. That's what I fell in love with, they had written. What I wanted to know was, what part of my insociable personality came off as kind? Thinking about that letter, filled with words the hapless boy must have exerted his brain to think up, filled me with an indescribable feeling. Spring had come for that boy, and I couldn't brush it off as a third-party onlooker. After all, I was the target of his infatuation. Heh, at least that boy has the eyes to see Azuma-san's charms act. I brushed at non-existent dust on my head, to veil a silencing at the smug jumping spider making its perch there. Since I was talking with Tanaka lately, other boys began taking the opportunity to try and get to know me, though most of it was only ever just small talk. To get a letter like that, though, was unexpected. Ooh, you know, I heard Nakamori-senpai from the baseball team broke up with his girlfriend because of her. Wait, no way, really? I mean, it's true that they broke up. It sure would be nice if they could gossip someplace else, where the subject of said gossip couldn't hear them. I was so tired of this. I considered going over to correct their misunderstanding, but the jealous glances they kept stealing in my direction stopped me. By now, it was probably naive to still believe the attention would eventually die down if I left it alone. It was still hard to believe, but the boys paid more attention to me than I first thought. If only they could be more self-conscious about it. The more I thought about it, the more my thoughts seemed to weigh me down. Phew, I was almost flattened into a tent-web spider there. Then don't go saying weird things while buried in someone's hair. Sigh. I ducked under the fire shutters in front of the stairs, letting out a sigh once I was sure nobody was around. School was quickly transforming from a place where I could regain the peace of mind of everyday life to something less desirable. It was time for a change in mindset. There was a bigger issue at the moment, one taking precedence over a peaceful school life. What do you think? The named from this morning, you mean? MHM. This morning, I received a report from the Familia at work on the Incubi homeworld. The report detailed the tactics employed, the progression of the battle as a timeline, the total number of Incubi killed, the number of Familia losses, and any notable encounters with specific Incubi. In this case, my Familia had encountered a named incubus, a named imp to be exact. From the report, it seemed this imp was incomparably stronger than the other named, a red frogman, we recently faced. So as far as we know, it possesses two major characteristics: the ability to invoke multiple spells in parallel and a substantial amount of Ina to draw from. It knows how to lead and can make snap decisions in response to unexpected changes, too. We did predict the assault, but it seems we underestimated their cooperative power under that name's leadership. There were 72 imps. We confirmed 44 kills, but that cost an entire artillery unit. What a pain. In total, we lost 532 familia, including 17 artillery variants. Of course, there was no such thing as an army that always won and never lost its battles. But though I understood that point, I could not put out the smoldering emotion that lingered in my heart. To respect the final moments of my familia, the ones who struggled to their very last moment to provide every bit of information they could, I would put their efforts to good use. That's why this is a top priority. That was our pre-established harmony. We had the results of the battle, so now was the time for analysis. By correcting any discrepancies in the original plan, our strategic forecasting becomes more accurate, and we can effectively nip emerging threats in the bud. Footsteps, coming down from the second floor, suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I began climbing the stairs, trying to appear as natural as I could. After all, being seen alone in the lower stairwell could start unfounded rumors. If I'd said the wrong thing by accident back there, what should I have done? What were you going to do in the first place? On my way up, I passed a pair of female students who seemed noticeably ill at ease. One carried herself as a fashion model in a school uniform would, while the other slouched and appeared rather slovenly. This contrasting pair seemed familiar for some reason, but I paid them no further mind and casually checked the time on my phone once I arrived at the second-floor landing. Once the girls' footsteps faded away, we resumed our conversation. Cheap tricks won't work. Then what about saturation tactics? Yeah, that could work, since we just need to overrun an individual. Each familia grouping was currently devising plans on how to handle that named incubus, but they did not have much time to finish. At the moment, the main forces included evolved brachinids and evolved tachinids. Several evolved chalcid wasps were active as well. While they appeared nothing like how they started, the core of these familia remained unchanged. They hunted prey for eating and to use as seedbeds. To that end, they had evolved into their current, powerful forms. However, the ina they required as upkeep increased as well. To collect that ina, they invaded nests. To invade nests, they formed groups and devised projectile weaponry to counter magical attacks. All of this led to greater yields in the hunt, but the yields were starting to fall short. That meant increasing the frequency of their hunts. It will take some time before the familia have gathered. Should we have them go on the attack as soon as they arrive? Numbers splitting up the attack like that is a bad idea. We'll wait until everyone has assembled. I opened my phone's camera app and switched to the front-facing camera to make eye contact with the jumping spider peering out from under my black hair. It is possible the incubi received reinforcements in that time. It's fine if they do. As you command then. From when they started until now, my familia have exterminated as many incubi as there were people who used to live in the former capital area. Even so, the incubi were somehow able to maintain their numbers. No, wait, I had to think about the situation in a way that solved my ina shortage issue. So after confirming the time displayed on my phone, I began to move. My destination today was the library. Most of what you learned came from that device of yours, didn't it? Having seen me research on my phone multiple times before, my partner suddenly asked. Its assertion wasn't wrong, but I didn't believe the internet was the ultimate source of information. In the first place, what I had previously looked up wasn't very common to begin with, and summaries about it taken from the internet were good enough. Using a reference from a different source may lead to new insight. I do not think books relevant to what you wish to learn can be found at a center of public education, but I wouldn't think so either. However, my school's book collection was surprisingly vast. Apparently, it was to give the students the opportunity to delve into a myriad of topics, but there were also books covering the teachers' interests as well. I wouldn't be surprised if I could find books I wanted, on the subject I had in mind. It truly is a valiant effort on your part, Azuma-san, but what about resting? Today, however, my partner wasn't worried about the search but about my health. After all, even after summoning the mutant brachinid, or rather the onyx, I had slept little that night, focusing instead on rebuilding my reconnaissance network to gather information. I knew it was inefficient to deprive myself of sleep, but doing so had become a habit since I first became a witch. It was not a good cycle, to say the least. Yeah, I was juggling schoolwork, housework, and witch work at the same time. I knew firsthand that I would eventually hit my limit, even if I were getting enough sleep every night. And I wasn't keen on living a life where my waking moments were maintained entirely through telepathy with my familia. I know. At least this was a lighter burden compared to when I was still actively hunting incubi living in the old capital area. Incubi activity has decreased since then, and at worst, there was the occasional brainwashed witch to take care of, whom my active familia readily handled. Still, maybe it would be a good idea to rest before going to resolve the issue with the new arrivals, the third-party forces. Well, if you yourself are aware then. Without answering my partner's anxious worrying, I stepped out into the hallway of the second floor. To my immediate left was the door leading to the library. I could see various students standing by their classroom doors or the windows. I ignored how some of them stared my way as I made my way into the library. Inside, as far as I could tell, there were hardly any patrons. Tranquility and silence ruled this domain. The shelves, stuffed with books and stretching wide and wall like a vast mountain range, were a sight to behold. I had to find the book I wanted out of this mountain before lunch break ended. Whoa, oh, if only I could become as a bookworm. A cry of admiration came from overhead. I could only imagine how my partner's dark eyes glittered as it looked upon this mountain range of books. After all, as an aspiring mascot with encyclopedic knowledge, it was always looking to learn everything it could. I made my way over to the corner with the books on specialized subjects and skimmed the titles. I did so in a way similar to how I processed incoming familia telepathy on a day-to-day basis. I found it. I reached out on impulse, only to be reminded of the limitations of my height. Specifically, even after standing on the very tips of my toes, my fingers barely brushed against the book in question. There was a very real chance that I would lose my balance if I weren't careful. What a dilemma. Here, let me help. A bright voice came down from out of the shadows. Something heavy planted itself on my head, and a faint scent of fabric softener filled my nose. What rested on my head was undoubtedly, no, wait, let's not finish that thought. More importantly, I gratefully accepted the hyperspecific book being offered to me. I had a feeling they wouldn't let me on my way, so I slowly turned to address the person who helped me. Thanks. And while I appreciated their help, I didn't intend to get to know them. Despite the sullen expression I likely had on my face, the person before me returned an unbothered smile. Yeah, no problem. Their ash-gray hair was likely dyed. They wore their uniform loosely, and the length of their skirt was blatantly shorter than required. I wasn't exactly sure, but this was one of those Gyaru types, I think. In other words, she was someone I had never interacted with. Drones and the War of Information, huh? You sure picked out a tough book, Azuma-san. Wait, actually, I did recognize that voice. I searched through my recent memories, and one classmate came to mind. There was a certain whimsical female student, not limiting herself to a single circle of acquaintances, who flitted equally among the many cliques across the school. Did you need something from me, Kurosawa-san? Ahaha, you don't have to be that suspicious of me, you know. My classmate, Botan Kurosawa, answered with a charming, friendly smile. As for me, it was only natural to be cautious of someone who had casually rested such an impressive rack on my head. I'm just a bit curious about what my classmate, the one everyone's been curious about lately, is reading. It was a small but determined step she took to get close to me. Of course, it was impossible for someone like Kurosawa to not know about the butterfly incident, so it did make sense why she was interested in me. It made sense, but why was she acting so familiar with me, whom she had no connection to before today? Anything else? Wow, straight to the point. So are you planning on joining the National Defense Force? Why do you ask? Of course, going by the title on my book's hard spine, it was obviously something military-related. However, the author was from another country, allied with Japan. There was no indication of their affiliation with the National Defense Force. Well, what else am I supposed to ask when I see the 10th-ranked student of my year looking so serious at a book about military stuff? I could be interested in drones or some other related engineering field. If she knew the next books I had in mind were theoretical electromagnetics and practical applications of electromagnetics in security and social infrastructure. her assumption would likely change. Yeah, that's true. The black cat-shaped earrings she wore shook gently as she let out an innocent laugh. At this rate, it didn't look like she was going to let me leave anytime soon. What I wanted to know was, what exactly made her want to talk to someone as unsociable as me? It wasn't like this casual conversation was productive or anything either. Moreover, wasn't it boring talking to me? What exactly are you doing, Botan-san? Another voice joined the fray, pulling me free of my escapist thoughts. The voice seemed to lack any sort of emotional inflection, sounding almost businesslike. Why, I'm just talking to my classmate, the one everyone else is talking about. Kurosawa turned toward the speaker and returned a nonchalant answer. There, standing in the walkway, was another female student with books in her arms. I bowed my head in greeting, and she returned a small nod, careful to keep from dropping her books. I did not need to recall her name from memory. Her name is Kurumi Shareishi. I remembered her because when the class was choosing a library committee member, she immediately volunteered herself. Compared to Kurosawa, Shareishi is a model student, with her shoulder-length black hair, the prominently displayed grade badge on her neat uniform, and her regulation-length skirt. Were you able to find what you were looking for? Yeah, more or less, I guess. All right, let's head over to the counter then. Nah, I'm good. I already did what I wanted to do. Have you now? Kurosawa vaguely deflected Shareishi's brief but direct questioning. They were opposites in character and appearance, but similar in height, and quite friendly with each other. It sure was strange how friendships worked. In that case, let's get going. But as Shareishi turned away, the words on the spines of the book she carried caught my attention. There was Faber's Book of Insects, Clausewitz's Principles of War, and The Age of Hybrid Warfare. It was a very strange collection. I had no idea what she was going for, to say the least. Seemingly noticing my lingering gaze, Shareishi suddenly stopped to address me. Is there something wrong? I was just thinking about how studying insects and studying war can be related. They're just references. She answered without hesitation, before turning to leave again. Meanwhile, Kurosawa had caught up to her and offered a hand. Here, let me hold some of those for you, Kurumi. It's fine, let's just hurry up and find Ayame-san. Oh, all right then. See you later, Azuma-san. Kurosawa turned to wave goodbye. I returned a small wave of my own. Though she hadn't spoken loudly enough to disturb other library patrons, her voice was nonetheless refreshing and seemed to linger in my ears. Wait, now that I thought about it, what was Shareishi trying to reference with those books? Oh dear, I was almost crushed under all of that, seriously. You don't say. Chapter 9, Yin and Yang. The silhouette of a bird crossed a madder red sky. As my eyes followed that shadow, I heard the cheerful laughter of children playing around me. I shifted my weight on the wooden bench beneath me. Earlier, I finally found a good reference to use. Now, I just had to figure out how to apply those ideas to future strategies. The search alone had been a challenge, but at this rate, I might actually end up with a fever from overexertion. Azuma-san, are you all right? I might have been a little reckless. Understanding the basics was necessary, but we were lucky to have learned about explosive dynamos. My tiny partner raised its front legs in celebration. It was pure luck that a part I barely understood contained information I could use. However, it also took all the time I had for the day. We know our next move, so let's not get impatient. I answered, nodding in response to my partner's words. There was no need to rush things from here. As I pushed down my restlessness, I let myself bask in the serene twilight of this everyday environment. Of course, news reports about Incubi sightings had drastically decreased lately, and people were enjoying this period of transient peace. Even now, this park in the middle of the city was full of smiling children and the adults chaperoning them. The curfew siren would sound soon, but otherwise, the scenery before me appeared no different from something out of my previous life. If not for the patrolling police officers carrying firearms. From the corner of my eye, I could see 2 police officers standing guard at the park entrance, carrying heavy rifles over their shoulders. It was neither witches nor the National Defense Force that protected the people but them. Normal police duties did not require heavy armaments, but rising violence and mortality rates demanded their necessity. Over time, however, the sight of such weaponry became a part of our everyday lives. Is something wrong? My partner cocked its head in curiosity. Following my gaze, it caught sight of the navy blue figures I was watching. They were good people, seeing off the children leaving the park and reminding them not to take detours on their way home. There was nothing noteworthy about the sight. At least, that would have been the case if they were the only ones around. The number of officers on patrol is higher than usual. Is that so? On our way to the park, we passed 3 groups and 2 patrol cars. That was too frequent to call a coincidence. There had been no reports of suspicious individuals, nor was the weekly traffic safety event going on. Of course, this was fewer than before, but still more than usual. For reference, there had been more officers around back when we were looking for the serial child abductor, the Frogman, and this was different. There does not seem to be a need to be more cautious than usual. There was a need. No actual warning or announcement had been issued. Police officers interacted with civilians as usual, and the emergency broadcast systems remained silent. Not about Incubi, at least. Indeed, our surveillance network has thinned, but no incursions have occurred nonetheless. Our detection power was weaker than before, a result of putting many familia into stasis. Still, it had become more optimized after incorporating the information the familia have gathered until now, with smaller gaps across the network. Then that means regular police activity perhaps. While Incubi-related incidents took front and center attention, human-perpetrated crimes continued nonetheless. At times, I had even seen wanted posters hung inside police stations, so as my partner noted, this might have been normal levels of police activity. Normal, huh? Was it though? Nothing had been announced to the general public, yet it was a situation that required more officers in the field. I felt strangely disconnected from reality, as though the peace we enjoyed was all an act. Shall we have familia wait on standby? No, things are still fine for now. Calling for familia was our last resort. So long as our enemy wasn't an incubus, I had to be careful about sending forth my familia. At the moment, we were still grasping at straws, so there was no need. We'll continue to observe. Understood. That being said, I could not hang around for much longer. I had visited the park on a whim, but it was getting to be about time for Fuka to return home. I knew I was forcing myself to keep it so, but I wanted our home to be a place where Fuka could be at ease. In any case, for now, I would continue observing without doing anything suspicious. Suddenly, one of the officers' gaze stopped at a certain point. Azuma-san. At my partner's urging, I followed the officer's gaze to see a girl walking down the stone-paved path. She wore a long-sleeved blouse over a long skirt. A black glove covered her right hand, and a large newsboy cap was pulled low over her eyes. Topping off her unusual ensemble was a white eye patch over her left eye. Where's her guardian? Seeing her walking about so unsteadily, I instinctively stood from the bench. In this weather, dressed the way she was, the girl would likely suffer from heatstroke. We must help her. I would not wait for the adults around us to take action. I checked the weight of a bottle in my bag before running over to the staggering girl. Excuse me, you there. I stopped to take a breath, winded from the sudden exertion, before calling out. I must have caught the girl by surprise, seeing her jump. She turned around in a flash, her eyes gleaming with alarm. What? Her voice, tense with suspicion, had a childish ring to it. After looking me up and down, she seemed to relax. It was at times like these, when interacting with strangers, that I was glad my gender had changed. You seem a little unsteady. Are you all right? No problem. But as she turned to walk away, she was tilting to the side. How was that not a problem? I quickly grabbed the girl by the shoulders to support her. She wasn't much different from me in height, but she felt terribly light. How about we rest over there? I sat her down on a nearby bench under the shade of a tree. She kept her head awkwardly down as I looked over her complexion and condition. I considered removing some of her clothes, but after seeing the bandage wrapping up the length of her left arm from the wrist, I decided against it. The reason why she wore such heavy clothing, despite the weather, was likely to hide that. Would you like a drink? But she just turned away as I offered a water bottle I retrieved from my bag. She hadn't tried it, but if she didn't want it, that was that. Unfortunately, I had no money on me today. What a conundrum. Don't need. If you don't stay hydrated, you could get heat stroke. I couldn't think of a better way to put it, so I just said it directly. Someone Fuka's age might have been able to explain it more clearly. but it seemed I had made the right choice this time. After hearing my explanation, the girl reluctantly took the bottle and awkwardly removed the cap. "Were you looking for someone?" Her complexion seemed to improve, and once she finished drinking, I asked. I wasn't going to press her for details, but there was no doubt she had some condition. With that in mind, there should be an adult accompanying her. Sem. After a brief pause, the girl nodded. "The one who will save us." She looked toward the crimson sky, as she answered in a prayer-like whisper. I hadn't expected a response like that. A savior, huh? Many kinds of people called themselves one, claiming the title, but it never meant anything. Of course, it was also different from what the new religion proselytized, the one that spread after the Incubi began their invasion. Even so, I could sense thoughtful reasoning behind the girl's earnest wish. "I hope you'll be able to find them." After struggling to think of a reply, I finally blurted out something inoffensive. I hated how basic I sounded. "Thank you, miss." Saying so, the girl returned the water bottle and a smile. Children seem to grow up much too fast these days, but even with that in mind, this girl's smile was strangely mature. It was a painfully weary sort of maturity. "They're here." Her smile disappeared as she turned toward the park entrance. There, a middle-aged man and woman were bowing to a police officer. They appeared to be a married couple. Oh, so that was it. Ran. They noticed us and, seemingly unable to hold back, began running over. "We've been looking for you." "Sorry." The mother brought her daughter close in a tight embrace. The setting sun shone on their faces, and I could see clear relief in it. With the issue resolved, I felt my heart light. "Thank you for helping my daughter." "I didn't do anything special." The girl's father bowed to me as I returned my bottle into my bag. The sharpness in the man's eyes caught me by surprise at first, but his neat appearance and gentle voice indicated his true personality. "There was a bit of a mix-up, so we were late picking her up." I'm glad nothing happened then. Indeed, it was good that nothing happened. After all, at a time like this, when Incubi still stalked the land, nothing happening was good. Even this park, peaceful as it was now, was once a place where many people disappeared, never to be seen again. "Thank you so much." The girl's mother turned and bowed deeply to me. Seeing her expression made me realize all mothers worried about their children in the same way. The realization was truly moving. "How could we ever thank you?" "It's nothing. Like I said, I truly didn't do anything special. I hadn't helped her expecting to be repaid in turn. If anything, I was doing it for myself, for personal peace of mind." With that in mind, I politely turned away their gratitude so as not to be rude. Thank you so much." My words seemed to move the mother, who began bowing repeatedly, while the father smiled wryly. Then, as the trio began walking away, the girl turned back to look at me. Her mouth opened and her lips moved, but her voice did not reach me. She seemed to be apologizing, or maybe she wasn't. If she was, what was she apologizing for? I am glad everything worked out. My partner quietly celebrated even as I, in a pensive mood, watched the parent-child trio leave the park. While that was a common sight in my past life, it was far rarer in this life. What was common in this life were those who had lost family members and relatives, myself included. And while we had these moments of fleeting peace, things would never return to how they used to be. Yeah, me too. As I left the park, I gave a small smile to the police officer, nodding in acknowledgement. Section. As dusk fell over the town, the residents began hurrying to the safety they belonged. There was nothing unusual about the parent-child trio that moved among them. The daughter stood out the most, with her unusual outfit that ill-fit the season, but it was nonetheless still reasonable. Of course, no ordinary civilian could have snuck through a National Defense Force checkpoint and into a residential district. My apologies for the late arrival. As the curfew sirens began wailing in the background, the man playing the part of the father spoke even as he continued to walk. The girl nodded in response to the gruff voice before pointing toward the newsboy cap over her head. "Captain Wang, may I take this off now?" "Yeah, it should be fine." Night had begun to fall. Enough time had passed that the streets were now deserted. There shouldn't be anyone around now. "I see." With that, the girl removed the cap from her head to reveal black, wolfish ears pointing toward the sky. Next, she removed her eye patch, refocusing her liberated golden eye. It was stuffy. The partially transformed girl, Hai Lang, let out a sigh of relief as she tucked her newsboy cap under an arm. Stripping the glove from her right hand revealed sharp claws and black fur. She put the glove away, exchanging it with a hair ornament she clipped to her bangs. Quite an inappropriate outfit for weather like this. Her partner, in the form of that hair ornament, agreed. Indeed, her clothes was not suitable for summer, but necessary. However, because she was no longer able to completely undo her transformation, Hai Lang required a disguise when out in public. It seems your eyes turn now too. Yeah, but at least my eyesight is better than before. Hai Lang's heterochromia was not natural. Originally, both of her eyes were black. Wang wanted to curse the world for inflicting those irreversible changes, for continuing to do so as she used her powers, but for her sake, he swallowed back his words. You're the key to this operation. Are you sure you can handle this? This will not be a problem. Saying so, the monstrous witch returned a brave smile, only to reveal unnaturally sharp canines peeking from her mouth. She accepted her fate. What was one permanent change at this point, after all? She would not bemoan it. To do so was to demean the sacrifices made to get this far and those still to come. So she would accept it, even if it meant becoming a monster in the truest sense. Once we've returned to the forward base, we'll readjust mission parameters. Wait first. Hai Lang suddenly stopped at the front of an alley and began removing a chain around her neck. What she pulled free, after a struggle getting it through her hair and the ears atop her head, was a bundle of dog tags. She offered it gently to the silent woman who had played the part of her mother. Unfeeling eyes gazed at the engraved tag, illuminated under the moonlight. These are for you, Lieutenant Yang. Many of the tags bore messy smears of blood. The lieutenant carefully checked each tag, verifying the names of those who helped guide Hai Lang thus far, before closing her eyes in solemnity. Was my little brother, was the second lieutenant able to assist? This island nation was once an easy mark for infiltrators, only to become the opposite in the face of the arrival of the Incubi. The system they implemented not only eliminated established operatives within the country, but also cut down agents looking to take a foothold. In other words, these tags belonged to those sacrifices. Yes, I and everyone else witnessed his valor. The witch and her partner answered the question with confident gratitude. Thank you for saying so, Hai Lang. The lieutenant took the witch's small hand in hers and whispered as though praying. There was little need for her, the greatest witch of the mainland, to say more of her comrade in arms. It was salvation enough knowing such an auspicious person honored their memory. No matter what, I swear we will take it all back. Yeah, we'll be relying on you again. She inclined her head as she returned the tags, frustrated. The adults should be the ones to bear the responsibility, not this young girl gripping the return tags with grim determination. Wang tightened his lips in grim acceptance. It was an absurd world they lived in, but he refrained from voicing the curses he held, keeping the words locked in his heart. After all, he was a soldier trained to fight. No, trained for duties beyond even that, and yet all he could do here was force such responsibilities on the young girl before him. Such was the current state of what was once the greatest military force across Asia, having fallen as far as they have. I did not expect the ones to show up would be the two of you, though. Hai Lang murmured, voice full of gratitude, as she handed her newsboy cap to Yang, before slipping the dog tags back around her neck. Since their unit was a small one, she had expected not their captain to personally lead the rendezvous group. Wang, however, waved away the gloomy mood as he readjusted his tie. Hess, so what do you think? Looks pretty good, right? He spoke rather lightly, but in truth, he and the lieutenant, dressed in store-bought outfits, appeared quite fashionable. It seemed the one who coordinated their outfits had a keen eye for fashion. Yeah, it suits you. But seeing her comrade wearing something that was not a military uniform, Hai Lang returned an innocent smile. She looked just like an ordinary girl. You think so, huh? Feeling embarrassed, Wang deliberately cleared his throat. Then, moving as though running away from the topic, he stepped into a narrow alley. A light-footed Hai Lang and sharp-eyed Yang followed close behind. Besides the rendezvous, they wanted me to assist with equipment retrieval. With night continuing to fall, the group proceeded quickly through the alley, with Wang explaining why he was part of the rendezvous team. Equipment? I was not aware of any equipment involved in the operation. Of course, Hai Lang, the key to the operation, had little need for material support. The firepower she wielded was already overwhelming, after all. She was akin to a broken faucet, so any equipment she used was for controlling that flow. You'll need it to keep certain unexpected and troublesome guests entertained. Hai Lang cocked her head at the implication behind the captain's words. She expected interference from the National Defense Force, though they should be avoiding the old capital area. That is, where the butterfly was active. In other words, the chance of encountering the National Defense Force should be low. I will explain the details later. Understood. But no need to worry, your objective remains unchanged. Entertaining these guests is our job. Wang added, smirking. After emerging from the alley, the trio carefully weaved down the road, avoiding abandoned vehicles. We've arrived. After crossing another road, they stopped before a dilapidated apartment building. The building, while fortunately spared from the stains of battle, was completely devoid of human presence. However, the parking structure beneath this apartment complex was their temporary base. Captain, a figure standing behind a pilote, a blind spot when seen from above, revealed itself after spotting the group. Sergeant, where's Squad 2? Wang asked as the sergeant approached with silent footsteps. Squad 2, having assisted with the rendezvous and departed the residential district when the trio did, should have arrived by now. They have yet to return, sir. I see. Since they were maintaining radio silence, they could neither contact nor confirm the status of their missing squad. It seemed the National Defense Force, having mobilized paramilitary troops to bolster security, was truly formidable. Squad 2's fate came down to luck then. Remain on alert then. Understood. The young sergeant, armed with a tarnished rifle, saluted and snuck a glance at Hai Lang before returning to his post behind the pilote. Captain Wang. As they approached the wide-mouthed entrance of the underground parking structure, Hai Lang spoke in a serious tone. Her eyes flickered toward the upper floors of the apartment, where she sensed faint traces of life. What's wrong? Wang, continuing down the sloped path toward the lights deeper within, recognized the witch's particular tone. It was a firm but shaken tone, used by one all too used to carrying far too heavy a responsibility than she should be. If the people in this country were to lose the butterfly, what would happen to them? Their only option for a rendezvous point was the residential district, but Hai Lang should not have been exposed to it. After all, by seeing people living their lives, by communicating with them, the young girl may become unnecessarily conflicted, questioning the morality of her mission. Wang let out a heavy sigh before turning to Yang beside him. They will likely abandon the countryside and pack themselves tighter into urban centers. That way, their witches and their military can concentrate their forces in one area. So they would do what we did in Linny and Weifang. It was a common strategy on the mainland. Nothing groundbreaking. Rather than that, it evoked the grim taste of loss. It had taken countless tactical victories and strategic defeats before the greatest military force of the mainland had devised such a strategy. After all, no individual, no matter how strong, could compare to a group. That is only a temporary measure. I guess it is. They both recalled soldiers who, after running out of ammo and losing the will to live, were brutally slaughtered. They both recalled witches who, after being defeated in combat, were humiliated and abducted. They both recalled the deafening laughter of Incubi, echoing across their fallen cities. Their comrades, corralled into the Northlands, were fighting even now to keep the incursion from spreading further. Wang, facing the unspoken plea behind the witch's clear, honest eyes, forced himself to suppress his emotions. But the butterfly bought them time. Time for their witches to gain combat experience and their military to prepare for a long-term war. The time they had gained was invaluable beyond belief. However, without the protection of the butterfly, it was obvious this island nation would inevitably lose its precious peace. No nation could resist the ceaseless, unrelenting assault of Incubi. You get it though, right? As he cursed the absurdity of the world, because he understood the divisive outcomes of their operation, Wang could calmly assert so. We are on the verge of extinction. This makes us thieves, but we can ill afford to worry about what others think, let alone how they might fare. The words of this weakling, dependent on her, silenced any further questions. They were a reminder to the witch who sacrificed herself without hesitation, to remind her of reality and of the choices she had to make. It reminded her to prioritize the people suffering in the north, backed against the Shandong Peninsula. There is only so much we can protect with our own two hands, Hai Lang. I know. The witch, having already sacrificed so much to save as many as she did, could only bow her head. She knew it was arrogant to think she only had to sacrifice herself to save everything. The gravity of reality left each of them in silence, and the atmosphere around them grew heavier. Since they operated under mandatory blackout, much of the underground parking structure was shrouded in darkness. In what little patches of light remained, they caught sight of a comrade at work maintaining heavy equipment they had managed to recover. Looking around at their temporary base, somehow spacious, but cramped, Wang set his foot down. So first we will negotiate, but if negotiations break down, we are to proceed with neutralizing the butterfly. Only to stop in place, prompting a questioning look from Hai Lang. Gold eyes of grim determination met the cold gaze of reality. Is that still the plan? That is still the plan, though let me remind you that the chance of a successful negotiation is low. It was only because Hai Lang strongly insisted that they would try to negotiate, however unlikely it was to succeed. So far, 3 subordinates attempted contact while 2 agents gathered information. All had been killed. It was clear that while she was the hope of humanity, she also showed no mercy to trespassers. Thus came the order from above. Dispatch their most powerful asset to neutralize the butterfly. Then, they were to retrieve the butterfly and bring her under their influence. They had learned otherworldly methods to accomplish it, using the information they seized from a captured puppet military base. But no one has ever spoken with the butterfly before. Surely it is worth a try. We may still try. Even if it fails, it would not be too late to do what puts us on the same level as the lapdogs of the Incubi. Wang remained silent in the face of the rebuke that came from the hair ornament. Their higher-ups could not afford to be picky with their methods. But as humans who rejected the yoke of the Incubi, there was a dignity they must not abandon, a line they must not cross. Hai Lang's desire conflicted with what they were ordered to do. We saw what she was able to protect, what she continues to protect. It was a world that needed not fear the Incubi, nor the hunger or devastation they wrought. It was a world at complete odds with the one they knew, one that made them curse the absurdities imposed upon them. And the butterfly, even now, was protecting the peace they desired. Surely our goals are the same. Their objective should not be to take that power for themselves, but to request its protection. Despite the countless ruthless decisions she has had to make, Hai Lang would never abandon that desire. She would resist what reality tried to impose upon them, and she would continue to do so even if it meant losing more of herself. Cooperation should not be impossible. Her partner, unable to convince Hai Lang despite its exhaustive persuasion, finally resigned itself to reluctant reassurance. Or perhaps it wanted to convince itself, seeing as a successful negotiation would mean easing the overwhelming burden on this young witch's shoulders. I will choose to believe in the butterfly. Witch number 2, Hai Lang made a choice that would not bring shame to the sacrifices that brought her this far. Chapter 10, Opening Act. Meanwhile, the American troops stationed at Yokota Air Base, located on the outskirts of the old capital area, were already on the move. So when their UAV spotted an incubus, the personnel on standby were already geared up and making their way to the takeoff zone. There, they boarded a tiltrotor. Its red lights began blinking as the aircraft came to life, its propellers screaming as the vehicle took off into the pitch-black night sky. A squadron of mouse-gray helicopters quickly followed behind one after another. All of you should know what's going on after the sitrep, so we'll review the fine print. The roar of the tiltrotor's twin engines filled the cabin with noise as the briefing began. 30 minutes ago, a Reaper from the 5th Aerial Division spotted an incubus bastard out around what used to be the Setagaya Ward. The middle-aged captain appeared nonplussed as he addressed his huddled unit. We've learned he's got 6 witches with him, likely all brainwashed, so he's gonna be one tough Sonovabich. A single, shared desire came over the people gathered within the cabin. They would exert every iota of hatred they felt toward this enemy to exterminate it with extreme prejudice. For now, however, they suppressed their emotions to hear their captain's words. Japanese witches have already engaged the brainwashed witches, so we're ignoring them and going straight for the incubus. What about the princess, Cap? She not around? We've got a lead on her. 2 witches had repelled the incubus from entering the residential district, and when it fled, multiple shadows followed it. The shadows belonged to what appeared to be enlarged cave crickets, indubitably familiar under that witch's command. The cave crickets had not attacked, but instead obstructed the runaway incubus's escape, intimidating it into a path of their choosing. It was certainly clear that Package 13 had a plan in mind. With that in mind, expect enemy contact soon. It was unclear where they would make contact, but waiting to confirm the location could mean missing a key opportunity. So, our job tonight is to support Ghost 7 and collect entry fees from the bastards who skipped the checks. Does that include the idiots who forgot to apply for a visa? Yep, them too. The suppressed bloodlust surfaced as cynical smirks across the faces of the huddled soldiers as they mentally prepared themselves in the darkness of the cabin. After taking in their responses, the captain turned his pale eyes toward the back of the cabin, calling out to the group gathered there. The leading actresses will, of course, be these 4 ladies. In the end, it would be witches who led their operation tonight. The witches in question were 4 young women, each wearing similarly long gray coats and sitting in different ways. They all sported bleached white hair and pale, glass bead-like eyes. We're counting on you girls. And yes, sir. The girls of Ghost 7, despite their differences in appearance, voice, and personality, answered in perfect sync. With that, silence fell among them. The only sounds filling the cabin were the roar of the engine and the rush of wind. They were operating within the territory of an allied nation, and since they need not worry about collateral damage, they were allowed to deploy more than sufficient firepower. Despite that advantage, however, their every attempt to contact Package 13 was thwarted and obstructed. In the silence, tension grew. Morgan, the witch sitting with her healthy, well-toned legs crossed, suddenly broke the silence. What's wrong? Morgan slowly opened her closed eyes. Between her meticulously braided platinum-colored hair and the downcast expression on her face, she was the very model of a crestfallen princess. At least, she would if not for the antimaterial rifle gleaming coldly in her hands. You're making that face again, you know. You gotta relax, girl. With a face like that, you're gonna scare the princess away. You don't want to do that, do you? Morgan's teammate flashed a gentle, friendly smile as she leaned her chin atop the unadorned slide of her gun. That was Lieutenant Sylvia Carlyle. Though she acted like a whimsical cat, her pale blue eyes, identical to Morgan's own, observed and understood people like no other. Such a girl had called out to Morgan in full understanding of her comrade's state of mind. Can't you be more serious about this, Sylvia? To Sylvia's left, over a hunk of metal more like a stripped armor plate than a shield, was Second Lieutenant Layla Cornwell, glaring at Sylvia while holding a longsword in her hands. She sat formally upright with her legs together, giving off the air of a well-trained service dog. Do I really need to, though? You do. While Sylvia casually played dumb and put a finger to her lips, Layla answered in a clear, deliberate voice. At first glance, the two seemed like opposites, mixing like oil and water, but in reality, they were perfectly coordinated in combat, serving as the spear and shield of the team, respectively, to overcome their enemies. Seeing the usual interactions between her teammates, Morgan gave a wry smile. Is it all right if we just knock out any brainwashed witches, leader? Finally, from beside Morgan, Second Lieutenant Claire Sterling spoke up, albeit slowly. In response to the question from her curly-haired, doll-faced teammate, Morgan nodded. Yes, we have been authorized to incapacitate any witches. Of course, the girls of Ghost 7 were not forbidden from killing hostile witches. However, that course of action was at the back of their minds as a last resort. Well then, looks like we might be breaking some legs tonight, in more ways than one. Claire let out a low snort, though her expression remained unchanged. All the while, she continued loading shells into her semi-automatic shotgun. Though, we probably shouldn't do something like that in front of the princess, huh? It went without saying that each of these girls had downed more witches on the battlefield than they could count with both hands. They had done so out of necessity, and they accepted the necessity. They had no regrets, or perhaps they had long since discarded the feeling. However, if they were to demonstrate firsthand that determination, it was hard to imagine they would still be able to earn the trust of their fellow human. And with the fate of their country resting on their actions, they needed to demonstrate every iota of trustworthiness they could. They could not afford to fail tonight. I mean, she'll know about it eventually anyway. She will, but still, that doesn't mean we can do whatever. We need to minimize doing anything that might make her distrust us. The words Morgan spat seemed more toward herself than her teammates. Such was the pressure of the guilt she felt, for inadvertently creating more obstacles in the operation and burdening the personnel assigned to the operation. Well, all right, leader. Claire, seeing the burdens weighing down the leader who often chose to shoulder more responsibility than she needed, the doll-like girl voiced quiet reassurance. Her flat expression remained unchanged. It's your call as always, leader. Even so, her eyes and voice reflected unshakable determination. You can depend on us. That went for each of them, encouraging, affirming, and sharing their burdens. Ghost 7 is a unit of 4 witches working together as one. Their heavy responsibilities were a weight they carried together. It wasn't just Morgan's teammates that shared the sentiment either. Across the cabin, the other soldiers nodded and voiced their agreement as well. Thank you, all of you. Morgan's shoulders relax as she gives a smile more appropriate for a girl her age. I should be trying to look cool, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sylvia's cheerful voice echoed through the cabin. As the mood maker, she intentionally ignored the atmosphere settling over the room. Which means you gotta change into something much prettier than this boring old coat, right? Saying so, Sylvia clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she imagined a more radiant image. And as the mood eased up, Morgan found herself looking out into the sky. The girls of Ghost 7 wore outfits that required the littlest Ina to form, plain, dreary outfits underneath a long, gray coat emblazoned with the number 7. It was far from glamorous, to say the least. That would be a waste of Ina, besides our appearance. Yeah, right, what about those earrings then? They're new, right? They look good on you. Okay, wait, I can explain. Sylvia, quick to notice even the slightest changes in her teammates, teased her with an unrestrained compliment. Since the girls focused all of their Ina on physical capabilities and firepower, they usually had little to spare for anything else. But they were still girls nonetheless. Even if it was an unreasonable desire, they must each wish to be a little special. No one would fault them for that. Even now, the adults looked on with soft smiles, watching the interaction between the blushing girl and her best friend. I'm fine with just the coat myself. Yeah, okay, you're not fooling anyone, Claire. May I have your attention? Prince on a white horse and party. An exaggeratedly monotone call-out from the pilot interrupted the girls' light-hearted chatter. The soldiers, including the aforementioned prince, exchanged wry smiles as they looked over their equipment on reflex. It was a call announcing their arrival on the battlefield. We'll be arriving at DZ in T-5 minutes. Begin making final. The voice began to speak in the formal tone of a career soldier, only to be interrupted by an ear-splitting alarm. It was the Tiltroder's missile detection alarm, but it was not supposed to be going off. All units disperse. The pilot, a seasoned combat veteran, made a quick, decisive call. In an instant, the orderly flight formation broke as numerous aircraft scattered. At the same time, the Tiltroder launched heat-emitting flares in response to the approaching ballistic threat. ACP, this is Bravo November. Hostile SAM are locked on our position and have opened fire. The Tiltroder suddenly swung sharply around. The G-forces forced the sitting witches and soldiers harshly along. A stark white line streaked narrowly by a moment later, before blooming into a crimson lotus in the distant night sky. God damn it! Many white trails followed. Even as dazzling flares continued to pour into the sky, numerous explosions began lighting up the pitch-black night. Yankee Hat has been hit. Mayday, mayday, we're hit where? An errant explosion caught an unwary helicopter, sending it spiraling into the dark ruins while spewing black smoke. Its pilot came over the radio in a panic before suddenly cutting off. The American forces, under the assumption they held air superiority since they were over Allied territory, were thrown into chaos. The attack was not magical by nature, meaning the perpetrators were not Incubi. Whoever they were, they somehow evaded UAV thermal surveillance to launch a surface-to-air missile ambush. In other words, the perpetrators were as equals to the American forces. ACP, we need someone to silence the enemy SAM. No. Wait, damn it, they're an MPAD over there. As the pilot shouted orders, their eyes caught something atop the high-rise buildings that stood like gravestones. As though to reward the correct answer, another surface-to-air missile rocketed toward the craft. In response, it loosed multiple flares upon the ruins, hoping to evade. What the hell's going on? Inside the cabin of Bravo November, the passengers could only pray they would not be hit as they endured the intense, evasive maneuvers. "Morgan, shouldn't we go and stop that, Sam? If we're to drop now then." Sylvia practically shrieked a suggestion, only for Morgan to partially answer before taking a precise shot despite their descent. A flash of light streaked by the window, only to stop with a dull thud. Fragments from the disabled warhead scattered through the air, with some pieces striking the tiltrotor's exterior. God damn it all, that was close. "This is Zulu 1, engaging hostile SAM now." A long-awaited announcement broke the silence, and a moment later, the rooftop of the high-rise burst into flames. Before long, only blackened dust and debris remained of the SAM launch pad. All it took was bombing from a single attack helicopter before only silence remained. Hostile SAM confirmed neutralized. Returning to escort formation. "Roger that. Ghost 7, now's our chance to drop you off in the quiet." But it was only a temporary reprieve. The silence would not last. Assuming their unseen enemy was a military force just like themselves, they were likely to have another phase of their attack. It was likely they were aiming to disrupt the American forces from securing Silver Lotus. Commencing descent. "Zulu 2, Zulu 3, eyes on our 6. Understood, eyes on your 6. They could not withdraw, not now. The Gray Quartet made their final preparations, steeling themselves for a paradrop into enemy territory, something they have done many times before. And because they were sitting ducks in freefall, they could not afford to hover and linger in the air. They would drop from the aircraft and let gravity bring them down. Second Lieutenant, as for the human soldiers being left behind because they could not keep up, there was only one thing they could do. The girls gave one final look back, to receive the determination sent through the soldiers, various salutes and thumbs-ups. The door at the end of the cabin opened, letting in the shrieking wind of the battlefield that caressed the passengers' cheeks. 4 pairs of hands tightened their grips on their weapons. 4 pairs of blue eyes looked out into the darkness beyond their craft. May God be with us. As their prayer melted into the night sky, the quartet of witches launched themselves into the air. Before long, their shadows disappeared into the darkness of the concrete jungle. Section? She swore she would be a sword, and no matter what situation she found herself in, her resolve would never waver. Even if her enemy was a former high-ranked numbered, she would not hesitate, nor would she allow mercy to dull her phosphorescent blade. Now that blade fell with murderous speed upon another blade, one that had long lost its cherry blossom luster. So heavy. Cracks spiderwebbed across the asphalt under the feet of the witch groaning from the impact. However, the cherry blossom blade remained unbroken and its owner uncut. The blue witch that was her opponent furrowed a shapely eyebrow. Enslaved, brainwashed witches, it seemed, were no less powerful despite the loss of their partner. And judging by the contents of her womb, this witch wasn't just good for fighting either. "Stop looking at me like that." But there was nothing in that azure gaze, nothing but a cold, unfeeling, murderous intent. Its owner allowed the openly hostile, brainwashed witch to push her back, forcing her into the air. Her dazzling attire fluttered daintily as she soared gracefully through the air, landing atop a rusty traffic light. "Azure, Nova-san, PL please save me." The blue witch, Azure Nova, let out a low sigh upon hearing the panic scream. Her dispassionate gaze turned outward. In the middle of a derelict intersection, her buddy was desperately dodging another deadly blade. It would seem the Crimson Witch was unable to even counterattack, doing nothing but prancing about in the face of the shining cutlass. "Stop playing around already." Seeing no resistance, her opponent, a cat-eyed witch, switched to the pistol in her left hand and aimed. A moment later, the firearm belched concentrated Ina. It roared with destructive force far greater than what a weapon of its caliber should have been capable of. However, the Crimson Witch had not been caught at the point of impact, though a massive chunk of asphalt was now missing at that spot. Red Queen at least tried to fight back. Without so much as a glance at her struggling buddy, Azure Nova called out disinterestedly while casually descending from her perch. "No way, I can't. It's impossible. Red Queen, on the other hand, stammered in terror as the cat-eyed witch drew dazedly closer. She had her battle axe at least, but it was as fitting as a weapon now as it was appropriately part of her rose-like dress. If you won't fight, then you can join us instead. Eek! The cutlass gleamed in the gloom as it swung in, eliciting a pitiful scream out of Red Queen. At the same time, the cherry blossom-colored witch leaped toward Azure Nova. Why won't you face me? The blue witch took a sidestep, dodging the slash that crossed over from the lower left, onto the road as the next strike followed. A vicious thrust came for her right shoulder, only for a casual flick from below to knock it off course. With that one motion, both blades were now skyward, with the blue poised for a counterstroke. You're not worth my attention. Tusk. Because of the difference in speed, the cherry blossom-colored witch was at a slight disadvantage. Killing her would be easy. The issue was how things would progress if she died too quickly. After all, spending too little time dealing with this nuisance might cause an unnecessary misunderstanding. So Azure Nova had no choice but to play along, allowing that damned incubus to stall for time as it wanted. Don't you dare underestimate me. Of course, the cherry blossom-colored witch was keenly aware she was being made light of. She forced her blade down along the opposing azure sword, turning away the threat. The hakama she wore, an unusual choice for a witch, obscured her intended direction, and her footwork wasn't bad either. Now, with nothing resisting it, the force behind the azure blade forced it into the asphalt. I've got you now. Having found an opening, she slashed horizontally across Azure Nova's arm, aiming to incapacitate the blue witch. Her heart, fallen to the incubi, quickened with excitement as she imagined her reward. Wah! There was only the azure greatsword standing vertically before her now. Rather than fight her weapon's momentum, Azure Nova leveraged it as a makeshift fulcrum to flip herself into the air. She soared through the air once more, drawing sparks from the asphalt as she pulled her greatsword free behind her. With the moon behind her, Azure Nova's blue dress cast an azure shadow over the sullied cherry blossom witch. It was like a pole vaulting technique, and the blue witch landed elegantly out of reach, emphasizing her landing with a deliberate click of her heels. Are you done? The cherry blossom-colored witch hesitated. It would be reckless for her to carelessly pursue this opponent who wielded a sword as long as she was tall as though it were an extension of her body. Having lost interest once again, Azure Nova turned her back on her wary opponent, looking northward at the other fighting pair. PL, please stop shooting. Then stop running. No way. Among the roar of magical cannon fire Red Queen desperately dodged was the sound of another battle taking place. The echoes came from even further north, from high in the sky. There was a brawl going on between two trespassing forces. Her all-seeing azure gaze knew it to be a war between adults, their struggle for self-preservation. Are you one of the numbered? The cherry blossom-colored witch was suddenly chatty, having switched to stalling for time with a question. With what you've had in your mouth, you should have kept it shut. This time, pure disappointment colored Azure Nova's sighing answer, in the form of a single flash of light. In the end, the reaction speed of the former numbered who was her opponent was still within expectation. Because your breath reeks. The blow passed through the cherry blossom-colored witch's neck, sending a streak of blue into the darkness. That isn't going to work. But instead of losing her head, the witch crumbled away in a flurry of fragmented cherry blossoms. Then, behind it appeared several magical doppelgangers that perfectly replicated the original. Of course, this was no issue. All the blue witch had to do was cut them all down at once. Once again, an azure storm blew through, scattering the doppelgangers into an opposing cherry blossom storm. You can't cut me down. But the nonsensical ravings of a loser fell on deaf ears. Azure Nova was focused on a different target. The corpse before her needed not her attention. Whether they were under the spell of the incubi or the orders of adults, any who pursued her for personal gain deserved no less than death. The lotus that bloomed within the cesspool that was their world was not mere property. Didn't you hear me? Which was why she could not know about this. Her mercy was such that she would absolve even the condemned. What's so funny? Like errant cherry blossom petals fluttering in the wind, the many illusions of the brainwashed witch charged with reckless abandon. Their attack was sloppy, however. A group of orcs could demonstrate better coordination. Still, in that manner, the wave of pink surged forth before parting like a curtain as they reached their target. But at that moment, that's witch number 2. Within the gloom of the concrete jungle was a certain shadow, flitting from building to building. It was no ordinary human within the darkness. Sharp, narrow eyes of azure captured the beastly figure of one whose body was succumbing to Ina contamination. She actually showed up? I can't believe it. That may be a problem. She spat in disgust, chagrin apparent as she swept away the incoming illusions and their cherry blossom storm. It seemed among the unwanted visitors was a particularly troublesome person drawing too close to her, and it was far too late to stop them. In other words, Azure Nova had to act now. Red Queen. Why yes. Hearing the strict, overbearing tone, Red Queen reflexively swung her battle axe, deflecting the latest swing coming toward her. What's with your Ina? Ina, usually invisible, suddenly manifested as blue phosphorescence, bathing the nearby ruins in an eerie glow. Capable as she was of manifesting illusory doppelgangers out of Ina, the cherry blossom-colored witch found herself dumbfounded by the overwhelming spectacle that appeared before her. On my call, switch with me. Azure Nova commanded, staring deep into the crimson eyes glistening with tears. Okay. Unaware of the shifting tide of battle, the cat-eyed witch, on the other hand, wound up for another swing. It was likely her tunnel vision and poor observational skills that led to her defeat at the hands of the Incubi. Azure Nova lowered her stance, leveling her glowing greatsword just over the ground. I do it. With that one word, crimson became azure. Now it was Azure Nova before the cutlass, poised to swing. At this distance, there was no escaping certain death. Wah! The greatsword was soundless as it struck, cleaving air, Ina, and witch along its trajectory. Shattered cutlass, broken pistol, and soiled garments began to dissipate. All that was left was the body of the young girl, abused by the Incubi. Her voiceless lips were parted in a silent scream. A moment later, a burst of azure flame engulfed it all, leaving no trace of the fallen witch. Why, you monster! The aftershock of the attack was so immense that it disrupted the cherry blossom-colored witch, who instinctively cowered as her doppelgangers dissipated. A certain understanding overtook her, a fact the Incubi had imprinted on her when they defeated and made a slave out of her. There were those with powers far beyond her, forces that she stood no chance against. Now you. One by one, the traffic lights around the intersection toppled over, collateral damage from Azure Nova's attack, and scattered dust and phosphorescent motes into the air. The concentration of Ina around the blue witch continued to swell. Azure eyes shone a bright blue within the darkness. Within them, in turn, was a deeper darkness. Please hang in there, Silver Lotus Sama. Moments later, only azure flames remained, consuming the last remnants as though feeding Ina to the greatsword. They left a deep blue glow that overtook the faint moonlight, illuminating the darkness of the old capital area. Motes of blue light fluttered where cherry blossom petals once did. The azure greatsword shone brighter, its glow almost silver in color. I'll be there soon. Her quiet vow was a death sentence for the enemy. Chapter 11, Gathering. Directly under the moon, the overhead overpass was an intricate intersection of infrastructure. It was the only nearby structure that seemed stable enough not to topple over, making it a fitting stage for this confrontation. It was peaceful, in the same way the eye of a tornado was. From further out, a dull explosion echoed across the night sky. A telepathic message came in from nearby marsh mosquitoes, detailing the cause of the explosion. Unidentified forces, likely belonging to different military organizations, had begun fighting. I had no idea why it was happening. What exactly was going on? I get it now, so I was deliberately led here. Why were they fighting when our mutual enemy, an incubus, was right here, before our eyes? You never intended to run, am I wrong? 4 cave crickets, after settling on nearby supporting struts, returned to Ina, dissipating into the night sky. Having accomplished their mission, these pursuers quietly met their end. I watched until they were completely gone, before turning my gaze over to the black furball that stepped into the intersection. Oh, you gleaned that much and still came out to play. 4 limbs extended from the jet-black ball of fur that was an incubus. A bogey, 4 witches of varying appearances and ages accompanied it. According to Azure Nova, there should be 6 of them, but I did not have the familia to spare to search for the missing two. What happened to two of them? And now you're worrying about others. Good grief. It spoke sympathetically, but the sarcasm in its eyes meant otherwise. Some moments ago, we encountered a witch who shined as bright as a newborn star. Does that answer your question? It had come into contact with an enemy. In other words, Azure Nova and Red Queen were facing off against the unaccounted for two. I could only hope they didn't overexert themselves. But let us not waste any time. You do not kill humans, correct? You are only after us. It was quite talkative, but what it said was something I had long grown tired of hearing. There were goblins who tried making shields out of the girls they used for pleasure. There were frogmen who tried taking children hostage, and there were incubi who brainwashed witches. They all said the same thing. Now, knowing what these poor witches here have had to undergo on the other side, won't you surrender, Witch of Calamity? Compared to the previous failures, however, this incubus was specifically targeting me and used witches to do so. Even so, what I had to do did not change. No. I drew my kukri from its sheath. At the same time, the bolus's spider that had settled in the overhang lowered its mucus ball, its namesake weapon. Unlike the spider it was based on, however, the pheromones this familia emitted were not for attracting prey. Instead, it inhibited detection powers to remain unseen. How regrettable. It does not truly think so, does it? My partner displays clear disgust, as the bogey gives an exaggerated shake of its head. I must admit, I knew it would take more than this to force the Witch of Calamity into submission. If it was already aware it was not strong enough to stop me, then was its goal to gather information. But then, why did it stick around to fight instead of withdrawing through a portal? I could only assume this was a reconnaissance in force. Then, since it had yet to identify my powers, I had to destroy it, here and now. Might I ask a question of you, Witch of Calamity? No matter how much I ignored it, the incubus continued to jabber. We incubi only wish to raise humans, cherish them, perhaps consume them on occasion, but ultimately, we desire coexistence. It deliberately avoided the key idea. Everything they did, all of those things, hurt people. Still, it seemed my original hypothesis, that their goal was to domesticate people, was correct. It made me want to throw up. And yet here you are refusing our kindness, even biting the hand that would provide for you. It continued, sounding pitiful, but its contempt for us was painfully obvious. Still, this was the first time I ever heard one of these things act like they were the ones suffering. Why is that? There was no point in reasoning with these things, let alone acknowledging them. How dare it play the victim, that damn monster? There is no need to continue listening to that thing, Silver Lotus. My partner reassured me, sounding calm but smoldering as it spoke from my left shoulder. Hearing its reassurance cooled my head, allowing me to keep my rising temper from overwhelming me. I did not need to listen to its words and forget what I came to do. I would do the same thing I always did, kill every last one of these incubi. Yeah, I know. I sent out a telepathic message at the same time, and hostility suddenly choked the air around us. Then, one after another, my familia emerged from the shadows beneath the overpass. My, what a warm reception. It truly is an honor to receive such a welcome. Approaching us was the rhythmic click-clack of a millipede's legs against the asphalt. From above, a praying mantis swayed as its antennae tested the wind. From nearby, 4 spider wasps gnashed their oversized mandibles in anticipation. And beside me, a massive coconut crab brandished its hefty, gray-blue claws. I believe this is my first time meeting these familia of yours, no. The bogey's curious gaze looked at each familia in turn, before settling on an iridescent bombardier beetle. Although that one was small compared to the others, it possessed a weapon particularly effective against witches. In addition, the bogey's words confirmed no incubi had ever returned with information about my familia. Everything is in position. There was no need to continue listening. Answer me this, Witch of Calamity. Fire! A bolt of violet arced through the gaps of the overpass and crashed against the asphalt in an explosive burst. Having come from the bogey's blind spot, the artillery fire would not miss. The lightning attack of that familia, the onyx, had claimed the lives of countless incubi, capable of completely incinerating even ogres. Confirming Remnant Ina, the incubus is still alive. However, the attack had not hurt our opponent in the least. No errant chunks were among the swirling dust. Now that was quite the close call. When the dust cleared, the black furball remained, taunting in an infuriating tone. A barrier of Ina, flickering like glass under the sun, had protected the incubus and was centered around the witch dressed in a shrine maiden's attire. Judging by the destroyed asphalt around it, the barrier appeared to cover a diameter of 5 meters. Well, I suppose I have Lord Syriaco to thank for this one. Somehow, it had been safe from my Onyx's attack, despite being completely unaware. Did that mean the barrier was constantly active? It's quite tough, that shield. It may prove difficult to break through. Yeah, rousing the hibernating bombardier beetle had been the right call, it seemed. Otherwise, it may have been impossible to bust the barrier. The power required would likely consume more Ina than I could muster. Still, as things stood, I would be at a disadvantage if this fight dragged on for too long. I had to settle this quickly. Next, the 4 spider wasps split up in different directions, chittering all the while the bombardier beetle climbed atop the coconut crab in front of me. Meanwhile, the millipede started slithering through the weed-choked sidewalk as the bolus's spider whirled its mucus ball like a flail. I could see fear color the otherwise vacant eyes of the witches before me as they beheld something out of a monster panic movie, but in reality. Noah, next is my turn. The bogey smugly spread its arms wide and proclaimed, but found him. A lively cry came from above as something dove toward us at high speed. A moment later, a line of fire engulfed the road the bogey had been standing on. It didn't work. Noted. 4 silhouettes carefully landed on the right side of the intersection. The language spoken, audible through the noisy fluttering of their coats against the blast, was English. Each of them emitted trace amounts of Ina. They were most likely witches, too. That Ina, who are they? I wouldn't know. As I peeked out from behind my coconut crab, pale blue eyes caught my gaze. There was no hostility in those eyes, but they were not unfeeling either. Whatever they felt was hidden behind a seemingly harmless smile. I'm glad we made in time. Suddenly hearing fluent Japanese caught me by surprise. These girls, armed with heavy-looking rifles, shields, and other equipment, had spoken English. Their equipment looked standardized and the firearms weren't available here. They were likely military personnel. The 4 of them looked like sisters, with their shared hair and eye colors. Transformation through Ina usually altered the appearance in a myriad of ways, so how was it possible for multiple witches to look the same? Who are you people? As I called out, my praying mantis scuttled over, standing guard beside me. It swayed unsteadily about, but its eyes were focused on the gray figures before us. Why, you do not need to worry. We are not your enemies. The witch speaking Japanese, likely their leader, quickly pointed at her left shoulder. There, sewn to the gray coat, was a patch depicting the American flag. You're American military. Yes, we are the 7th Crisis Readiness Division of the United States Army. After introducing herself, the witch's forced smile evaporated as she turned a sharp glare at where the bogey had been standing before. Her eyes seemed to see through the dust and down the long road. Seeing that, I understood these American witches possessed abilities far beyond what their apparent age suggested. "Hi's honey." The witch partially hidden behind a shield noticed my gaze and called out to me, waving a small hand. "What do you think you're doing, Sylvia?" For some reason, the smaller one beside her seemed to scold her. Judging by their equipment, those 2 were likely the vanguards of the group. Why did they come to Japan? The question coming out of my partner was the same one I wanted to ask. Going by the name of their unit, I could assume they were something like the National Defense Forces Rapid Response Team, but why were they here in Japan? Oh dear, such rude guests we have today. Meanwhile, the incubus spoke mockingly behind its Ina barrier. That it had stayed there until the dust had cleared was impressive. We were mobilized upon special request by the Japanese government. They wanted us to protect a witch from a planned abduction. The witch holding a shotgun with a matte finish added to her leader's explanation. If what they said was true, didn't that mean the Japanese government had changed its policy? And considering their current situation with the Incubi, wasn't it the American military that needed a solution for witch abductions? No, wait, now was not the time to pick apart their excuse. Protection? Why, I have that on spades, girls, if you would join me. See how happy these girls are? How about it? Hey, fuck off already. The scornful retort was like a signal. The witch opposite of the one who yelled suddenly kicked off and charged forward. The noise of heavy gunfire filled the space beneath the overpass. Vivid colors clashed with gray shadows, and sparks erupted as opposing blades of Ina clashed against one another. What will we do, Silver Lotus? Seeing witch fighting witch, I didn't like it at all. What we always do. No matter what affiliation a witch had, I did not want to see them fighting one another. I did not want such a tragic thing to become commonplace. The only thing witches, we, had to fight was that monster standing over there. We will exterminate the incubus. The plan is unchanged then. Let's start with stopping that witch. I sent out a telepathic message to my familia, designating their targets so that the American witches do not get caught in the crossfire. Otherwise, when the song nullified all magic, they would be left exposed and in danger. So for now, we would fight without tricks or schemes. Getting the timing right would be crucial. Layla now. Leave it to me. The massive shield deflected the attack, only for another thrust to follow. At the center of the battlefield, the two vanguard witches fended off the attacking dual blades in coordinated tandem. Judging by the Ina emissions, the girls would be unable to keep up if this were a one-on-one battle. Would two of them together make up for the difference then? Reloading. Covering Claire. As another hostile joined the fray, evening the odds, the two American witches in the back threw down suppressing fire to slow her down. I had heard that, with high-caliber ammunition, firearms were capable of knocking out physically enhanced witches. Of course, since witches had access to magic, which was stronger than conventional weaponry, why bother using firearms in the first place? How very peculiar. Despite the difference in Ina, the American witches were beginning to take the upper hand thanks to their numerical advantage and coordination. Their numerical advantage, of course, was 4-on-2. Ready an arrow. Understood. There was nothing to keep the remaining witch, standing beside the bogey, from targeting whom she pleased. She began emitting great amounts of Ina, far more than the others. Incoming enemy fire. Got it. Magical bombardment would soon be unleashed. The witch wearing pastel colors mechanically knocked a shining platinum arrow. Her eyes, hollow and devoid of emotion, stared directly at me. Incoming attack. How convenient. There was no need for telepathy. It would act even without orders. A flash of light crossed through the air, painting blinding white over the world. At the same time, a colossal gray-blue shadow scurried into position to act as a breakwater, dispersing the incoming torrent of Ina. The deflected Ina scattered in every direction, drawing trails reminiscent of a meteor shower or perhaps fireworks across the night sky. Oh, you blocked it. Whoa, that was awesome. The coconut crab's outer shell was like extraordinarily sturdy laminate armor thanks to its multi-layer structure. Handling incoming Ina was simply a matter of using each layer individually. And despite having done nothing to mitigate the incoming magical attack, the coconut crab remained formidably unbroken. Let's go. Understood. As darkness returned to our surroundings, the buzzing of the spider wasps began crescendoing into a roar. Meanwhile, the coconut crab, still covered in remnant Ina, trudged steadily forward. We would retake the initiative without giving them any time to recover. Arg. The dual-wielding witch had tried to gain distance, only for giant mandibles to close in. Unprepared for the sudden assault, she could not reposition as she pleased and instead jumped away to the side. I'm still here, you know. You. Only to be forced to cross her blades to stop the thrust of an incoming longsword. She could not completely ward it off, and the attack pushed her back. Behind me, only for a spider wasp the size of a small car to dive for her, forcing her to leap skyward in response. Brainwashed witches were all reactive. They never predicted actions ahead of time. One down. Nighty-night. With her coat billowing in the wind like fluttering petals, one of the gray witches fell upon the vulnerable dual-wielder with her hammer. There was an unpleasant crunch as the maul made impact. Instead of being captured by the bolus's spider, the dual-wielding witch had been smashed into the asphalt. The hell are you doing, Sylvia? You trying to kill her? She's not dead, though. Judging by the convulsions, it seemed the witch was still alive. To have incapacitated a witch, there must have been considerable power in that swing. Well, there wasn't anything I could do about it now. So they just knocked her unconscious. Another attack is incoming. As my partner called out a warning, I sent a telepathic order. The archetype witch recoiled in surprise as the coconut crab scurried over much faster than its large size suggested. In a flash, it moved into the path of the missile she fired. Its legs, which accounted for half of its massive, weren't just for show after all. Monster. The pure white light once again scattered into the night. Remnant Ina drifted down below the overpass. Layla, Sylvia, flanking maneuvers. Got it. The gray witches dart out from under the protective shell. The low pop of gunfire sounded, forcing the witch targeting the coconut crab to leap backward. In doing so, she also put distance between herself and the pursuing spider wasp, moving toward the sidewalk covered in weeds. Wait, girls, pull back. What the? Was that a warning? The American witches suddenly skidded to a halt, keeping their distance. Between this and her reaction to the earlier bombardment, their leader must have pretty good eyes. As for the distracted witch they faced, it was time to put her down. Now, why? Even if she knew to hold her breath, it was too late now. She dropped the saber she had armed herself with before falling to her knees and collapsing on the asphalt. The red millipede lurking among the weeds was capable of secreting a substance that could incapacitate even incubi. 2 down now. Simply 6ing witches on us is hardly enough. They had no plan. Despite being a group, they weren't cooperating or working together. Instead, they got in each other's way, limiting the full extent of their abilities. That made it easy to single out and take them down individually. Had they underestimated us? It would appear I am at a disadvantage, Meanwhile, the bombardier beetle began readjusting its position atop the coconut crab. The incubus's attitude showed it was still quite confident in the barrier protecting it. We would tear both down. Now then, how about I show you girls? A massive boom suddenly shook our surroundings. The bombardier beetle had fired a volley of gas. Under normal circumstances, the gas, pressurized to an extreme, was powerful enough to disintegrate most incubi. Even so, it was not enough to destroy the Ina barrier. What's going on? But when the witch clad in a shrine maiden's attire realized something was wrong, the gas had already done its job. After all, what we needed was for the gas to reach its intended target. The gas, synthesized by my familia, contained a substance that reacted to Ina, stifling its potency. Oh my, what's this? Here, it melted away the Ina barrier without a sound. I quickly removed my hood, making eye contact with the bolus's spider. It responded by launching its namesake weapon. Quite a nuisance, that one. The bogey and the shrine maidenesque which effortlessly dodged the ambush from their blind spot. However, the archer-type witch had neglected her vigilance and was pulled helplessly into the air. No, stop. Let me go. She struggled to break free, only for her pastel-colored costume to further entangle itself with the slime ball and restrict her freedom. As her screams grew louder in panicked desperation, so too did the guilt in my heart. No matter how often I did this, I would always feel guilty. Please, just let me act. The crack of a gunshot silenced her and quieted her screams. Taking the silence as its cue, the bolus's spider quickly reeled back its slime ball. I was grateful to them for pacifying the panicked witch. 3 down. How very impressive, witch of calamity. I ignored the empty compliment and directed the spider wasps back to my side. I still had to remain cautious in case of magic or toxins this incubus might try on me. Seeing how relaxed it was, it likely still had hidden cards to consider. This is truly wonderful information to have learned. I must return with it at all costs. Suddenly, its eyes changed from flippant disdain to a more familiar cunning. Despite what the incubus said, I would not allow it the opportunity to open a portal. As my familia and the American witches tightened the noise, I pointed my kukri at the incubus instead of a challenge. My dear, if you can crush these little bugs, you shall be rewarded. Do try your hardest now. Understood. The remaining witch raised her hands into the air. Ina gathered in her hands, and as she opened her mouth, destroy, only for different words to interrupt her. They belonged to an ice-gold voice coming down from up above. In an instant, violence rained down upon us in the form of jet-black meteors smashing into the asphalt. Whoa. I immediately crouched down and closed my eyes while protecting my partner with my left hand. Dust, dirt, and asphalt flew through the air, obscuring all vision. Hit the ground now. Oh shit. I tuned my senses to my familias. the battlefield appeared in my mind's eye, giving me an overview of each combatant's position. Suddenly, a concentration of Ina closed in on the incubus's position. The way it moved was similar to how Azure Nova. Begone. Gah. The sickening sound of something hitting a human body came through the dark. A hoarse voice, letting out an agonized groan, followed that sound. It had undoubtedly come from the witch wearing shrine maiden attire. Having become a human projectile, she crashed into the Bolus's spider, keeping watch from beneath the underpass, incapacitating it. We have quite a few guests tonight, don't we? Destroy. The sounds of destruction come from every direction. Going by the vibrations in the air and how the wind shifted, Ina, through magic, was violently circulating our surroundings. To be capable of manipulating this much at once, enough for even me to sense it, was a true feat of strength. How inconceivable! I did not expect to encounter you here, Hai Lang. Hearing the incubus that refused to stay silent, I ordered my spider wasps to engage it. The circumstances were ideal for a stealthy exit, but I would not allow it. Be quiet. Was that Chinese? It was hard to say what the newcomer intended. As the dust finally cleared, a figure darker than the darkness of night appeared in focus. That girl's it can't be. Oh, this is bad. Perky canine ears protruded from her head. A tail in the same shade as her wet crow-like hair extended behind her, and a furry right arm connected to a monstrous paw where a human hand should have been. This jet-black witch was no longer entirely human, but something around her neck glimmered under the moonlight. Dog tags. I've finally found you, Butterfly. Her gold, wolf-like eyes focused solely on me. There was a determined maturity in them, and it felt familiar for some reason. Witch number 2. Witch number 2, as in the second strongest witch above the other numbered. Why was someone like that here? No, wait, more importantly, we shouldn't be taking our eyes off that bogey. She's dangerous, please get away from her. In an instant, the leader of the American witches moved to stand between us, stopping number 2 from looking at me. The gray backs that bore the number 7 seemed to ooze tension and caution. Their guns were at ease by their sides, but it was clear the girls were ready for a fight. You are the ones who are a danger to the butterfly. Number 2 was similarly on edge. She spoke in halting Japanese, and there was still a hint of her youthfulness in her voice despite the unmitigated hostility in it. We will not allow you to make a tool of the butterfly. Number 2 moved the scimitar from resting against her left shoulder to a ready position. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two factions grew tense. Were they serious about this? This was a request from the Japanese government themselves. All we're doing is protecting this witch. You mean protecting the replacement for witch number 3? The harsh voice came from the hair ornament, keeping number 2's hair out of her eyes. That was most likely her partner. It sounded like it held a grudge against these American witches. Shut up, we don't need to explain ourselves to terrorists. And we never intended to interact with you either. All we want is to ask the butterfly for protection. For some reason, both sides were bickering in Japanese. Each side pointed their weapons, guns, and a scimitar respectively, at the other. Setting aside the veracity of their intent, it was clear to me that both sides were hostile to the other, and it was safe to assume they represented the military factions that had been hanging around lately. I didn't want any part of it. It would be best if they could have their argument somewhere else really. But it seemed I was the subject of their argument. And, well, time had already been wasted just listening to them argue. It might be a little late for me to do something, but I still had to try. All of you, calm down. Butterfly, no. Witch number 13, don't listen to her. Okay, I won't just. No, please, there's no time. I should have known that just saying so would not work, let alone resolve the issue. Well, then again, did I truly have the authority to decide? In any case, until my reinforcements arrived, the only fighting force that remained was my mantis, who was on guard against any surprise attacks. Don't listen to her. She's the one behind all the abductions we've been trying to stop. You have to leave now. The American witch turned her head, looking panicked as she warned me. Meanwhile, from the corner of my eye, I watched as an eniformed blade clashed against a spider wasp's mandibles. A moment later, the incubus leaped back without hesitation. The coconut crab's claw attacked a moment too late, smashing the asphalt where the incubus had been standing. Allow me to enlighten you, Witch of Calamity. They both lie. Could that thing just stay quiet? As though to answer for me, the bombardier beetle launched another chemical bomb. The incubus leaped away in time, rendering the attack ineffective. It seemed the bogey already realized despite the gas's power, its range was lacking. This incubus was tougher than any we had ever faced before. Ghost 7 to HQ, requesting covering fire. Brace yourself, Hai Lang. Since my currently active familia were keeping the incubus busy, I could not recall them to my side. As for the Bolus's spider, it had been incapacitated earlier. I could jam their communications, but that would allow the bogey to escape. Anything we try will be risky. Because of my self-imposed restraints, I finally found myself unable to make a move. Despite being aware of these issues, despite knowing how they could affect future encounters when they finally revealed themselves, I couldn't do anything to resolve it now. The incubus, as though it understood the issue I faced, let out a derisive snicker. And now I win, Witch of Calamity, thanks to these fools, unable to set aside their differences for even a moment. Its nasty sneer disappeared as it began concentrating, bringing its weapon into the air. Suddenly, its blade shattered, scattering as lost Ina. Opposing Ina, fired at high speed, had sniped its weapon. Without hesitating, the bogey immediately twisted its upper body, none too soon as a second shot narrowly missed its head. An immediate third shot followed. This the incubus could not dodge, and the projectile grazed the left side of its head. Alrighty, listen up, all of you, drop your weapons and put your hands in the air. A lackadaisical voice came down from the night sky above. Thanks to the oversaturated concentration of Ina in the area, I hadn't sensed this newest arrival. It is quite troubling to be so popular and very annoying. The bogey spat in irritation. I followed its gaze. There, just over us atop the overpass, were 3 shadows with their backs against the moon. They were witches. Oh hey, that's Silver Lotus, right? One was a witch in red and white. A small crown sat on her head, and a detachment of guards made of Ina flanked her. I was starting to think we weren't going to find anything, like the day before yesterday. Good to see we did. Another witch was dressed like a fairy tale witch, but instead of a broom, she held a rifle. What a payoff, we even have some extras along for the ride. Indeed, a great catch, I say. The third resembled a knight. She wore a light green surcoat and porcelain white armor. An owl sat on her shoulder, speaking in turn. 3 pairs of witch eyes scanned the intersection before stopping on me. I could already tell things were going to become even more chaotic from here. My mind was ready to give up the ghost. So, what's even happening? Can't you tell? It's a 3-way standoff. I felt an even bigger headache coming along. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 12. Closing Act. The numbered, the higher ranks among the witch numbers, had been moving to make contact with Silver Lotus as well. After all, it was because of her witch number 13, and the insect-type familia she controlled that the incubi had been so thoroughly decimated. They could stand to learn so much from this mysterious witch if only they could find her. Indeed, while her familia were more common than not, Silver Lotus herself was far more elusive. Just the other day, the trio had tried tailing one of her silk moths, her main means of transportation, only to turn nothing up. But tonight was different. This disturbance uncovered what they had been searching for. She sure is popular, huh? Silver Lotus, I mean. The witch in black quipped, hoisting her large rifle over her shoulder and under her pointed hat. She, witch number 6, Dahlia Noir, wore a fearless grin. Her amber eyes were focused on the silver-haired, red-eyed witch below them. That one over there we have yet to meet. Is she witch number 2? That is correct. Beside her, Iglance, witch number 10, spoke formally with her partner. Dressed in red and white and flanked by mechanical guards, the kingly witch directed an imperious gaze at the jet-black witch. She was unintimidated in the face of the higher-ranked witch. That group over there, are they friends with those recruitment people from before? Dahlia Noir squinted inquisitively at the quartet dressed in long gray coats. Going by the flag sewn on those coats, those girls belonged to American military forces. They were not supposed to be in Japan, and they were likely here now for Silver Lotus. Recruiting. It's feline more like conscription. In the hands of the Black Witch, the rifle, twinkling under the moonlight, let out an amused mule. Meanwhile, thanks to the trio's intervention, a strange tension filled the air of the battlefield under the overpass. The two factions of witches were glaring the other down, but otherwise remained in place. Silver Lotus's familia maintained distance from the black-furred incubus. As for the Silver Witch herself, her sharp gaze was directed at the newest intruders. Okay now, girls first. Witch number 11, Prima Verde, stepped forward, her green surcoat swishing as she moved. With that as their signal, the trio descended upon the chaotic intersection. Their unique costumes fluttered the same way as they dropped through the air and landed lightly, though the mechanical soldier was on the heavier side, on the ground. They positioned themselves facing the bogey, with Silver Lotus at their backs. Let us be rid of this disgusting incubus, yes. The knight in green took a wide stance as she clenched her fists in preparation. Indeed, where there is evil, it shall be smote. An owl circling overhead her partner, it seemed hooted loudly. The implication was obvious. The two foreign witch factions opposing each other were not their enemies. Rather, it was as though it was questioning their infighting when they had a mutual, undeniable enemy before them. Allowing this thing to continue existing will bring only harm and no good. Let us begin with its extermination, Iglance declared in a stately tone as she swung her right arm horizontally. For a moment, the colors of the world inverted. Her mechanical soldier reached forward and pulled a saber from the center of a hazy void that appeared when the witch had moved. It looks like a name to me. All the better we apply all claws and no pause to wring its neck. The talking rifle began to undulate, reshaping itself to become an intimidating machine gun. Despite how unwieldy the weapon looked, Dahlia Noir handled it well, leveraging it at the incubus. With the number joining the fray, the Ina they emitted suffused the battlefield to suffocating levels. Unfortunately, we are not accepting walk-ins at this time. You girls are unwelcome here. Despite its refined eloquence, the bogey sounded faintly exasperated. It bent its legs, gathering power as it brandished the crystallized Ina that formed its blades. There appeared to be a significant power disparity between the incubus and the trio of witches that faced it. However, there was no need for a head-on confrontation. Release. Incubi magic manifested, twisting the laws of the world. A moment later, 2, then 3, and more shadows appeared all around the intersection. Their ambient Ina, their apparent mass, and their physicality appeared identical. They should have been illusions, but they were unavoidable obstacles nonetheless. Destroy. For a moment, the moonlight coming from above appeared to flicker. It was a visual phenomenon, triggered by a massive influx of ambient Ina. 9 bogies had leaped at high lang, only to twist and tear apart into pieces. Sylvia, go right. Lila, we're covering you. One of the American witches called out, her long coat fluttering with motion as she turned to face 2 approaching bogies. Leave it to me. Roger that. A single shot from an anti-materiel rifle stunned one of the shadows, leaving it open for a vicious cleave from a longsword. As for the other, it was knocked into the air courtesy of a massive shield, only for a flying knife to lodge into it and explode. Oh dear, how cunning this incubus. Vermilion eyes reflected the shards of crystallized Ina the bogey had unleashed upon them. In total, they faced 7. Prima Verde, swinging porcelain fists, batted away, crushed, and destroyed each one. Is it just me, or is it trying to stall for time? Dahlia Noir casually held the trigger of her machine gun, sweeping around to mow down the shades. But directly in her line of fire was Prima Verde putting her fighting techniques on display. However, the Ina bullets passed harmlessly through the witch and pierced the incubi surrounding her. Don't let your guard down now. Iglance, surveilling the chaotic battlefield, suddenly turned to take a backward glance. Silver Lotus had a kukri in hand, while a mantis stood guard beside her, holding its scythe-like arms at the ready. From the darkness of where the overpass extended behind them, yet another shadow was approaching. That's the same trick that got number 8 in trouble. Like a machine coming to life, the equipped mechanical soldier sprung into action. The slash it delivered with its saber hummed as it cut through the air. It sent a shadowy head into the night sky, and the rest of the body collapsed before long. With that, all the illusions had returned to Ina. Simple illusions wouldn't slow a witch down one bit. How impressive. Of course, a named incubus would undoubtedly be well aware of this fact. Even so, it remained strangely confident. Having retreated to under a bridge pier far from the intersection, the incubus continued to mock the witches. But in the end, your efforts amount to nothing. Die. A jet-black shadow accelerated like a bullet toward the incubus. For a moment, the scimitar in her hand glimmered as it moved under the moonlight, slamming into the incubus and sending it into the concrete of the bridge pier. That, too, was a shadow, dissipating like mist and leaving nothing behind. Yet another illusion, in other words. It seems you never learn, Hai Lang. A grating cacophony, the incubus's mocking laughter, echoed loudly between the overpass and the intersection. It was impossible to tell where its owner was. The incubus was using magic to bend the laws of physics and obscure its position. You won't escape from me. Hai Lang, having faced off with this incubus back on the mainland, focused all 5 of her senses on the surroundings. For the bogey, this had always been a reconnaissance in force. Its victory condition was its survival. In other words, there was no need for it to engage in combat. If it escapes, I know. If the bogey survived this encounter, Silver Lotus would lose the advantage her secrecy had been winning her. Of all the witches present, she understood that implication best. That understanding colored her otherwise immaculate, doll-like face with faint anxiety. Even now, her present familia were busy at work, vigorously waving their antennae about to track the incubus's Ina. However, due to the overwhelming concentration of witch Ina in their surroundings, this was proving to be a difficult task. I bid you farewell, Silver Lotus. Certain of its victory, the bogey leisurely departed the intersection. It did not hesitate to mock the witches that had inadvertently diffused the calamity of the incubi. I do hope you accept these souvenirs, foolish as. But its jeers stopped mid-sentence. The moonlight had begun to fade, but in its place, blue phosphorescence danced through the air. An instant later, a single ray of light skewered the laughing incubus. Wah! The illusion magic cloaking it in darkness faded away, revealing the form of the bogey. Its eyes, wide in shock and awe, slowly turned toward the direction of the light's origin. Past the riverbed, amidst clouds of dust, was the forest of skyscrapers that marked the old capital area. The bullet no, the slash had come from somewhere in there, far, far away. The raging torrent of Ina vaporized the entire left half of the bogey before slicing through the pillars holding the overpass. Along the way, it reacted with the ambient Ina lingering in the area, setting off a chain reaction of explosions. In short, it caused a natural disaster. This Ina, it belongs to number 4. What did you just say? As Prima Verde cried out the shared thought in their minds, a massive shadow covered her. It belonged to the coconut crab-like familia, brandishing its massive gray pincers to block the azure-colored explosions. At the same time, the other insect familia also unhesitatingly moved to protect the other witches, shielding them from the violent phosphorescence. Impossible. The bogey fell to its knees in the shadow of the bridge pier, grimacing with indignant pain. While it avoided instant death, it would certainly expire before long. Even now, its body was rapidly crumbling from where it had been cut. It no longer had the wherewithal to maintain its earlier genteel facade. However, it was still capable of using its remaining right hand to reach behind its back. It still had an out for its predicament. Nah, no pussyfooting out of this one. The crack of a gunshot stopped the incubus. The lewd effigy in its hand shattered from the attack. Awa, too bad. It had come from the gunslinger under the umbrella, the witch who the coconut crab had sheltered from the azure phosphorescence. Dahlia Noir pulled her face away from the scope of her rifle and snickered coldly. You insolent livestock. Before it could finish frothing in rage, the pressure of intense, concentrated Ina sealed its mouth shut. It was a suffocating intensity, rivaling that of the slash that had felled it. You're mine. The bogey struggled desperately, flailing its inhuman arms at the air. But the concentration of Ina around it was like a prison, fixing it in place. It shimmered with such intensity that it distorted the surrounding moonlight. Destroy. A merciless death sentence was passed. Ina manifested physical presence, taking the form of a black wolf's paw that fell upon the incubus in one swift motion. The surroundings shifted on impact, the surrounding asphalt distorted, opening up like a flower in bloom. And at the center of this asphalt flower was the flattened and stretched-out corpse of the bogey. Huff! Even then, it was not left alone. The corpse was wrung out like a washcloth, twisted, then torn to pieces, and its pieces were scattered to the wind. All that was left to mark the bogey's death were streaks of blood along the petals of the asphalt flower. Section. Once the chain reaction of Ina explosions died down, a painful silence settled over the intersection. We won. MHM. Once my ears registered my partner's tired but celebratory cheer, a wave of fatigue immediately washed over me. If not for Azure Nova's timely intervention, it was likely that Incubus would have escaped. Luck had truly been the deciding factor this time, and I could not be sure there wouldn't be a second time things were this close. But it's not over yet. Thinking up countermeasures for those situations, however, would have to come after resolving this next, immediate issue. Our common enemy, the Incubus, was dealt with, but the witches present were not done fighting. If possible, I wanted to defuse the situation before it came to blows, but we'll go after the other one later. But first, we have all of you to take care of. The knightly witch dressed in light green spoke up before I could. Her tone was dignified but no less cautious and suspicious. Her words, however, instantly raised the tension among us, and I felt my face almost twitch in reflex. Wait. Everything was just fine and calm, so please don't say anything more. Rest assured, number 13, we won't stir the pot. The mechanical soldiers guarding the red and white witch, upon her words, shifted into a combat-ready stance. How was I supposed to rest assured, when that was exactly what they were doing? At least, so long as they do not try to kidnap you, Silver Lotus Gun. At the provocation from the owl overhead, the soldiers' spears moved in tandem, pointing at the foreign witches. Like I already said, she's the one abducting witches and a terrorist who illegally snuck into this country to boot. The witch from the American military returned a blue-eyed, hostile glare. While she wasn't outright aiming, her high-caliber rifle was loosely directed toward number 2. But that was a symbolic gesture. Even I could tell there was an insurmountable divide in power between the two, based on their Ina emissions. And if I sensed it, everyone present would as well. So what? People like her have been around for a while now. Why's the American military taking action now? Relaxed though she sounded, the dark-colored witch's eyes said she was anything but. The rifle in her hands had already become a machine gun again. It was at the request of the Japanese government. You have got to be kidding. Their government does nothing without going through the National Defense Force first, you know. The machine gun, or rather her partner chuckled as it countered the American witch's assertion. Now that I thought about it, did it truly make sense for the Japanese government, considering their hands-off policy regarding Japanese witches, to request assistance from the American military? They were allies, of course, but they were still outsiders. Besides, the Japanese government held military power through the National Defense Force. The leader of the American witches, acting as their negotiator, exchanged a glance with her comrades. That was already accounted for. There was something fishy about that awkward pause. It was like watching an improvised performance with no indication of where it was supposed to go. That they were here on the orders of their organization showed on these girls' faces. It made my stomach churn heavily like I had swallowed lead. Witches who fought with adults backing them, in turn, followed those adults' will. All of you, leave. Now, a childish voice, sounding angrily dismissive, reached my ears. And you numbered witches. No matter what number you are, I will show no mercy. Number 2, brandishing her scimitar, seemed unwilling to negotiate, but she seemed distracted. Her eyes flicked between the witches in her way and the old capital area, where the fighting continued. She must be under a time limit, assuming she had snuck into the country illegally. This does not appear to be working. It may have been unavoidable to begin with. Nothing else we could have done then, huh? The numbered trio readied their weapons, preparing for a fight. By the looks of things, negotiations were not going well. I looked toward the sky and met my mantis's night-like gaze. It appeared to want to sigh. It is, because of us that things have come to this, isn't it? My partner, hidden in the shadow of my hood, secretly whispered in a low voice. As for me, my thoughts had slowed, becoming bogged down with activity ever since we finished off that incubus. Besides this three-way standoff, I was also processing the telepathic messages that continued coming in. Sleep deprivation might have been affecting me as well. My thoughts were starting to go off track. Running away wouldn't fix this. Besides, witches fighting witches was not something we could pass off as a joke. We've got no choice but to take care of this too. To do that first, I would crush the desire to fight out of every witch present here. While I did not know what these witches, numbered or otherwise, were capable of, at the end of the day, they relied on Ina to use their powers. And I could stop them from doing so. What shall we have the Onyx do? Disarm and disable, as we planned. While I dealt with the witches here, my familia would handle the military factions engaged in battle across the old capital area. Among the familia I had called in for reinforcements were the pillbugs, or rather, the monochromos. I could not allow the fighting to continue, so I would stop them, even if my reason for doing so was to assuage my ugly self-satisfaction. It is unfortunate that we had not been fully prepared. Still, let us believe we will succeed. I respond to my partner's words with a nod. If we failed, then I only had to let them experience in reality a scene out of a monster panic movie. A fire, and then thunder roared. I watched as a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky over the intersection. It struck the face of a skyscraper in the old capital area before bouncing off in countless, blinding forks lighting up the surroundings. As the light that swallowed even the moonlight began to fade from the intersection, the witches around me stiffened up in caution. What just happened? The American witches remained on guard, but their reactions were visibly slower. HQ, do you read me? What's going on? One among them appeared to be trying remote communication. Her eyes wavered with agitation when she realized it was not working. What just happened? It's hard to say. While the light green witch was trying to assess the situation with her guards still up, the red and white witch answered her calmly. It would probably have little effect on Japanese witches since they operated solo for the most part. Wait, isn't this? It's that right. Meanwhile, the amber eyes peeking out from under a witch's hat glimmered with an understanding of what had just occurred. What do you mean by that, number 6? The red and white king asked the black witch. For my part, I was not exactly sure of the precise mechanics behind how this all worked either. But while I did not know how it worked, I understood how to make it work. It was a rather reckless process. I had my onyx unleash its thunderbolts at maximum power, only to amplify it with the power of my monochromos. The goal of this indiscriminate burst of lightning was to induce a certain localized effect across the entire area. It is, as humans call it, an electromagnetic pulse. However, considering how panicked the American witches looked, it had worked extremely well. It goes without saying that in modern warfare, a loss in communication significantly limits what a military force can accomplish. Combined with finding themselves surrounded by my familia, it was likely the field commander would order a retreat. If they continued fighting still, they would find themselves drenched in my familia's secretions. Lost contact. What will you do then, Hai Lang? Number 2 had also stopped and seemed to be consulting the hair ornament-shaped partner in her hair. Being military witches, both sides should be capable of quick assessment and decisive action. On the other hand, precisely because they were military witches, that is, part of an organized military, the things they could do were ultimately limited. So before they made a move, I had completely crushed their ability to start another fight. Next phase. Everything is ready. My partner responded promptly and confidently. The incubus was taken care of, communications had been disabled, and my familia were off handling the old capital area. There would be no issue if I disabled magic in this area then. I sent a single command to the familia perched atop the skyscraper pushing against the night sky, speaking a single word. Sing. A section. As black smoke floated up into the night, in the ruins below, the sounds of gunshots and explosions were finally dying down. No, the sounds had been suppressed. Their guns were pointed at the darkness, but they could not see even a shadow of their enemies within. Report, unable to restore contact. Our radio is completely dead. And before long, they realized their communications had been disabled as well. Upon hearing the confirmation, Captain Wang removed his night vision goggles and turned a sharp, squinted gaze up into the sky. His eyes slowly adjusted to the world at large, where the darkness of night had only the hazy light of a moon for relief. They must have set off an EMP. Just moments ago, an electrical discharge, bright enough to resemble daylight, had cast away the moonlit night for a brief moment. It had bounced off the tops of the towering skyscrapers scattered across the battlefield, damaging their equipment, whose sturdiness had been a point of pride for the Northland fighters. In other words, a massive electrical surge had shorted out their electronics. Only an incubus or a witch could have induced such an extraordinary phenomenon, though the former would not have used such indirect means. So it was the latter. A witch and a hostile one. Do we keep going with the plan? We're pulling back. Captain Wang looked over his soot and dust-covered subordinate before coming to a decision. And he made it without hesitation. But the Americans are still going strong. Our objective was to delay, not defeat. Their goal was not to rout the American forces. Rather, they were supposed to disrupt and sabotage their operations, and to do so knowing they were unlikely to survive the encounter due to the difference in military strength. Already, they had forced the American forces to commit to the rescue of a crash-landed aircraft, diverting support away from their witch unit. That diversion had cost Captain Wang 34 excellent subordinates. Since most of our equipment is deadweight now, we cannot afford to take unnecessary damage. They had to draw a clear line between necessary sacrifice and unnecessary waste. Nearby, the quadruped launcher robot had fallen silent as well. With their airburst warheads now reduced to baggage, all they had left for weapons were their firearms. To continue to fight without at least the equipment to compensate for their lack of strength was no different from suicide. The other side shouldn't be able to move either. With this, we can say we've achieved the objective. Being on the same battleground, the American forces should be reeling from the unexpected EMP as well. As proof, there had been a pause in the gunfire coming from the enemy tiltrotor. And at this phase of the fighting, they shouldn't be able to ignore the casualties they had suffered for much longer. From here, it's up to Hai Lang. Since they needn't fight to the very end, the best option now is to retreat. It was the most rational decision to make, too, so long as the soldiers' feelings were not considered. Feelings like the guilt from placing impossible burdens on a young girl, like the desire to take revenge for the comrades who died on foreign soil, like the hatred of the American military forces. Or at least, according to their higher-ups, something that appeared to be the American military. One intent on mass-producing witches and bringing about the return of American hegemony. Despite claiming to protect the butterfly, the American military was no different from the incubus-controlled forces back on the mainland. Sergeant Joe, fire the signal flare. Suppressing the disgust he felt for what he saw as dogs scavenging incubi scraps, Captain Wang gave another order. At once, despite looking grim, the young officer retrieved a plain-looking pistol. The rest of the unit, having discarded their heavy equipment, checked their remaining ammo as they prepared to move. A moment later, a dry crack echoed, and a crimson ball burst into the sky. The sound and sight of the flare brought tension back into the surrounding air. We're retreating. Watch your six as we leave. The other field units should be doing the same and moving out shortly as well. As always, good soldiers followed orders, not emotions. Understood. The group began to run, moving from shadow to shadow within the concrete jungle and avoiding patches of revealing moonlight. Their eyes, well adjusted to the dark, would not misidentify the terrain they had memorized before the mission. They quickly turned from the rubble-littered sidewalk into a narrow back alley, before ducking into the shadows under a half-collapsed apartment complex. Their retreat was so orderly and methodical that it was hard to believe they had been in a heated firefight not too long ago. Why? But there was something else there, too. A massive shadow, gleaming a dull amber, was waiting for them under the rubble. The sound of multiple guns being readied and pointed filled the space. Do not shoot. The command was more like an enraged roar. Registering the order by pure reflex, the soldiers eased their fingers off the triggers they were moments away from squeezing. It's the butterfly's kin. What appeared before them was a termite soldier sporting wicked mandibles extending from its enlarged head. Of course, their rifles would not affect this creature. Wang used his hand to signal a retreat, and the unit slowly backed away as though they were facing a ferocious predator. Do not provoke it. Thankfully, the termite soldier, larger than an adult male, did not react to them. It was as their report said. The butterfly's kin ignored humans. At the same time, the intelligence officer who made the report was later found dead, and the cause of death was unknown. So the unit would have to handle this servant with maximum caution. What is it doing? The termite soldier suddenly raised its head, and its long, slender antennae wiggled about. Against such suspicious behavior, these human soldiers could only brace themselves for the worst. Without warning, the termite soldier swung its massive mandibles, slamming them against the concrete. It struck the concrete repeatedly, sending dull thuds that echoed across the ruined city. The human soldiers froze up in response to this unexpected action. Wait, it can't be. Wang was the first to recover, and he quickly understood the implication of the termite soldier's actions. Termites were social insects, and this one was alerting the colony of the arrival of an unknown foreign enemy. We have to move, now. Yes, sir. Wang issued further orders, but as the unit began to move, more soldiers, termite soldiers, began appearing all over the walls of the ruined buildings and the destroyed roads they passed. Meanwhile, from behind the retreating unit came that same dull thud of concrete being struck, growing louder as it drew nearer with each passing moment. After me now. There was no time for Wang to wait for the rest of the unit to acknowledge his impatient command. He directed them over to an alleyway to try and throw off their pursuers, only to find another termite soldier blocking the entrance. Its antennae swayed, gently scanning the vibrations in the air of the narrow path. This way. Do not stop. For a time, all they had around them was the occasional gleam of moonlight off shiny exoskeletons and the rhythmic thumping of their boots on the ground. All the while, more of the butterfly's kin appeared as Wang's unit made their way through the concrete jungle. While they had not taken hostile action, their intentions were clear, slowly surrounding the human soldiers and cutting off any remaining escape routes. It's like they know exactly where we are. Did Hai Lang fail? They had yet to be attacked, but having their exact position exposed portended worse and possibly fatal consequences. There was still the main force of the American military to worry about, after all. If they knew where to find this small group, Wang and his unit would face utter annihilation. Seeing as the kin had turned on them, Wang could only assume Hai Lang had failed in her negotiations with the butterfly. Stop. His subordinates came to an immediate stop before diligently scanning their surroundings. The shadows around them seemed to shift and rustle ominously, but there was something else that drew Wang's eyes toward the western sky. He forced his ears to listen through his breathing and the thud of mandibles striking concrete. Within the noise was an unusual sound. It was the distinctive hum of rotors, multiple rotors, cutting through the air. He knew they had no friendlies in the air, but the origin point of the noise was different from where American forces had come. We're bunkering down. Understood. But despite the rapidly worsening situation, Wang would not give up. Their location was compromised, but there was still hope. They retreated into the first floor of a nearby multi-use complex along the street. Its ceiling had collapsed, and there was no exit leading out to the rear of the building. Wang took a position behind a display shelf and held his gun ready. With bated breath, he waited for something to enter. Something's coming. The roar of rotors was unmistakable, echoing across the moonlit concrete jungle and drowning out the thumping. The noise was deafening even from inside the store. Before long, 4 small, egg-shaped helicopters appeared, weaving around the many skyscrapers. Then, 2 of them broke formation, heading straight for the multi-use building Wang and his unit had taken shelter in. Captain, do not move. There was no way the aircraft would overlook this building, suspicious it was with the butterfly's kin surrounding it. And even if they did move, there was no escape route. Before long, all 4 helicopters had gathered at the building. The downwash of their rotors kicked up the dust from the ground, while their autocannons pointed ominously downward. A moment later, blinding searchlights tore away the veil of darkness shielding the occupants. Damn it! The lights were so intense to their dark-adjusted eyes that they instinctively shielded their faces with their hands. People in the building. Drop your weapons and surrender. We have you surrounded. A rough voice cut through the eardrum-pounding thrum of spinning rotors. Hearing the order called out in Japanese, Wang, still shielding his eyes from the light, stared up into the night sky. The aircraft overhead were general-purpose helicopters in use by America's allies. Among them, the ones that operated in Japan were. It's the Japanese National Defense Force. Indeed, they had come face-to-face with not American forces, but Japanese ones. The very same National Defense Force that had yet to intervene in the ongoing war against the Incubi. Their name was unmistakably emblazoned across the sides of the helicopters hovering in the air. Chapter 13, Negotiation. The song, coming from a familia that resembled the large brown cicada, was inaudible to human ears. To be precise, it wasn't so much a song as high-frequency sound waves, ultrasound, coming from an organ located in the familia's abdomen. It traveled relatively slowly through the air, but it was able to affect ambient INA. To be precise, it inhibited the flow of INA, meaning it suppressed the activation of magical phenomena. I had originally summoned it for sonic-based warfare, but I discovered it could be used to negate the use of magic. It was thanks to their efforts that quiet had finally returned to the night, here at the intersection. However, the situation remained the same, and I looked skyward in exasperation. At the same time, I made eye contact with the huntsman's spider looking down at me from the soundproof concrete of the overpass. Having been called in to reinforce me, it seemed to cock its head in confusion at the scene unfolding below it. "A request for cooperation, you said?" "Yes." The American witch, Second Lieutenant Morgan Rivas, answered and nodded obediently. She looked far too young to be a lieutenant. Still, it was because she acted in a manner befitting her rank that we had avoided unnecessary conflict. Rather, the truth is, we could not get the Japanese government to help us, so we had no choice but to find you ourselves. Morgan, struggling to find the right words, finally revealed the true goal of the American military. Following what she said, 14 of the 50 states had already fallen to the Incubi. Thermonuclear weaponry was ineffective, and their field personnel, including witches, were vastly outnumbered. And now, the Incubi were beginning to encroach their buffer zone along the west coast. They were running out of time. However, according to Morgan, my intervention would turn the tides back in their favor. It felt like she was overestimating my power. "No, they're not making a request." A young, childish voice cut her off, denying the claim. It belonged to the jet-black witch whose name befitted her appearance, Hai Lang. She stabbed her scimitar into the asphalt and leaned heavily against it as she took labored breaths, a far cry from the ease with which she had been swinging it earlier. Despite the persistent magical jamming, she continued emitting INA, growing weaker as time passed. "They failed to keep track of you, so they got desperate." Even so, the hostility and suspicion she held for the American witches had not waned. It was hard to watch. Her struggle resembled the desperate last stand of a wounded animal backed into a corner. "How would you wait, of course? It's because you're the ones who shot down our drones. We would never do something like that, or anything else that would reveal our presence." While they were no longer at each other's throats, both sides still considered the other their enemy, and they bickered continuously. And with each exchange, their hostility for the other intensified. "Your side were the ones stopping us from contacting the butterfly. Oh, so, now you're playing the victim when you're the ones who snuck in and attacked first." If looks could kill, this certainly would have been the moment. But before they could leap for the other's throat, I stepped in between them. "That's enough." Seeing these young girls, children, really fight as the representatives of the adults backing them left me on edge. Taking both cases at face value, Hai Lang's situation was no different from Morgan's. She, too, fought nonstop against the Incubi, and she had crossed the sea, seeking my help. Thanks to the Incubus and the military forces under their influence, her people had their backs to the Shandong Peninsula. Without assistance, it was only a matter of time before they met their end, too. Hai Lang had come all this way to share her wish, that I save her people. They still have much to learn, don't they? A light green surcoat rustled in the night breeze. Prima Verd, one of the numbered, having listened quietly to both bickering sides, let out a sigh. Indeed, for in their desperation, they inadvertently made a wrong choice. The witches from both factions grimaced at the words coming from the owl, perched on Prima Verd's shoulder. They likely knew what they had to do. They understood so, but their feelings had yet to catch up. But as long as their feelings remained this way, cooperating against a common enemy would remain just a pipe dream. That wasn't to say they didn't share the same ultimate goal. That is, the complete annihilation of the Incubus. But at the moment, their differing positions were the root of their infighting. Unfortunately, catcalls aren't my specialty. Not like we can criticize them, seeing as, we couldn't get her to come to a tea party meeting, right? Meow, that hurts to hear. Meanwhile, the Black Witch was casually chatted with her partner, who had transformed into a machine gun. After introducing herself as Dahlia Noir, she settled against the legs of the coconut crab familia, tirelessly watching the negotiations. Suffice to say, neither do we have the means to verify either of their claims. The words, spoken in a formal tone, echoed across the intersection. Morgan seemed troubled by the issue, only for a solution to present itself in a business-like tone coming from one of the numbered. More importantly, at first glance, her amethyst eyes appeared to hold little emotion. Deeper within, however, glimmered a desire to learn. Her next words, however, were predictable. "What do you intend to do, number 13? The eyes of every witch present at this intersection turned toward the same thing. In other words, they all stared at me. All I ever did was hunt incubi. Had that truly been enough to catch the attention of not one but two military organizations? If this was supposed to be a joke, it wasn't funny. What was I supposed to do? I was just an ordinary person, and I had fallen behind, unsure of what to do. Silver Lotus. While I stayed quiet, my partner called me from its usual spot on my left shoulder. I noticed a familiar person, a silver-haired, red-eyed witch in its eyes, but the reflection had an expression that looked more grim than I remembered. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for us to move on to the next phase. The sincerity in its suggestion was like a tempting drug, but I would not take it on a whim. I fully understand why you are hesitant. Of course, nothing would be gleaned from hearing something as vague as the next phase. Only my partner and I understood the specifics, after all. We had an idea of the effects that would occur, but the true impact of said effects was completely unknown. Furthermore, once we got started, there was no turning back. Still, I believe now would be the best time to let them loose. What makes you think that? I asked my partner, who continued to stare at me. While it was impossible to read emotion from its obsidian eyes, there was no doubting the confidence in its demeanor. There are people who need saving and enemies that need destroying. In other words, become their savior. There were surely any number of witches who would be better suited for such a role than me. To call myself a savior was a grand delusion, a selfish thought that should be thrown away. And with the world plagued with the incubi, with humanity driven closer to the brink than I had imagined, there was no place for such posturing. The incubi must be exterminated. It was arrogant beyond belief to equate that desire to being a savior, to veil that goal behind saving people. I was not qualified to be a savior. You misunderstand. However, my partner quietly but firmly corrected me. All I'm saying is, you should take advantage of this situation. Instead, it presented a different bold claim. And it did so as though it was explaining something glaringly obvious. After all, we are not saviors but witch and partner, right? In other words, treat this as protecting myself and my own. I was not doing this to save those who needed saving. If this jumping spider had a face capable of expressing human emotion, what do you think? It makes perfect sense, right? It would surely be wearing a proud smile. My partner certainly was good at finding ways to get us out of these situations. Having understood it that way, I found myself nodding in agreement. You really. Doing what I did for the world, for other people, for other witches. Were my goals ever so noble? I had not chosen to become a witch because of someone else. And while the workings of the world were never simple, my goal was as straightforward as it always was. I didn't need them to give me a collar with my name on it to achieve that. I just needed a place from which to hunt. Hai Lang, 2nd Lieutenant Morgan. I called out each of their names and watched as they stiffened in nervousness. I probably should have included their superiors in this, but I had a feeling I wouldn't get what I wanted if I had, so I made my unilateral decision here. I will not pick a side. I will neither provide cooperation nor rescue. Hearing I chose neither, taking my decision at face value, colored their faces with despair. It was not a pleasant sight to behold. But it was important to make this clear, the fact that I was not playing favorites in which side I would be sending familia to. However, I wanted to drag that self-proclaimed goddess down from that pedestal of hers. And to achieve that ugly, conceited desire, I will exterminate every last incubus. My voice echoed across the silent intersection. That was all I had to do. Everyone present, including the numbered witches who had been quietly watching us, blinked in shared surprise. There was a long pause. Time seemed to pass slowly, and for a while, the only movement came from my gathered familia cleaning their antennae. What do you mean? You refuse to help, but... Morgan and Hai Lang, simultaneously, were the first to break the silence. Both of them wore confused looks. Despite being the one to say it first, it was only now that I realized my plans were not particularly clear. What I mean is, I will be sending my familia out to hunt the Incubi. Such was the next phase of our plan. To send my familia overseas. My currently dormant familia weren't just a reserve force. No, they were the vanguards leading the charge to exterminate the Incubi, whether it be on the Incubi homeworld or in foreign countries of this world. However, I had refrained from sending them abroad because I knew nothing about what was going on in other countries. In the worst-case scenario, doing so might cause a disastrous panic. However, things were different now thanks to what I learned from Morgan and Hai Lang. As my partner said, there was no reason not to take advantage of this. Number 13, did we hear you right? You said you were sending your familia, not summoning them. Yeah, you heard right. I nodded toward Iglance, who had directed a questioning look in my direction. I understood the implication behind her question. Wasn't there a need for me to be on site to summon my familia? They just have to cross the ocean. However, I did not have the strength to summon a familia to accomplish that. Well, there was no need to summon such a familia in the first place. After all, my familia boasted splendid wings and legs with which to move. W8, when you say cross the ocean, how will you? It won't be a problem. Preparations are nearly complete. Hai Lang's partner, the hair ornament keeping her bangs from falling over her eyes, sputtered before falling back into silence. By now, about 70% of my dormant familia are ready for long-distance travel. All I had to do was let them loose. I suppose it would be possible for them to make the journey in a single flight if they were refilled with Ina beforehand. No, we will have them travel across the Korean peninsula, exterminating Incubi along the way while replenishing Ina at the same time. Oh, of course. Though they were dormant, the familia, having focused on adapting for long-distance travel, had no surplus reserves of Ina. So the most efficient course would be using the Incubi along the way, exterminating them, and converting them into Ina. According to Hai Lang, the Korean peninsula, neighboring the Yellow Sea, was teeming with Incubi, ready to be preyed upon. Is this what a conversation between a witch and her partner is supposed to be like? Indeed, I imagine the subway station incident was planned similarly. This whole time, we all thought it was just a matter of tactics. I can't believe that wasn't it. I purposely ignored the varied reactions coming out of the numbered witches. Silver Lotus, you said your preparations are almost complete. Does that mean you're pretty much ready to go? I did, however, respond to Dahlia Noir's question with a nod. Of course, while I claimed I would not cooperate, I still had to communicate with the parties who would be involved in this. The first group will be ready by tomorrow. Since I could transmit orders and information instantly to my familia via telepathy, they were able to respond quickly. This fact would not change, no matter how large the swarm grew. By tomorrow. When you say first group, does that mean you have even more to send out? The American witches looked over with mixed expressions, from surprise to bewilderment. These girls must have experienced quite a series of unexpected events today. To top it all off, they couldn't refer to their superiors for guidance. They had to make all the decisions on the fly. Of course, it had always been my intention not to give up the initiative here. Be by tomorrow. Hai Lang's throat quavered as the jet-black witch tottered over with unsteady steps. Her scimitar, dragged along the asphalt, hung loosely in her hand. It seemed she no longer had the strength to hold it properly. Will everyone be saved? Hai Lang looked no different from a lost child as she slowly staggered over to me. There was no trace of hostility from her. It wasn't until the nearby spider wasp angrily clicked its mandibles together that Hai Lang came to a jolting halt. Butterfly? No. Silver Lotus? The golden eyes that stared at me wavered, colored in anxiety and wariness. She had become a completely different person compared to how she was when tearing into the bogey or confronting Morgan and her unit. No, it wasn't that. It was more like she was finally acting her age. Will you save us? She was scared, and her words were timid. It was as though she were afraid of waking up to find this was all a dream. Those words must have been a curse, the burden she was forced to bear as witch number 2. But neither I nor my familia were out to save anyone. If anyone was saved, that was merely a side effect of my actions, which was why I only had one answer. I will exterminate the incubi. That is all I am doing. How she took that answer of mine, I did not know. I averted my gaze, focusing on the familia beside me, trying not to see the tears that began streaming down the young girl's face. I focused on stroking the dark blue mandibles and how things looked in the reflection of the night-colored compound eyes. You did it, Hai Lang. Yeah. Nothing was over quite yet. In fact, things had yet to even begin. After all, the enemies that awaited me were the incubi who managed to corner the people protected by the number 2 among the numbered. It would not be an easy task. However, seeing the joy blooming in this young girl's profile was by no means undesirable. The problem now is, how do we cross the Pacific Ocean? That certainly is a problem. Even just the west coast of America is quite far. I suppose we could move from island to island, securing control as we go. Hey, when you say west coast, does that mean you'll be sending familia over for us as well? It was Morgan's turn to look darkly troubled with her question. Seeing Hai Lang's emotional reaction must have drawn out the genuine feelings she, too, had kept hidden. After all, it was likely that, with the war in its current state, it would be presumptive to demand further cooperation on top of what I had already promised another. Though I wasn't sure if her unwillingness to be forthright about it was out of pride for her home country or to maintain an adult-like dignity. Regardless, I had an answer for her too. Of course. 4 pairs of blue eyes suddenly brightened with hope as they turned toward one another. Hey Morgan, you were right, the prince on a white horse was actually her. Oh my God, Sylvia, shut up. While the 2 in front seemed to banter with one another, the 2 girls in the back were more subdued in expressing their relief. They certainly were witches affiliated with the military, but at the same time, I could only see them as kids. And again, this is only to exterminate the incubi on that side. Normally, it was foolish to split up my forces. However, the Braconids had already proven that once they secured an operating base, it was possible to begin a counteroffensive campaign. Furthermore, since any territory they conquered on that side would be connected by land, maneuvering for reinforcements and multi-pronged assaults would be no issue. It's hard to believe you have so many familia ready to go. Where are you even keeping that many of them? I imagine we haven't glimpsed even the tip of the iceberg, really. Iglance narrowed her amethyst eyes as she stared down the coconut crab, casting a large shadow over the intersection. In short, even for a numbered witch, there were inhospitable or uninhabited areas across the country they were unable to survey, so it made sense they would not know. Still, I did not want to have Hai Lang or Morgan worry about that. I guess I could at least tell them how many familia I could call upon. This noise, the sound of swirling wind filled the night sky. It was a different, heavier sound, different from the flapping of familia wings. It was more like the whirling of rotors, helicopter blades. In other words, it belonged to a military aircraft. However, with the overpass obstructing our view, less than half of the sky was visible from here. It seems to be the National Defense Force. Dahlia Noir raised the brim of her pointed hat. Her amber eyes blinked as they registered the origin of the noise. Her confidence reminded me of how astounding the physical capabilities of witches were. Wait, more importantly, did she just say the National Defense Force? Well, look what the cat dragged in. I guess they're finally here, huh? On the other hand, the Black Witch's partner let out a derisive chuckle. As it said, the National Defense Force had been late to arrive, or perhaps their timing was too good. Despite the large-scale battle that had broken out in the former capital area, they had only been deployed once the fighting was over. Comparatively, they sprung into action when it came to Incubus sightings. Did she say the National Defense Force? Wait, why are they only here now? The 4 pairs of blue eyes darkened with confusion. Earlier, Morgan had said they had been unable to secure assistance from the Japanese government. In other words, that could mean the American military wasn't supposed to be involved, or they had been purposely manipulated. The direction it's coming from, oh no, Hai Lang. The hair ornament, twinkling like a star even in the darkness, called out its witch's name in a panic. Yeah, I know. Hai Lang, as her ears drooped over her head, slowly shouldered her scimitar. The vulnerable young girl vanished, and in her place, the wounded beast reappeared, glaring in the direction of the old capital area. Captain Wang and the others are in danger. It was safe to assume the National Defense Force was aiming to suppress the foreign enemies that had entered the nation. Of course, if they were to charge in to detain these invaders, they would suffer considerable damage for their efforts. So it made sense that they waited for the combatants to wear themselves out, to deploy their troops once the enemy forces had been crippled by the impromptu EMP. Leader, I don't know what's happening either. Let's wait and see for now. The atmosphere began growing tense once more. The only sounds came from the American witches, as their gray long coats fluttered in the wind and they readjusted the weapons in their hands. While they seemed to be a reconnaissance unit meant to pick apart enemies, they certainly would not pick a fight with the National Defense Force. It felt as though the winds were changing. What will you do now, Silver Lotus? My partner, sensing the standstill, suddenly asked in a serious tone. Nobody said a word. They watched and waited for me to speak. One thing was certain at least. Hai Lang and the unit she belonged to had illegally entered Japan and engaged American forces in combat. It did not matter how desperate the situation at home had left them. Breaking the law the way they had would not be tolerated. So this response out of the National Defense Force was logically correct. However, Hai Lang, I have only one thing to tell her. Go to them. Hearing my voice, her wolfish ears perked up, and her golden eyes widened. Are you sure? Our enemies aren't each other but the Incubi. I answered Hai Lang's anxious gaze with terribly irresponsible words. At least, they were irresponsible in the sense that international politics were not very black and white. Of course, everyone present was aware of that fact. From now on, there will be no more sacrifices. And yet, I continued spitting out convenient excuses that supported my selfishness. However, it was true that there was no need for any of our factions to be hostile or fight with one another. And while cooperation may not be possible, that did not mean I would tolerate any fighting. I refused to have such a mundanely nonsensical tragedy occur. They were all prepared for this. Hai Lang visibly relaxed, and the tension in the atmosphere quietly dissipated. The only one expected to make it back is me. Her malformed right hand moved to touch the dog tags hanging from her neck. That was the plan, but She gently clasped her hands around the badges that named her fallen comrades, as though she were handling something fragile. By nature, Hai Lang was a truly kind-hearted girl who would not abandon the living. Girls like her were the ones who deserved to be called saviors, true guardians of humanity. Thank you, Silver Lotus. She turned to face me, directing a smile that, while seemingly mature, looked fragile and ready to shatter with one wrong touch. The poignant emotion in that smile reminded me of the young girl I met at the park the other day, a memory at the back of my mind. Let's go, Sirius. Indeed, let us make haste. The girl kicked off against the asphalt, becoming a jet-black shadow that disappeared into the night sky. There was nothing left of her at this intersection but the breath of wind and her remnant Ina. Don't die. All I could do was offer a single prayer. I took another look at the skyscrapers of the old capital area before slamming my Kirky back into its sheath. The sound of it entering its sheath was another signal. The ultrasound jamming the flow of Ina faded away, and with that, a flood of telepathic messages arrived all at once. For a moment, it felt as though my brain had come alight. Overwhelmed by this sensation, my vision began to swim and distort. Are you all right, Silver Lotus? I'm fine. The wave nearly knocked me unconscious, but that would not have been a problem. Hey, are you sure you are fine? Indeed, you have become quite pale. I held out a hand to stop Prima Verde, who tried to run over. I'm fine, I said. More importantly, are you able to use magic again? I ignored the worried gem-like vermilion eyes and asked my own question instead. I wasn't sure about what happened after I lifted the magical jamming. I could not guarantee we would all be like Hai Lang, who seemed perfectly fine despite its effects. No problems here but you. Hey Tom, change form will you? Before Prima Verde could finish, Dahlia Noir's command to her partner interrupted her. You've gotta be kidding me. You're supposed to say, transform. Despite its complaints, the sturdy machine gun in the Black Witch's hands transformed into a black cat in the blink of an eye. It was the first time I had ever seen a partner transform, let alone become a weapon. We're good here. How'd you even do that, anyway? Stopping our magic, I mean. It certainly is curious. The black cat, nestling in its witch's arms, noticed my gaze and seemed to smile. It seemed oddly human. Perhaps it only appeared to be a black cat, but was something else instead. Silver Lotus Sama. Please don't use Sama. Oh, sorry. I responded out of reflex when Morgan called out to me. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. I signaled with my eyes for her to continue, and after quietly clearing her throat, Morgan began to speak. We will be returning to our unit as well, and advising them to withdraw. They weren't going to pursue, but withdraw instead. Withdrawing was preferable, of course. What I wanted to know was, why the change of plans? It was obvious they had suffered enough losses to give up on trying to continue negotiating. In fact, it would likely be much harder for them to stand down than to pursue. It's not like we're forgiving them for this, of course. Morgan seemed to understand my unspoken question, and she answered as she turned toward the direction of the old capital area. Her face darkened under a long shadow, and her grip tightened on the high-caliber rifle she held. However, our mission today is not one of retaliation. Suddenly, she turned back to face me. In her eyes was the light of reason. Meanwhile, from behind Morgan, her teammates, still looking serious, nodded along with her words. Children aside, even adults had trouble keeping their emotions under control. The fact that Morgan could set aside her feelings and remain rational made it hard for me to believe she was as old as she appeared to be. I am grateful. Considering the environment that had forced her to become that way, I could not say it was all good. For now, however, I was thankful to have communicated with this rational girl. Oh, and also, Morgan's face relaxed as she continued speaking. Regarding your issue with crossing the Pacific Ocean, I believe we may be able to provide a solution. She had an unexpected proposal. I said I would not be cooperating. Never mind the fact that I already said I would not cooperate with them. Some familia were impossible to simply transport. Some were as large as or even larger than the coconut crab basking under the moonlight beside me. And besides, did a second lieutenant even have the authority to negotiate this kind of thing? You did say that. And I think you also said something about unilaterally using what you had to. Wasn't that just sophistry? And yet, despite clearly knowing so, Morgan unhesitatingly promised so. I'll think it over at least. I appreciate it. These girls were currently isolated from their main unit, which meant I could not be sure if Morgan's proposal here would mean anything later. Still, given the option, I would like to make use of their transports for my heavyweight familia. Then, the only problem left is how we will remain in contact. There should be no problem using telepathy through your partners to communicate. Morgan seemed troubled by the issue, only for a solution to present itself in short order. That was an option. Despite always using it, I hadn't considered using telepathy to communicate with others outside of my familia. I glanced at my partner, who seemed to be trying to hide deeper within my hood. You can do that. I think so, but where is Morgan-san's partner? Come to think of it, none of the American witches seemed to have partners with them. And the absence felt different compared to how Azure Nova and Red Queen lacked partners. Regarding that, we can make the proper arrangements. There was a deliberate pause before Morgan answered. I looked over the American witches once more. They looked like sisters, between the colors of their hair and eyes, as well as their appearance. Then there was what Hai Lang's partner had said earlier, something about a replacement for witch number 3. I could only assume there were extraordinary circumstances behind all of this. I see. Well, I wasn't about to poke around looking for trouble. They belonged to the American military, after all, still one of the most powerful organizations in the world. Morgan seemed relieved when she realized I wasn't going to press her for details. She signaled as she looked back at her team, and the 4 of them lined up together. Then, since it seems we are done here, we will be pulling out. Sure. The 4 of them gave a simultaneous salute. One anyone would say looked impressively snappy, before leaving the intersection together. Those girls and their unit were likely acting in secret, meaning they shouldn't have been here. Sweet dreams, cutie. The witch carrying a shield had turned back to wave, only for the smaller witch beside her to silently nudge her on. It would have been awkward to ask since I had set off that EMP, but would they be able to find and rejoin the rest of their group without assistance? That casual thought came to mind as I watched their 4 gray figures fly into the old capital area. I believe we should be withdrawing as well then. Once the quartet of silhouettes was out of sight, Iglance, standing under the shadows of the bridge pier, opened her mouth to speak. However, we should meet again for further discussion, number 13. On another day, of course. She phrased her words like a suggestion, but the intensity behind her amethyst eyes suggested she would not allow a refusal. Then again, they did say they were trying to find me. That was why they joined this battle, at least. Would you be willing to give us some of your time? It seemed this was a result of my ignoring all of their prior invitations. They took it upon themselves to find me in person instead. Of course, they would. For witches like them, who fought on the front lines against the Incubi, they needed all the information they could get. And if, when we next met, they were to hate me for not sharing even a little bit of what I knew and learned, I would not blame them. All right. At this point, it would be impossible to keep myself separated from other witches, so I might as well brace myself for what is to come. Thank you very much. Iglance bowed, though she was mindful of the crown on her head. She had seemed unusually expressionless, even compared to me, but now she seemed to glow with satisfaction. Now, number 6, number 11, let us depart. The other two numbered, having quietly listened to our exchange, responded with a wave and a nod respectively. We really hit the jackpot tonight, huh? Positively great results, I dare say. The black cat's silhouette ripped, undulated, and extended. A moment later, it became a 2-meter-long rifle. Meanwhile, its witch-like witch climbed aboard its long barrel. I never imagined we would find her here. Indeed, this was quite the unexpected encounter. Next was the night-like witch and her owl partner. Her light green surcoat fluttered in the wind as she rose into the air. That was an unsurprising feat out of a numbered, using magic to just fly. Before they departed, there was still one more thing I had to tell them. Iglance, Prima Verde, Dahlia Noir. 3 jeweled pairs, amethyst, vermilion, amber, turned my way. I faced them head-on and bowed deeply. The 3 of you were a great help tonight. Thank you. Even if they had their own reasons for coming, it was because of them that we were able to eliminate the incubus. Of course, it was ultimately Azure Nova who finished it off, but that was another story. I guess we can't say that makes us even, can we? No, not really. Dahlia Noir nervously scratched her cheek and looked away, while Prima Verde wore an awkward grimace on her face. That was a different reaction than what I was expecting. Given how I had ignored their invitations until now, I had expected them to react more dismissively to my gratitude. If anything, we should be the ones thanking you. But why? I hadn't done anything for them to thank me. I glanced over to my left shoulder, looking to my partner for clarification, but it just shook its front legs from side to side. Oh, maybe they mean what happened with Goldblum. In my humble opinion, Master, I believe this matter would be best settled another time. The mechanical guard, blinking its array of 4 purple eyes from beside Iglance, suddenly interjected. I had suspected it wasn't an ordinary familia, but I hadn't expected it to be her partner. Yes, you are right, of course. The witch nodded as she took the proffered hand of the giant red and white body kneeling before her. We will be taking our leave for now, number 13. The mechanical guard took her in its arms. Iglance, holding her small crown, gave another bow. In the next moment, a device on the guard activated, and it effortlessly leaped skyward onto the overpass. Have a good night, Silver Lotus-san. Indeed, an early rest today would be well deserved. Yeah, see you later. Let's get going, Tom. Here we go, taking off right meow. The knight, her owl, and the witch soar gracefully into the sky, following behind. Now, the only ones remaining at the intersection were myself and my familia. The fatigue I had tamped down threatened to overwhelm me. It felt as though it would drag my eyelids down if I were to relax even a little. But I wasn't done yet. I leaned my back against the millipede curled up beside me and focused on the incoming telepathy. I listened to the countless, lingering voices awaiting me before issuing orders to each of them. Silver Lotus. What's wrong? I lowered my gaze to look at my partner, who had called out in a serious voice. You did very well tonight. Good work. There was no emotion in its obsidian eyes, but I understood the message it conveyed. It was nice to hear, but what I really wanted was to sleep. Even now, in the middle of handling the telepathic messages, I was just about to lose consciousness. But I couldn't, not yet. There was still more to do. We're still not done. I looked toward the bridge pier at the side of the overpass. There, 4 girls, the incapacitated witches, lay unconscious and wrapped up at the feet of the Bolus's spider. Their bindings made for a horrifying sight, but they needed to be restrained. There was no telling what they might do when they regained consciousness. Their panicked reactions to seeing my familia were cute, but what I worried about was the aftereffects of incubus brainwashing. I could not risk them attempting self-harm or, in the worst case, suicide. First, we need to get these girls to the National Defense Force. Of course, the National Defense Force, or the Japanese government as a whole, to be specific, did not provide support to witches. However, they were more than willing to care for and treat victims of incubus abuse. But again, they would not proactively reach out to witches that needed their help. There was a justified reason for it, relating to national security, but I still could not bring myself to like it. Once that is done, we'll begin awakening the rest of the familia. I swallowed down the sigh threatening to escape my lips before pushing myself up and off the millipede's back. As I rose to my feet, I gently brushed the wiggling antennae that poked my waist. It was comforting, calming my frayed emotions. There was no need for me to speak words to my familia. Let us settle this quickly then. Yeah, we were the last to leave the intersection, and I prayed nothing else would happen tonight. Section. In the darkness where artificial light had long passed on, jet black fur fluttered in the wind as the shadow it belonged to tirelessly ran. On occasion, the scimitar in the shadow's left hand scraped low enough to draw dazzling sparks off the cracked asphalt. Despite having only scant moonlight to light the way, Hai Lang dashed unhesitatingly through the ruined concrete jungle. Her destination was not the agreed-upon rendezvous point, but rather where a number of helicopters belonging to the National Defense Force were hovering in the air. Captain Wang and the rest of the team were likely unable to escape. Of this, Hai Lang was certain. It would seem the National Defense Force has deployed an entire battalion. Her partner, the hair ornament on her head, made a calm deduction after seeing the number of aircraft awaiting them. Its words also implied unavoidable combat. We must avoid engaging them at all costs. However, Hai Lang flatly refused. After all, the shackles that sealed her magic had not been removed just so she could continue fighting. From now on, there will be no more sacrifices, she had said. Hai Lang recalled Silver Lotus's eyes as she made that proclamation. Those crimson eyes of hers, despite having seen so much ugly conflict, spoke of a determination to end the needless losses. Savior is the title that befitted the girl with such resolve. Understood. After an anguished pause, Hai Lang's partner voiced its agreement. The issue was the difficulty. Hai Lang had to extract Captain Wang and the others while avoiding combat with the National Defense Force. And that was on top of the burden Hai Lang carried, to speak nothing of the strain such a task would inflict. Even now, the claws on her right arm were growing more wicked than ever. The tail growing from her waist was becoming longer and thicker, and the ears atop her head were quickly replacing her original, human ears. The price Hai Lang had paid was continuing to pay to become which number 2 was extraordinary, and it was impossible to stop her from pushing even further. She would continue to run and run, but who's there? Her feet came to a stop upon detecting a threat she knew she could not ignore. Hai Lang had arrived before a collapsed building. Her golden eyes narrowed as she glared upward at the peak of a bent steel beam. They saw an oversaturation of ambient Ina taking the form of dancing, glowing phosphorescence. Good evening, witch number 2. A voice like a tolling bell caressed the wolfish witch's ears. Amid the azure sea, her blue dress fluttered in the night breeze, while her pearlescent blade glowed with an inorganic gleam under the moonlight. This girl, an anomalous explosion of color within this gray world, was undoubtedly a witch. Who are you? And despite Hai Lang's superior senses, she had not detected this witch's presence until now. Witch and partner were instantly on alert. Who am I, you ask? The azure witch, looking down on her, playfully put a finger to her soft lips, as though searching for the right answer. Meanwhile, Hai Lang pursed her lips in a hardened grimace as her eyes took in the blue phosphorescence. The color, the density, she knew, without a doubt, this was the witch who dealt the decisive blow to the bogey from earlier. The full extent of her capabilities remained unknown, but they were likely at the level of the top numbered witches. If I had to answer, I suppose I'm just a little errand girl at the moment. Her choice of words was charmingly playful, but her tone was devoid of warmth. No, it wasn't just devoid of warmth, it held the chill of unfeeling hostility. So the National Defense Force. Hai Lang, catching the unspoken implication, lowered her stance. Japan claimed the National Defense Force employed no witches, but who would be stupid enough to take that at face value? You still have value, or so I was told anyway. It was clear escaping from this witch would be impossible. Hai Lang brought her long scimitar over her shoulder and prepared to leap. We will make it home. Her slender shoulders began to move in time to her breathing, and the blade of her weapon began to glow, emitting phosphorescence of its own. Ina began to gather, saturating her surroundings until the glow rivaled that of the blue light she faced. Hai Lang, stop. Ina is naturally produced by the 21 grams of soul that exist in living beings. So to extract more Ina than what is naturally produced means dipping into the energy of life. Of course, a subconscious limiter stopped most witches from overworking their Ina production and emission. I will rescue everyone, and we will make it home together. Having forcibly destroyed her limiter, Hai Lang is capable of extracting as much Ina as she wants, so long as she has life to give. And now, despite her body screaming with the pain of that conversion, her golden eyes sparkled ever brighter with the hope she had found. She was determined, so that there would be no more sacrifices, she would rout this witch with every iota of strength she could bring to bear. Really now, how troublesome. But the azure witch that was her opponent was unperturbed, letting out a sigh without a shift in her demeanor. After all, it was hostility with which her blue eyes eyed Hai Lang, not murderous intent. I'm not used to going easy on people, you know. You're going easy on me, witch number 2. There was a dissonance coming from her opponent's words that left Hai Lang furrowing her brows. She may have been injured and exhausted, but Hai Lang was no less capable of wringing the neck of a named witch or slaughtering an entire battalion's worth of soldiers. That was, after all, what it meant to be witch number 2, the greatest power of the mainland. If anything, Hai Lang should be the one to be going easy, not this blue witch. Would you be interested in hearing a very important fact? Her heels made a deliberate clack as they struck rusted metal. Despite her unstable footing, the azure witch lightly held her blade, as long as she was tall, in a low stance. The blue phosphorescence about her suddenly shimmered, and the ambient Ina appeared to flow into her weapon. Witch numbers are just numbers. Her voice, ruthless and frigid as absolute zero, echoed through the void. Then, every shade of blue disappeared. It was as though it was never present to begin with. From there, Hai Lang swung her malformed right arm to the back. Combat experience and raw, wild instinct compelled her to take that swing. And her scimitar, saturated with enough Ina to distort the moonlight, broke the supersonic sword. The massive blade shattered like delicate glasswork, turning their surroundings into a veritable sea of stars. Ignition. Wah! And each tiny, blue fragment blinked a light. All colors, all sounds disappeared, and the world became dyed in silver. It was a familiar sight, this world of pure white. It was the same winter scenery Hai Lang saw when she was younger. The beauty of the untouched snow had made her forget the harsh cold of winter. She had run about, playing happily, to her heart's content with her brothers and sisters, siblings long since past. It was a fond memory, a beloved reminiscence of a bygone peace. What just? The white haze enveloping her consciousness suddenly receded. The point-blank explosion of Ina had rendered her temporarily unconscious. She suddenly became aware of her body being suspended in the air, defying gravity. No, it was not defying gravity on its own. A hand held her by the neck. You should have stayed asleep. The hand wrapped around Hai Lang's slender neck belonged to an elegantly dressed girl. However, the aura about her did not belong to just a girl. She was an irregularity, an exceptional being that had momentarily overwhelmed even Hai Lang's Ina emission. It had but a singular moment, but indeed, the azure witch had burned away Hai Lang's Ina like it was merely an obstacle. Og, ga. The azure witch's fingers, white as icefish, began to tighten, and Hai Lang gasped for air. Meanwhile, Hai Lang's scimitar fell from her grip, crumbling away as it hit the scorched, blistered asphalt. With that, she lost the Ina that empowered her body, leaving her with no way to fight back. Her mind grew sluggishly hazy, and the light dimmed from her golden eyes. Hai Lang. Ak og. In response to her partner's call, Hai Lang kicked with what little strength remained. It was like the final act of resistance mounted by a wounded beast. But the Azure Witch's right hand deflected it with no trouble. Her left hand remained steady against Hai Lang's neck. Her vision grew dim as the darkness drew ever closer. Sweet dreams. With those final words, Hai Lang's world went dark. This incident at the old capital area would later be reported as a small-scale skirmish put to rest by the National Defense Force. And with the help of the United States Pacific Command, they had detained 16 militant fighters. Those 16 fighters, and finally one additional young female soldier, were taken into custody. Chapter 14, Activation. Along the eastern end of Eurasia, and past the Yalu River, lies the Korean peninsula. It is flanked by the Yellow Sea to the west and the Sea of Japan to the east. This long landmass was once called the 3,000 Li Peninsula. It was also once the front line of conflict between the East and the West, the so-called Cold War. As a result, it had been divided along the 38th parallel for a very long time. It was ironic that this division was undone and the region unified by none other than the threat to all of humanity. Come now, how much further are you going to run? Grating laughter echoed through a dense beech forest near the 38th parallel. The owners were not humans, not with their green camouflage-like skin, pointed ears, and long hooked noses. They were, of course, Incubi, goblin variants called Dakibai. One Dakibai in particular carried a dog collar and leash in its hands as it gave chase to its prey. I have to get away. Its prey was a young human female. Despite running, she was slow. The footing in this forest was poor, and her worn shoes were caked thickly with mud. And while she was too young to bear children, such a limitation did not matter to the incubus chasing her. After all, so long as the host remained alive, it could be made to function as a seedbed. Such was the gruesome, horrifying reproduction cycle of this monster from another world. Your mommy is waiting for you to join her, didn't you know? Yeah, how could you keep her waiting, huh? As the Dakibai stalked the lush beech forest, they called out to the girl, jeering and taunting. But no matter what they said, the girl did not stop moving. She understood her mother, captured by these fiends, was no longer the mother she once knew. She understood her mother was all but dead, an unmoving flesh bag incapable of words or emotions that stared blankly into the air. She understood that fate awaited her if she fell into the hands of these incubi. Where are you trying to go? There's nobody around to help you, you know. The Dakibai continued to mock the girl, watching as she desperately, breathlessly looked for escape. And it spoke truly. No one stood against Dakibai, and they ruled this land. The Republic of Korea armed forces and the witches under them were long gone. To continue living, clinging to subsistence, the powerless adults offered up girls like this one to their new rulers. She was truly alone and without help. But as the trees opened up into a clearing, the girl fell over. Her tired legs could not avoid an exposed pile of gnarled tree roots. The girl could only curl up, covered in grass and dirt, to try and endure the pain of her fall. Oh no, what a shame. Awa, at least you tried your best. Bright sunlight revealed the Dakibai around her, clapping for and praising the girl. By their leisurely pace, they were hardly fatigued despite chasing the girl here. Eek! Sensing the animalistic lust coming her way, the girl rolled around and fearfully backed away. Instead of chasing her, the Dakibai looked on in laughter. These futile attempts to escape were nothing more than their entertainment. After all, no matter what she tried, this girl was fated to become their seedbed. Oh no, how could this be? The girl's back bumped against a beech tree, startling a grasshopper that immediately leaped away. There was no way out. Oh no, looks like this is it for you. We're gonna make you a mother, Jayahaha. Under the bright blue sky, vulgar incubi laughter echoed across the former no man's land. After all, they derived pleasure from mocking those they saw as lessers. And what could be more lesser, more pleasurable to abuse than livestock? Oh. But despite finding herself in a hopeless situation, the girl had yet to give up. She took up a broken branch from nearby, holding it close to her chest even as she held her legs closed, hidden under her navy skirt. Her eyes had not yet lost their light. They held a determined vivacity and a resolve to resist. Seeing her defiance, the Dakibai exchanged glances. Heh, it was a good idea to bring a collar after all. The dakibai holding the tools smirked as it shook them in a demonstration before the girl. It was a familiar sight. The girl remembered her mother had been wearing such a device the last time she saw her. Still, the girl remained unmoved. She pressed her lips tightly together and glared at her enemies with naked hostility. It's a little small, don't you think? One of the dakibai cocked its head and eyed the collar, measuring it with its fingers. Robbing, violating, destroying, incubi were nothing but unchecked consumers. But when they are free to domesticate their prey, their behavior changes. They become like breeders, raising livestock. Just put it on her arm. You're right, I can do that too. In imitation of the Kaith Sith, these dakibai recently began collaring their captive human females. They had discovered joy in raising livestock. Hey, I'm the one who found her first, so let me have first dibs, all right. Yeah, go for it. The sinister creatures close in on the girl, taking slow, deliberate steps. In doing so, they elicit greater fear from their prey. Dark clouds began moving across the azure sky, as though to hide the impending depravity from the view of the sun. God in heaven. The girl prayed as her devout mother once had. But it was a meaningless prayer. There was no such thing as divine intervention. Could the incubi have overrun the world otherwise? But if it did, if there was someone out there capable of saving humanity. Hey, did you hear that? Sensing something out of the ordinary, one of the dakibai comes to a stop. But the only noise in this beech forest was the subtle sound of the warm wind against the flora and fauna. Yeah, I hear it too. One of its comrades held a hand over a pointed ear, before nodding in agreement. Incubi, possessed of hearing superior, can detect sounds otherwise inaudible to humans. What they hear now is like rain. However, not a single drop of rain had fallen. The sound grew louder and louder, until the very atmosphere seemed to tremble, and the noise became audible to even the girl. And then unseen, torrential rain poured down upon the beech forest. Something's coming from the sky. One by one, the dakibai looked up, only for the approaching darkness to engulf them. Clumps of dirt and grass flew about as long, mottled wings stirred the air with their buzzing. Something crashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Sturdy hind legs, leaving footprints on the ground. They belonged to a giant insect over 2 meters long, clad in an exoskeleton colored like charcoal. It is a different kind of monster, one mimicking the form of a migratory locust. What? But the dakibai cannot comprehend the sight before its eyes. Its thoughts stopped when it came face to face with the monstrous creature that had instantly crushed its fellows. All it saw were a myriad of reflections from within the locust's compound eyes. The sound of fluttering wings continued pouring like rain as charcoal colors eclipsed green. Jaya! A total of 6 locusts dropped in, swarming their prey before eviscerating with vicious mandibles. Their jaws, like pruning shears, tear through flesh to strip meat from bone with brutal efficiency. They devour each morsel with gusto, chewing from end to end, one piece at a time. They consume it all, bone, flesh, and skin, down to the last drop of blood. D-damn you. Thanks to being inadvertently cushioned by the soil, one dakibai avoided being crushed after the initial impact. It scurried desperately on all fours across the beech forest. The sounds of incubi flesh being chewed away filled its ears as it looked for a way out from this hell. The predators did not overlook this straggler. Noticing a shadow fall over it, the dakibai began to scream in sheer terror. "Stay away." The unspeaking creatures answered with a pounce, surging over the dakibai like a river of charcoal. Help! As its face contorted with fear, mandibles tore it to shreds. Its arm, once reaching for the young girl, was severed and shredded to pieces as the predators competed for even a morsel more. Before long, only the collar it once carried remained. It rolled over to the girl's feet, stained with fresh blood. It was a nightmarish scene she beheld, something completely removed from reality. "Are you?" As her fear and confusion mixed, the girl's throat trembled into motion. But her feeble voice was hardly audible beneath the crunching of bone and tearing of flesh. Gods! The strange creatures do not answer the girl's question. Instead, they stretch their mottled wings before kicking off the ground with their massive hind legs. Soaring over the treetops, they return to the sky like charcoal-colored clouds. Left in their wake were bloodstains and echoes of wingbeats. They were not gods. However, in the Bible and the Quran, God once delivered a disaster like this. a plague of locusts. It was a plague that devoured not only crops but all manner of flora, inflicting famine upon the people. A certain witch's familia had happened to take that form, and now they are predators, able to rip and tear skin and bone from the incubi. Awakened from their slumber and thirsting for blood, they would travel 3,000 li, searching for prey to devour. It was on this day that the incubi claiming the Korean peninsula went from hunter to hunted section. Having long since lost the artificial lighting keeping it bright, the Tokyo Bay at night is as dark as black ink. Even now, it was only because of the faint moonbeams peeking through a break in the clouds that I could see the waves crashing against the cliffside shore. Several gantry cranes loomed in the darkness. They were vestigial remnants of human presence in this area. It seemed so long ago that this was once a hub of maritime traffic, full of ships coming into and out of port. Are you sure you can handle it? I'm fine. I glanced at my partner, perched as usual on my left shoulder, and nodded in response. At the very least, I still had the mental capacity to gaze at the nighttime sea and lose myself in sentimentality, sort of. Half a day had passed since the first wave of my familia arrived on the Korean peninsula, and the amount of incoming telepathic messages was already overwhelming. It was like having email notifications constantly going off. The mental burden seems a little much. I can take on some of that load. I'm fine, I said. You don't need to, not yet. The familia I dispatched, modeled after the migratory locust, were well suited for this phase of the operation. They indiscriminately devoured the incubi they encountered and multiplied at an astonishing rate. It was through sheer numbers that they were extremely powerful and capable of overwhelming even a named incubus. However, the trade-off was their upkeep, an immense telepathic load to manage those overwhelming numbers. The burden would only continue to grow when I awakened the aquatic-based familia to seize the coastal waters. HRM, I suppose. But please do not overburden yourself. Yeah, I know. I wasn't sure to what extent I could handle widespread familia operations like this, nor did I know what might happen if I went beyond that limit. Still, if it became too much, I could offload some of the burden onto my partner at least. In the end, there was only so much I could accomplish alone. Silver Lotus-sama. The voice of a young girl, coming from above, reminded me of this fact. Up above was one of the many gantry cranes in the area, darkened under the cover of the night. However, there was only one person in the world who would address me so formally in the old capital area. Azure Nova. When I called her name, blue phosphorescence appeared atop the crossbeam of the crane. The light surrounded a figure who leaped into the night sky, descending to the cliff. Her blue dress with its abundance of frills swished in the wind, and her heels clicked elegantly as she landed. She landed so lightly that it seemed as though gravity had no sway over her. It is good to see you are safe and sound, Azure Nova-san. I knew she had been fine after the events of the previous night. After all, the final, fatal blow sealing the bogey's fate had come from her. But for some reason, I couldn't help but worry since I hadn't seen her in person. I am sorry for having worried you. Thankfully, she seemed no different from usual, as she gave a respectful bow with her head. I would have to pay closer attention to her, so I didn't miss even a minor change. After all, she had engaged in deadly combat with other witches who had fallen under the influence of the incubi. And while she had emerged victorious, she might have come away with deep-seated psychological trauma that would not go away easily. I had intended to contact you sooner, but that's not your fault. It's mine. I raised a hand to stop Azure Nova, whose face was growing apologetic. After all, I was the one who damaged her cell phone. That is, our means of communication. The Emperor, the lightning attack from last night, damages electronic equipment. That attack imitated the effects of non-lethal electronic disruption attacks, but it did not affect people. It was powerful enough to disrupt the equipment belonging to the American military, but it also did not differentiate between friend and foe. Azure Nova was one such affected ally. I should have warned you. I'm sorry. Oh no, please. You don't need to apologize for that. As I bowed my head, Azure Nova hurried over to me. She squatted low to peer up at my bowed face. I mean, it was surprising, but you did it out of necessity, right? It had been, without a doubt, a necessary course of action. Without it, we would not have been able to resolve our negotiations as amicably as we had. Still, that did not justify enacting something so disruptive without so much as a preemptive warning about it. It was like implying my refusal to cooperate with her, done in a terribly irresponsible way. And it was just a phone, so you don't need to apologize. Azure Nova's face relaxed as she took my hand in hers. The purity in her eyes said she was willing to accept anything that happened, but I could only see it meant she would be willing to throw even her life away if necessary. This was no joking matter. I squeezed her hand in return as I looked her straight in the eye. I could not leave things as they were. I will pay you back. And no, it's fine, really. Before I could finish, Azure Nova broke away, covering her face with one hand while waving me off with the other. She did not care about compensation. She did not question why it needed to happen. But I believed I had to do something to give back to her for her selfless goodwill. To do that, I would have to rack my brain and figure out how I could get her to accept it. I suddenly realized the other person to whom I should apologize was missing. Azure Nova should have been accompanied by a buddy in that deadly battle. That aside, did something happen to Red Queen? As soon as I asked, a flash of phosphorescent light danced at the edge of my vision. I reflexively squinted in response to the sudden brightness. She's taking the day off. What happened last night really tired her out. As she spoke, Azure Nova lowered the hand hiding her face, revealing a dejected face. Rather than physical fatigue, it was likely mental fatigue she was dealing with, huh? I knew it. I shouldn't have allowed them to help me. Is that so? The waves crashing against the cliff drowned out the sigh I let escape my lips. It was like a reflection of the meaninglessness of my sentimental concern, though I suppose it truly was rather meaningless. After all, no matter how much I regretted it, from now on, Red Queen would bear an incurable scar on her heart. And all I could do on my end was pray she could recover from it. To that end, if, or when she does return, I will apologize to her and offer what I can in compensation. Azure Nova. But for now, I had to focus on encouraging the discouraged witch before me. It is, admittedly, a field I am not experienced in, but that was no excuse to leave it be here. I approached her, and now it was my turn to stare into her face. You were a big help yesterday. Hi. Before I apologized, there was something else I had to say. Because of you, we were able to stop that incubus from escaping. Despite the riverbed likely being out of sight, she had managed to hit the bogey. That unconventional attack of hers had caught it completely unaware. Without a doubt, the deciding factor taking down that incubus had been her, Azure Nova. Oh no, it wasn't anything that amazing, it was pretty normal to me. If you consider that normal, that's even more impressive. I nod, agreeing with my partner's evaluation. I didn't like to describe her in this way, considering our line of work, but Azure Nova was truly a rising star. As she was, she might give even high-ranked numbered witches a run for their money. You should be more proud of and confident in yourself, Azure Nova-san. The shadow over her face began to fade as her face relaxed into a gentle smile. Thank you for saying so. Her smile was bright enough to make the night feel like day. I hoped there would come a day when she could smile like this, but as a normal girl, not as a witch. After a moment, Azure Nova noticed my gaze resumed looking out, and she eyed me with curiosity. So, what were you doing here, Silver Lotus-sama? She followed my gaze out to the nightscape of Tokyo Bay as she changed the topic. Like always, her actions reminded me of a large dog enthusiastically following its owner along. I felt my expression soften. We are waiting for the familia. This wasn't something we needed to keep a secret. Specifically, we were waiting for all of the aquatic-based familia to gather. I would have them take control of the coastal zones in one go. I nodded in support of my partner's answer, who had stared at me in confirmation. From now on, we're going to start sending familia through the ocean. You're sending familia through the ocean. Azure Nova cocked her head in curiosity, thinking over what I said. For their part, the National Defense Force also deployed naval troops to defend sea lanes and ship routes. The idea itself shouldn't be uncommon. Whoa, that's amazing. Azure Nova seemed to reboot, with her blue eyes shining like newborn stars. It seemed I had inadvertently set off my first fan's passion. I guess it might be. It really is. Her gaze, so full of hope and expectation, was dazzling. It seemed the first phase of the reoccupation of the Korean peninsula was progressing smoothly, at least for now. But that was likely because they had not encountered forces belonging to the main Incubi force, and objectively, we had yet to accomplish anything praiseworthy. Oh, so you're waiting for your familia to gather here then. Connected through telepathy, it was easy for my familia to regroup, even when they were spread out across the wild vastness that was the ocean. So there was no need to deliberately gather them here, or rather, the need was to satisfy my desires. You don't need to stay. Please let me see them off as well. I expected her to say something like that. Well, if that's what you want. Thank you. Her reply was as bright as the many stars twinkling in the night sky. I could almost see a tail coming from her back and wagging energetically. Ah, look. They have arrived. From my left shoulder, my partner gestures toward the sea with its foreleg. A moment later, the black surface before us swelled, looking like a small hill. Then the hilltop seemed to explode upward, revealing a beautifully iridescent exoskeleton. Seawater flowed down its sides like a waterfall curtain. Under the moonlight, the scales gleamed with the colors of the rainbow. Its spherical compound eyes seemed to focus on the cliff awash by waves of seawater. This familia. Azure Nova stared transfixed, with an expression of surprise on her face. The immense size and flashy coloring of this familia were far beyond any I had deployed before. It was no wonder she was surprised. It's just a mantis shrimp. You mean door knocker? My partner immediately corrected me. It reminded me of how I had thought the name wasn't very appropriate, considering the smasher-type creature this familia resembled. Is this the familia you were waiting on? Not quite. This is just the first. Another massive shadow broke the surface of the water, as though responding to my partner's answer. The deafening crash of seawater from its emergence made it sound like we were at the center of a massive waterfall. WHO. Massive aquatic-type crustaceans began emerging, one after another. There were so many in this living fleet that it was difficult to have them all in sight at the same time. Among them was one resembling a Japanese spider crab, one of the largest species among arthropods, whose pincers were just barely visible, poking out of the water. The sight of the familia emerging from the sea, before my eyes, was like watching a scene out of a monster movie come to life. This is amazing, Silver Lotus-sama. On the other hand, Azure Nova clasped her hands together in awe. Her blue eyes sparkled brighter than ever. If anyone else were to look out upon Tokyo Bay right now, they would be at a loss for words. As for me, this was the first time in a long while I had seen my aquatic-based familia. They had grown so much larger than I expected. So this was the result of feasting on incubi on a near-daily basis. How magnificent! These 157 familia have come here from their posts along the Japan Trench and Sagami Trough. This fleet, massive enough to fill the entirety of Tokyo Bay, were the main force defending the coastline of Japan. They mostly hunted merman-type incubi, though according to Hai Lang, there were other, not yet identified aquatic-type incubi in existence. With that in mind, I would usually have these familia conduct reconnaissance before planning an attack. This time, however, I needed them to act in tandem with the overland forces deployed to the Korean peninsula, the main reoccupation force following the vanguard's opening push. In short, we were taking advantage of their surprise attack to strike down the incubi occupying the area. Like white knights. Azure Nova murmured dreamily as she continued staring at the gathered familia. How exactly did she see that out of them, I wondered. Well, I guess their skyward antennae kind of looked like lance tips. They looked more like battleships than knights to me, at least. Ah, you mean the White Rider, the first horseman of the apocalypse from the Book of Revelation. I was amazed that my partner made such a connection, just from hearing her mention white knights. Yes, the deity of conquest and glory. And how a girl of Azure Nova's age was familiar with a book of the New Testament. However, we did live in a world where eschatology was a common and serious topic of discussion. This is how you'll be able to save the world, isn't it? Her eyes were full of hope, just as they were when we first met. However, as history has recorded, there has never been an army that remained undefeated. And while I would always know exactly how my familia were doing thanks to the power of telepathy, I had gathered them here, together like this, because this might be the last time I ever saw them. I do not believe I would be able to overcome every obstacle we encounter from here on. And to believe I could save the world despite that belief was much too conceited. I can't save anything. Silver Lotus-sama. I averted my gaze like I was running away from this girl who told me she had been saved by me. Because, even if she decided for herself, it did not change the reality of her situation. As a witch, she was being made to fight. There was only one thing I could do in a world so far gone as to allow such tragedies. All I can do is exterminate the incubi, every last one of them. As though responding to my voice, the familia began to move, sinking their massive bodies into the sea. Their dive agitated the water, forming countless bubbles that made the sea look like black soup boiling within a witch's cauldron. The one to save the world would not be me. My goals weren't so noble, they were far more self-centered. And no title was more antithetical to Silver Lotus than Savior. Side story, Gathering Clouds. The sky was crimson, at the fringes of when the world began its transition to night. Even now, before the curfew sirens blared, people sang the songs of their daily lives. This was no different at places of learning. For students, the songs of their daily lives meant their club activities, and even now, lively voices echoed across the sports fields. In a certain classroom, at this time, 3 female students were working through a pile of books. So, hey. A breeze carrying a hint of early summer came through the window, playing with one girl's ash-gray hair. After closing a book titled The Age of Hybrid Warfare, Botan Kurosawa looked at her 2 friends. Is something wrong? A young girl's gentle voice, coming over the crisp turn of a paper page, responded. It belonged to Im Mitsurugi, who continued flipping through what appeared to be an encyclopedia of insects. Her eyes had not so much as twitched away from the pages. The polite speech and even tone spoke volumes of her upbringing as a proper young lady. Meanwhile, her ramrod-straight sitting posture and tidy black hair, tied off at the back, evoked the aura of an austere warrior. I know it's a little late to be saying this, but as she watched her overly serious friend, Kurosawa let out a wry smile. I don't think there is a point to researching insects. Saying so, she pointedly glanced at the stack of insect-related books on the table. The collection included not just illustrated insect encyclopedias, but also more specialized texts like research papers. In short, it was a lineup of reading materials an average female student would never consider. Are you sure, Botan-san? The one responsible for borrowing those books, Kurumi Shiraishi, responded placidly. She, too, had one such book open, the 3rd volume of Faber's The Book of Insects. After all, we know next to nothing about witch number 13. The 3 of them, Shiraishi, Mitsurugi, and Kurosawa, were among the most powerful witches, the numbered. They had been trying to learn anything they could about witch number 13. After all, witch number 13 was capable of single-handedly annihilating swathes of incubi. She was vastly different from other witches. These 3 wanted to learn anything they could about her, since that could mean gaining an advantage in their fight against the incubi. In pursuit of that goal, we need to study everything about her, from every possible angle. Their reference material today was all insect-related books. Number 13's familia were all giant-sized insects, after all. So by studying the morphology and ecology of insects, perhaps they might glean something of her methods and strategies. I understand the logic behind this process, but Mitsurugi closed her book, having reached the entry on braconids, and furrowed her eyebrows in discomfort. I also empathize with what Kurosawa-san is saying. Her voice conveyed with it a clear fatigue. While they were guardians of humanity, fighting against demons day and night, they were also young girls in their tender teens. To force such girls to face something they didn't like, or rather, couldn't handle, would inevitably drive them to mental exhaustion in short order. I mean, her familia aren't insects per se, but pseudo-life forms, and they exerted themselves without knowing if their efforts would pay off. It was likely her familia were strong because they so closely mimicked the form of their real-life counterparts. But that did not necessarily mean they shared all of their ecology. In other words, it was very possible this study session of theirs truly was a waste of time. We didn't have to look up every possible insect, right? We do have something. Shiraishi interrupted her, holding out a grid sheet notebook to them. It was open to a certain page that listed in great detail and described the various species of insects number 13's thus far identified familia resembled. It was an exhaustive list of information, but very well organized. With this notebook as a reference, it should have been easy for them to find the insects correlating to her familia. Well, I guess we are making progress. Kurosawa, wearing an indescribable expression, nodded at the expressionless but proud Shiraishi. After all, this was undoubtedly progress compared to when they hadn't known even her name. If only we could speak with her directly, then we wouldn't have to go about this in such a roundabout manner. Mitsurugi tiredly returned the closed insect encyclopedia to the pile, before leaning back to stare at the evening sunset-lit ceiling. Just the other day, Benayam had ventured out to track number 13, only to return with nothing. She had used her usual familia not for travel, but as a decoy, successfully evading would-be pursuers. Why is she avoiding contact now, though? Avoiding contact, indeed, it is quite the mystery. Shiraishi asked a simple question, eliciting quiet contemplation from Mitsurugi. Number 13 deliberately avoided contact with them, her fellow numbered, but they did not know why. Goldblum and Benayam, the two who met her, described her as a quiet but straightforward and honest girl of few words. And they emphasized the same point. Number 13 is a witch whose main priority is the total annihilation of the Incubi. But if that were true, why did number 13 avoid contact with the numbered? Maybe we're just not doing it right, calling her, I mean. Kurosawa, having planted her head against the desk, poked at the earring she had removed. So a different sort of catcall, perhaps. A voice came from the earring at the end of the girl's finger. The black cat depicted on the jewelry curved its mouth into a crescent smile, seemingly amused at its own joke. I suppose it would fall upon me, then, to demonstrate to you ladies proper etiquette. You, gentlemanly Tom. I can hardly believe it. Oh, how terribly your words wound me with their claws. The smirking black cat earring was, of course, Dahlia Noir's shapeshifted partner. By transforming into an everyday object, it could remain close to its witch's side. Why, I would say Tom-kun is the very picture of a gentleman. Another cheerful voice echoed through the relaxed atmosphere of the classroom. It came from the silver ring Mitsurugi wore on her left middle finger. Now, Grim. No true gentleman needs to have another vouch for them to be so. She let out a smile wry as she sighed and stroked the ring sporting an owl motif. Ah, very true indeed. My apologies, Tom. Tail between the legs already, huh, Grim. A little admonishment was all it took for Prima Verd's partner to relent in its defense and apologize. Regardless, every attempt at communication has been unilaterally unsuccessful. A mechanical voice came from a fountain pen near Shiraishi's hand. Iglance's partner, having remained silent until now, mercilessly shuts down the idea. So deciding on whom is to be responsible is appropriate. Meow that you put it that way. Indeed, even now, I have yet to think of any more solutions. The partners, previously focused on listening so as to not disrupt the girls' study session, chatted away without a care. Partners, by nature, are quite talkative. The witches, on the other hand, exchanged glances and wry smiles, reluctant to stop them. Let's just call it here for today. Perhaps we should. Sure, all right. With their concentration gone, it was unlikely they would get anything else done. It was a good time to stop as well. There was only one more hour before the curfew sirens sounded. Thank you for coming today. Not at all. I also thought we needed to do something like this. Shiraishi began gathering up the books on the desk and placing them in her basket bag. However, for the next time, please let the material be something other than insects. As she handed over the insect encyclopedia, Mitsurugi emphasized the last half of her words. I suppose. Shiraishi reluctantly agreed as she took the encyclopedia and packed it away along with the unread fourth volume of Faber's The Book of Insects. Meanwhile, Kurosawa, after pressing a hand against the classroom window, glanced at her friends with a smile on her face. Her ash-gray hair, fluttering in the breeze, seemed to sparkle under the light of the setting sun. You guys want to stop by the station after this. After closing the window, she turned to her friends, inviting them on a detour after seeing they were ready to go home. Is something happening there today? As her friends blinked in surprise, Kurosawa's lips deepened into a defiant smile. They've got a food truck over there selling crepes. A quiet stillness settled over the classroom bathed by evening light. Ever since the Incubi invaded, certain goods had become luxuries. Among them, sugar was scarce and affected all a manner of tasty treats. Even so, the love these young maidens held for sweets had not waned in the least. In short, they could not afford to miss this opportunity. We should hurry then, shouldn't we? Shareishi-san, weren't you supposed to take this with you? If all three of us take it, we'll be able to make it. Just like that, 3 female students hurriedly vacated the classroom. End of Volume 2.